I promise you, I practiced this at least 10 times last night as well. And now I see a lot of new faces who weren't here yesterday. So how about we make everybody else go through the same thing that we went through yesterday, yeah? Yeah, should we, can you guys who weren't here, even if you were here, say democratizing digital with me. Early morning exercise for your mouth. So amazing. Yes? Come on, I want to hear you. Loud. Say it. I heard the blah, 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 digital. One more time. Loud. Yeah, that was better. That was better. So before we dive into this exciting conference, I missed this yesterday. I'm not going to miss it today. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lavina Anthony, and I am the president at EduBridge Learning Private Limited. Today, I have the honor of being your captain, your co-pilot, your guide on this incredible journey. And yes, I'm still standing here. I'm still here after day one, thanks to some absolutely amazing strong coffee and the incredible energy that all of you gave me yesterday. So thank you for that. And today, we're going to continue our journey diving deeper into the future of work, skilling, and innovation. So think of me as your guide for the day, part cheerleader, woohoo, part navigator, and maybe I am slightly a comedian in my heart. So maybe a little bit of that will come out too today, but that depends on how much caffeine I've actually had during the breaks, okay? So I'm gonna try and get as much as I can. Now, my job is to ensure that we stay inspired, informed, and maybe even laugh a little bit here and there as we tackle some of the most pressing issues in education and technology. So buckle up, everybody. It's going to be an amazing ride today. Now, also, let's take a moment to reflect on the amazing discussions that we had yesterday. So we explored the role of technology in education and moved on to empowering teachers and the youth in the digital spaces. Today, we're going to shift gears, and we're going to focus on the future of work, the future of skilling, and creating sustainable pathways for inclusive growth. We'll kick things off with a keynote session, a powerful keynote session, followed by panels that will dive deep into the future of jobs, multi-stakeholder collaborations, and the transformative power of internships and learning pathways. And yes, we will find time to relax and recharge with a special session on managing stress. So stay tuned, everybody. Also, we did this yesterday, and I'd love to welcome our online viewers. We're streaming live, this conference live on the EduBridge channel. So for all of our viewers on YouTube, a very, very warm welcome to this conference. And we're so thrilled that you're watching us from the comfort of your screens, whether it's your living room or your office or even a cafeteria. And for those of you who are still watching us in your pajamas, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Also, to our online audience, please don't forget to interact with us in the comments section, share your thoughts, and tell us where you're tuning in from. And we'll also keep an eye out for your messages throughout the event. For everybody who wasn't here yesterday, I also would like to tell you about another highlight of our conference. We have a fabulous stall section outside. There are 12 amazing stalls that are representing some of the most innovative NGOs, institutes, and private organizations who've been working tirelessly to drive change in education and beyond. So this is your chance. It's firsthand that you will be able to see how technology and creative solutions are shaping our future. So don't miss that. Whenever you find a moment, whether it's during the tea break or lunch or even in between, do take time to explore the stalls that have been put up outside. There's no browsing fees, and there are no pop-up ads. So it's just real people with real innovations, and I'm sure if you were to visit them, they're going to feel absolutely encouraged. Okay, so please do go out there and support them. And one last announcement before we start for the day. We have tea, coffee, and cookies outside all day. So if you feel the need to step out and refuel yourself with caffeine like I do, then feel free to step out during the sessions. We'll not really have tea breaks, but anytime you feel there's a need for you to get up and go get some tea, coffee, please feel free to get some, all right? Everybody with me? Ellie, can I just get like a hi from everyone? I've been talking for 2 minutes straight. Hi, everybody. What beautiful faces. Early morning. Okay, awesome. Did you get that? I want the pictures of all of the beautiful people there. Some with amazing makeup too, just like me. So there. And now, how about we start with our first session? Yes? Only 2 people said yes. Yeah, okay, there we go. So without further ado, let's start day 2 with our opening keynote session, The Future of Jobs and How Prepared We Are. This promises to be a thought-provoking dive into the shifting dynamics of work, skilling, and employment. So for this, I'd like to welcome Mr. Sanjay Chalke, the COO at Capgemini India, Executive Vice President and member of the India Country Board. Mr. Chalke leads growth for talent supply chain and future talent programs. He enhances operational efficiencies, spearheads transformation initiatives, and builds delivery capabilities through quality assurance, cybersecurity, and business continuity. So, Mr. Chalke, welcome to the stage. I request you to kindly share your unique perspective on how we can prepare for the future of work. Here, I'll set you up. You can, would you like a cordless? Okay. All the best.
Thank you. I guess she introduced herself as the comedian, but then she also made sure that she gives enough stress to me by calling power pack and all the other things. But I think I take that as a compliment. So first of all, of course, good morning, and thanks for having me. I reviewed, just this morning, the agenda for yesterday, and I wanted to thank all the organizers specifically, of course, the sponsors and all others. I think that was an power-packed agenda, I should say, which was really stimulating to the issues what we see today in the marketplace or in the workforce. Definitely very, very impressive is what I thought. Of course, today's agenda also is. So with that, I just wanted to start by saying that, especially with this topic, of course, I think we are all in a very interesting era. Previously, when you used to talk about era used to be, 10 years, 5 years. Now the time frame of era, especially with the workforce evolvement, I would say, had come down to months. Especially because of, of course, 2 things. One is, you can say, the technological advancement or disruption, both. Whether it is AI, data, cloud. And second is, of course, about the demography, especially India. Talking about technology, and I think you all know that it's not just related to an information technology industry. Today, I think the technology spreads across every industry, every company rather, every organization is a technology company. And what you also see that it has spread across sectorial divides rather. Whether it is greener technology, whether it is health technology, whether it is technology in agriculture, today technology is present everywhere rather. And talking about demography now, of course, we all know that, more than 50% of our population, or more than 50% of our population is a working population. And this population is pretty much divided. We never spoke about tier 1, tier 2. We were very limited to talking about only rural and urban before. Today, we talk about this population as tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So we see a lot of that divide. We see a lot of this demography now also changed. And when I say changed, is we also see almost 50% of the workforce is basically divided between men and women. But we also see the challenges in this workforce about how much are basically functional in this divide. And that's the reason I think there are 4 things which I wanted to call out today. As we prepare for the future workforce, as we prepare for the new technology advancement, as we prepare for the new demography, and I would say not new demography, but as we see the evolving demography, what is getting evolved in India, there's definitely few, I would say, ask and actions for all of us. First, of course, is to the government and the policymakers. A lot of our education is still pretty much academic, which definitely needs to shift to more practical application, not just in technology, but also in domain and functional knowledge. And we all know that our syllabus, if you really go even to a tier 1 college today, is pretty much, when we hire, and as you know, Capgemini, I think every year we hire almost about 15,000 people, especially from these colleges. At the digital academy side, we train 10,000 people. And what we see that the education at the ground level itself is very, very insufficient. And that's where I want to call out the government and the policymakers to really take a hard look on what syllabus, what education, and again, it's across the sector. What is the new workforce we are creating? At least today, if you ask me, there's definitely, I would say only 10 to 15% of this workforce can be really usable right from day one. 85 to 90% definitely needs the training. So I think that's the first task as we evolve. The other 2, of course, is to the corporate. First is the skilling and reskilling. And again, I'm not saying to the corporates which are in information technology industry, but the corporate across, I would say. I think there is utmost important that we give importance to the knowledge of AI, whether it's data, whether it's technology, whether it's robotics, anything. I just do not want to just typically call the 3-letter words of AI, automation, and cloud or something like that. I think technology transcends into so many different forms. And that's where it is, I think it's very important that the corporates definitely need to take the initiative in order to see that we create the workforce of future. Today, as I said, the era is where the new now and next of technology. There was a time when the now was, of course, the new was about 6 months to 1 year, and the next used to be 5 years, and we used to define it new now, that's how now new and next we used to define. Today, the gap between the now, new, and next is hardly months, as I said. I know we have a representative from Microsoft, they will tell you that the next becomes new in 6 months and the new is already now. That's where I think it's very important for the corporates to really adopt some of these things very fast. Skilling and reskilling need not be only statistically proven that how many people have been trained, etc., but absolutely on the ground, we seeing these people actually fast forwarding and future proofing. And that needs to happen again across the sector, across the industry. Second, again, to the corporates is on inclusive workforce. I think it's very important that the workforce cannot be, first of all, let me tell you, we ourselves cannot just afford a workforce only coming from tier 1. And I think it's very important that it needs to be inclusive in terms of, it's not just the rural divide, it's not just the tier 1, T2, T3 divide, but across closing the gender gaps also. I think we definitely see a lot of those, and I can give you one example. We go to the engineering colleges, and we see within India itself, if you go to the south, we find diversity around 20-25%. If you go to north, that drops down to 12%. If you are in west somewhere, it is between 15 to 16%. And when we want to make at least a 50-50 workforce, where do we manage this? So we have a big challenge in the workforce of actually making it inclusive, and how do we make it inclusive? We also have a challenge when I say, again, it's a part of the reskilling, is while we want to go to tier 2, tier 3, we still see, again, it's not only the technology which will help, a lot of soft skilling, simple things like English language and others. I think we need a next workforce should be, it's not about only technology, not about only knowing the languages or transcending the languages, but we need the next workforce to be very assertive if you want to make it a global workforce. We want them to be a confident workforce. And when we go even to the tier 2, and when I'm saying tier 2, I'm saying, cities like Bhopal and others, I'm not even still talking about rural. Okay, we still see almost 80-85% lack confidence and assertiveness. It's the same story in tier 1 also. Also, I do not want to really make it, but again saying that's where I think we'll all have to work. And of course, the corporates are working, but I know a lot of educationists here, a lot of skilling organization here, and that's where I would come. The fourth part of it is that the skilling organization need to definitely take an interest. Of course, your reforms or your channels needs to be, of course, they need to be omni-channel, but they also need to be in various languages. They need to be in native languages. They should be able to really go to the macro level of how the economy functions. It cannot be just technology or just about the AI and data, what we say. Because at the rural side, the industries are different. They can be more agriculture, they could be more infrastructure, they can be auto ancillaries. So I think what you are skilling needs to go to that level of, a depth of, I would say, where it could help that workforce to really get started from day one. So I think all these four definitely are important. As I said, first, the government and the policymakers. Other two actions are with, as I said, corporate, more on skilling and reskilling, and second is on more inclusive workforce, and third, the fourth is more with the skilling organization to make it more comprehensive, more detailed, and not, because that's where we also struggle a lot of, these training institutes or training organizations we work with, and we definitely ask them to be very more detailed oriented so that it helps the workforce when they come and they're ready to start on day 0, day 1. At the closing, I think three things which I would say. What we want to create as the new workforce is what we want to create is a resilient workforce who is ready, as I said, to transcend through any sectors. We do not want a workforce which get locked into just one sector. Because as you know, as the economy will evolve, the Indian economy definitely will evolve. And you will see that different sectors will get eminence on different times. And that's where we will need a workforce which is eminent, who is ready to upskill or train themselves as the industry change. So definitely a resilient workforce. Second important point, I think I said, is a workforce which is where we do not qualify them in terms of tier 1, tier 2. I hope we go to that time where we stopped calling into tier 1, tier 2, rural, urban, where we have one workforce, irrespective of where they come, the maturity is more or less same. So I think that's where we will need to move. And third important point, I know the PM has opened an internship program that is again getting people start working while they are in the colleges, and that's what, when I said practical application, whether in technology or whether in domain or any functional skill. But I think we as in India, if want to become a global workforce, just like China, for example, if you compare India with China, whether it's manufacturing, whether it is technology, or whether it is auto, you can name it. You can call a Chinese workforce a global workforce. Of course, they are also centered around cities and others. But we definitely need to all now work towards making a global workforce where India is kind of counted not only for technology, right? Because today the world looks at us from a technology, more from a technology. That's where you see a lot of these hyperscalers, a lot of the MNCs who have started shops over here. But I think if we need to be, in a true sense, a global workforce, I think we need to prepare ourselves in all what we just discussed. With that, again, thank you, and I wish you to have a great conference a day ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chalke. We appreciate you taking time from your busy schedule and being with us. May I please call on Dr. Reddy to felicitate Mr. Chalke? A big round of applause for Mr. Chalke and Dr. Reddy, please. It was great hearing you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Reddy. All right, and after that, we'd now like to move on to the first panel discussion of the day. Now, don't get distracted with everything that's happening on the stage. Focus on me. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of work is changing faster than ever. While new technologies and innovations are creating exciting opportunities, they're also reshaping the traditional job markets in a way we're only beginning to understand. This panel is titled Jobs Gained, Jobs Lost. Preparing the youth for future jobs, the future of jobs. This particular panel will tackle this dynamic topic head on. As the legendary Charles Darwin once said, it is not the strongest of the species that survives. Does anyone know what it says after that? I'd give you a chocolate if you were to get that. So he said that it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor it is the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. And so today's discussion is all about adaptability. It's how we prepare the youth to thrive in a future which is defined by constant transformation. This session will explore the dual challenge of balancing the opportunities and risks that are posed by shifting job markets. From leveraging technology to fostering resilience in the youth, our panelists will share their insights on what it takes to prepare the workforce of tomorrow. So are you ready to meet these exceptional leaders who will be joining us for this discussion? That's awesome. So he did a fabulous session yesterday. I've been inspired with the way he did his keynote. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Raj Gilda, co-founder of Lend a Hand India, who will be moderating this session. A social entrepreneur with a vision for vocational education,
to make your sustenance in a new role wherever you're asked to work. So putting all this into context, I would say you definitely need to learn some human-centric skills which can definitely stay intact with you. Number two, the mindset to learn, to understand, to unlearn and relearn is a very, very essential skill in the fast transforming digital landscape. Proactiveness, how quickly you are understanding the changing context and how you are adapting to those changes. That also plays a very, very important role. And there are several platforms today, right? There are platforms like LinkedIn where you can get in touch with peer groups, experts who can help you to guide. Probably there are certain groups who are willing to give you mentorship to the young professionals like you. So probably you can be part of that groups in the LinkedIn. That can definitely help you to probably upskill or to probably understand what really is happening in the market, and that kind of an understanding can help you to learn and grow, embrace, and continue to grow in the system. So that's my initial thought on this, Mr. Ravi.
Thank you, Suresh. I heard this before as well, that as a, we all should embrace technology, not only young people and otherwise, but then sometime I took it too much to the heart, and now if Google Maps shuts down, I cannot reach home anymore, So that has been the, other part of the technology as well. Coming to you, Neha, given there is so much change and given there is so much, in fact, Sanjay also spoke about change in education, what we need and otherwise. What do we think, the schools and university can do differently to equip students for the jobs of the future, right? And particularly in say technology or new skills area which are coming up now.
Thanks. First of all, thank you so much for the organizers for having me here. Second, it's a very special moment for me because I think the last time when I was on this stage was for my own convocation. So the world looks very different now sitting here. So, a great feeling to be sitting here. Coming to your question, what schools and universities can actually do, and I'll connect to what my colleague just mentioned about the skilling also. I think education and skilling, they go hand in hand. You cannot have a very strong education system and which is not tilted towards skilling, or the skilling system which is not built on the education system which the country is providing. So it's very important, first and foremost, that, where are our building blocks coming from? So if you compare India with the countries where we want to be, let's say, in terms of formal skilling, such as Germany or Japan, in terms of number, if you see what is different between their education system and our education system is that how early are we starting? Now the second question is, when you say skilling, what are the skillings are we talking about? Are you talking about the basic numeracy, which is also a skill? Soft employment skill, those are all the skills. Logical reasoning, those are all the skills. So at what time what we are pitching are is going to define that, how our schools and universities can prepare people for the jobs we are talking about. Now the second bit is, in terms of within schools, there are two things which I think in the system and which I'll talk about, like I represent Shell here, that what Shell is also doing. There are two aspects. One is the critical thinking and problem solving skills. Second is the transformative technology. Like, are you using the technology for the learning, for the individual, person-specific learning? So every student is at a different learning curve. And now we have come to a time when if our technology can actually enable that a very, I'll say, intuitive learning can be done, which is based on so my learning will be different from his learning and his learning, and that's what AI can do for us. So while we are re-emphasizing AI all the time, it is also, I'll say that it is not like change is happening for us for the first time. We are the same generation who has seen Nokia keypads to smartphones. people quickly moved from, people who were repairing smartphones, like Nokia phones, to repairing the smartphones. But how fast was this transition? How many people lost job in the process? So is our system actually preparing people? And second thing is, at what level are you preparing your students for? Are we preparing students for blue-collar jobs, new-collar jobs, or white-collar jobs? Or we are talking about a different range altogether? So also, and that's where the term innovation comes in. Why, if we compare the scale of our country vis-a-vis the students we are producing and the number of students who are going out and are part of the best of the innovations, they're not largely those innovations coming from our school setups, our universities. So again, linking it back to STEM, linking it back to critical thinking, problem-solving skill. I'll also talk about one of the programs which we implement, which is called N-Explorers, and we are doing it in the Atal Tinkering Labs with Niti Aayog in a select number of Atal Tinkering Labs. Now, Atal Tinkering Labs, it talks about, let's do the innovation. N-Explorer program talks about how to do the innovation. And that how is very important for the younger students to now think about that. Yes, I want to do the change, be the change, but where should I start? If I want the solution, how should I do or think in terms of solution? So Shell is an innovation-driven company, and something what we do use for our own explorations and various R&D. We have converted that into a smaller model, which is for the student, and that's where a lot of thinking circles and filtering techniques, filtering funnel it is called, and other things. So we bring together all of it, that how it can be brought together. So I think those are the two key areas I'll talk about, that one is readiness for the technology, bringing technology in the process of learning, and the second bit is like the whole introducing the problem solving and critical thinking very early in the school level.
Thank you, Neha. Very well, put, and welcome to TISS. Again, I was joking with somebody other day that you cannot download a roti. You have to make a roti. In that, right? But then how do I use technology there? So मेरे ऐसा रहा तो I may not even know वो flour में कितना पानी डालना है, what all needs to be done. So if there is a sensor which can sense whether this, atta is moist enough or not, and then I can, get onto my roti making, process. So there is a way in which we can combine something which is very traditional, something which is, very there to stay, in that, with the using our existing technology here. Coming to you, Ravi, so Ravi runs, and as introduction said, a Shri Vishnu Education Society. And last night I got to know that they run dental colleges and, pharmacy and engineering, and with a very, very reasonable fees, and otherwise I was amazed, And I think he also mentioned last night that if you show your conference ID, so please, retain it. You will get a break in the fees for your son or yourself, as well, right? So Ravi, coming to you, and now, you have been running the institution for last many years, and of course, the success of any educational institution is known on the basis of placement, kitna package mila, right? And all that. So given that, what skills, are being demanded from the employers now, right? As they're coming to the campus, and you must have seen, most variety of them over the number of years. Have you seen the demand made by the employers, shifting? Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. And good morning to everyone. And, as Neha said, I also have a special moment here, because I was sitting there and my niece was graduating here. So it's definitely feels special to be in a convention center like this. Now, getting back to what Raj has asked, I would like to rephrase Raj's question in terms of what has changed in the business environment that is driving these skill changes.
I think he's like a politician, he's going to answer whatever he wants to by rephrasing my question. I'm sorry.
So the thing is, because I want to be relevant in terms of what we discuss in the panel. So I have noted down something that, as Sanjay had mentioned, now, new, and next. So the way it goes is, first is everybody wants to do automation of everything. So obviously, when you do automation of everything, there is a new skill set. There is new phrases like Industry 4.0. You also want to kind of customize everything as a consumer. So then you get into new technologies like 3D printing. Then you also want to look at learning models. So thanks to COVID, everything has gone, I would say, digital, but more importantly, hybrid, including corporate board meetings. We can be anywhere in the world and still have a board meeting with the chairman of the board being virtual. So the shareholders don't like it. So therefore, it is a very, very, what skills are, it is only driven by what the business environment is all about in terms of change. So if I look at, in fact, I was usually, when I'm in college, the one thing that you do to learn from what's happening in the environment of academics is you sit with your students. So most of the time I sit with students in their dining area and then have a chat. And what caught me off guard was one of the recent conversations I had with a student, and I said, "What's your GPA?" So he said, "I'm 9.8. So I'm sure your faculty must be doing a good job." He said, "No, sir, I don't attend classes. I go to the library." "Then how do you learn?" He says, "I break up my concepts into 10-minute YouTubes, which I go to the YouTube. I get the best YouTube lecture, and then I crack it." "Then what motivates you to come to the college?" He said, "Sir, it's compulsory attendance." And so then I said, "What is interesting?" "Okay, all this is fine. What is interesting?" He says, "I attend labs where some of the faculty are doing something which is very current and relevant to me, because I know that is what is going to get me the next skill." And therefore, it dawned on me that I need to kind of look at these things very differently, because today's learners have changed. And therefore, knowledge is already, what I'm trying to get at is, knowledge is already democratized in a digital world. So there is nothing that you can do, because disruption is already happening, but we don't want to accept it. But what can be done differently is, as Sanjay mentioned in the morning, deep domain expertise and functional knowledge. A lot of soft skills. It could be communication. It is not just about the language of English, but it is just the ability to articulate and express your ideas. And as Sanjay mentioned, confidence. So these have become very dominating mindsets. So I would say the change is the mindset itself and nothing different. So skills are only, like in a project you talk about tasks, but you have to look at the larger objective and goal of the project that you are trying to accomplish. So my thing in this changing job market is mindset changes, both from the learner's perspective and from the teacher's perspective. And that can happen only if you drive things very honestly from the top, and you need to create the facilities. So what we try to do differently is, and I'm sure even TISS and all these institutions are doing, they have created now teaching learning centers, which are very different because they need to dynamically address what are the learners' requirements to be engaged, and how does the teacher deliver content to engage with the learner, and how updated is the teacher. Because most of the time, let's accept a fact, when Sanjay mentioned that only 15% or 16% is employable. The problem is from the academic institution side, where we are just cocooned in terms of a very rigid academic environment where it is all about grading and nothing about learning. And that, I think, is a disruption that we are definitely seeing going forward, and the world of AI is making that possible. Thank you, Raj.
So Ravi, I think, I like a follow-up question there, because I think everybody comes and speaks about education, ko ye hona chahiye, education ko hona chahiye, and putting everything on that. And I always wonder, for the doers like you who are actually imparting education, like on one hand, you have to go by the UGC guidelines, you have to go by, variety of things which are there, and it's a slow-moving process. On the other hand, the student demands or the employer demands are changing on a daily basis, right? And you have to survive, right? So financially sustainable yourself as well, right? In the whole or your society. So how do you balance between all these competing, factors here?
I think you need to kind of look at it more practically because, as you rightly said, there are a lot of schemes that the government is giving as freebies. And obviously with that environment, you can lose your sanity. But what is really important is, what is the goal of why you have embarked in this journey of education? Because all of us have a purpose. All of us want to give something. And I think as long as you have a positive mindset in terms of achieving those goals and be consistent at it, that's what drives you. And that's what gets you far. And it doesn't matter, you can be a rural institution, you can be a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 institution, but the goals that you set for yourself can motivate others. That's the belief on which we run.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think, coming to you, Manju, now, there's the internship schemes now, and other things to even lend a hand in India. We ourselves have been doing internship for grade 11th and 12th students with local employers near your school, or there is a Pradhan Mantri internship yojana now. BJP is back in the government, so Chief Minister internship also is launched in in Maharashtra as well. Given such things and otherwise, which can be inherent part of the corporate policy, how can company assist youth in acquiring the skills which are needed, right, for tomorrow's job and otherwise too? And I always get little, concern is कि आज AI है, कल blockchain रहेगा, परसों machine learning. What all I keep running, behind, right? And in an employer like Microsoft or whoever, how can they help me to keep up with the demands which are there?
Thanks, Raj. I think first, I'm not an expert. I think there are more people who know about this subject here. So I'm also going to be a little random in my comments, mostly coming from just my own experience. I think first thing that I want to emphasize, and maybe, I'm very staunch believer in this, that it's not just for companies to do good by helping people stay relevant, right? I think it's a business imperative for them. So I think Sanjay spoke about we have to be the global talent hub. Now, who benefits from that global talent hub? It is corporates and companies, right? So it is their foremost responsibility. So I think one thing I want to really clear that out, I'm from corporate, I might get lynched, but it is an important part. Often we look at government and civil society, but I think we're equal partner in that. So that's the first thing I want to say. I think if I look at what can companies do, for me, the first one is, I think Sanjay referred to that. He says most people are not employable, and that education systems, curriculums have to be relevant. But it's so hard for education systems to move at the pace of technology, right? Students move faster than the education system, right? But here is where companies can really bring their might and their knowledge and their experience, right? Working on collaborative projects with government educational institutes, with civil society, to look ahead and say, okay, what's going to be needed over the next 2 years, and investing. Just put your money and put some skin in the game. Work closely with these educational institutes. We do that at Microsoft, but we can, of course, scale up to ensure that the curriculum is relevant to the jobs for tomorrow. So I think I would say that that's something that we would advocate for. We can call it systemic change, you can call it an education program, but do that. I think the second thing is, Sanjay referred to that again. I think he took all my points, so I'm just going to repeat what Sanjay said. One is, how are they looking at building an inclusive workforce? And I think that's really where, creating programs which are allowing opportunities for either marginalized group, for women, persons with disability, because you cannot become a global talent hub if most of your talent is really just coming from cities, right? And you cannot rely on market forces to ensure that tier 2 and tier 3 students will have the same opportunity as a city person will have. So ensuring that you have those innovative strategies that are giving opportunity. And internship and apprenticeships are a really good way to go. Very, very important way to go. So I think that's the second one. I think the third for me, I have many points, but I want to focus on this one, Raj, so I'll talk about this. So if you all look at this slide, and if you look at the icon that's there, you see a neural network. Now, if India has to become a global hub, and we have to ensure, all of us, that young people have the right opportunity, no one can do it alone. And I'm not talking about alliance, Raj, or, like alliances, 2-3 companies come together, they co-create program. What I'm talking about, really thinking through, what does a young person need? So Sanjay referred that we should not focus on one sector. New roles are required, new skills are required. We're talking about new technologies are coming in. How does a young person who's starting at the beginning, how do we support them across this entire talent hub? By creating a network. So thinking about what's that young person's journey, and you don't actually have to build an alliance, but you just have to work across in a way that if this young person wants to move to another sector, you've done something in that sector which can help that person move. So think about it like a passport, and you can use that passport that enables you to go across. So creating that neural network, and I think companies collaborating with each other is super critical. I don't have an answer to how to do it. I would really like to do it. So if any of you have an answer, would like to come and partner with us and tell me how we can do that, that'll be phenomenal, I think.
Thank you, Manju. And I think, talking about the industry, and yesterday also we touched upon it briefly, that with National Education Policy 2020 and what is coming down the pipeline, I think it is throwing a huge opportunity for academia and the industry to work, together. Like I mentioned that for preparing the finance curriculum, we are working with Bajaj Finserv. For preparing the agriculture, we are working with BIF. I see Sagrika here. So for preparing coding, we would love to work with SAP, and this is my way to pressurize her, and all. But what I'm jokes apart, what I meant was that these are the education reforms which are coming down the pipeline in upcoming, years to come, is going to throw a huge opportunity for industry and academia to work together. There are initiatives like HCL Tech B, which is taking trainee as after 12th and otherwise too. And that is what we are going to need it, much more going forward now. Now, given the time which is left, I'll ask some, questions. 1 minute mein answer dena hai, so that we can leave some time for the, audience to ask some tough questions as well. So please think about that as we go through the, round of questions here. So Suresh, I think, how critical is adaptability? Everybody spoke, even the host spoke about adaptability, lekin वो बाजार में तो मिलता नहीं है ना. I cannot order on Zepto कि 10 मिनट में ला दो मुझे, right? Adaptability. So what does one do about it? How do I develop it?
For me, I think adaptability is non-negotiable. We need to adapt to changes. There is no other option left. Perhaps we should keep our eyes and ears open. We need to understand what all technologies which are catching up. A couple of weeks back, I was in Hyderabad attending a gaming conference, which was attended by close to around 25,000 game developers. They are talking about 22 million jobs to be created by 2030. Last week, I was attending one of the events with the Logistics Sector Council, and they're talking about close to around 11 million jobs to be created by 2030. There is AVGC, Audio, Visual, Gaming and Comics, which is catching up. There is ESDM, Electronic System Design and Manufacturing, which is again a booming sector. But are the young professionals even aware of it? What is happening in the market? Are we confined to certain standards? Are we not understanding the real world around, how it is evolving? Everyone is thinking about the jobs being taken up by the machines, but at the same time, the jobs are also getting created. That's what the World Economic Forum report says. 90 million new jobs are going to be created. Are we ready for it? The entire gaming conference, many gamers came to me and told me that you are advocate for industry-institute interaction. Why not you introduce gaming as a course to the students? Why nobody is looking at gaming as a profession? So I think something which is happening around us need to be understood well, because if not, we'll lose the race. Second, adaptability is definitely non-negotiable. We need to keep adapting to this changing dynamics, as Mr. Sanjay rightly pointed out in his keynote. I mean, even if you work for an organization, they expect you to explore out of the box, and only if you prove you'll stay, if you stay relevant only, they will even hold you back in the job. So that's the kind of a trend which is prevailing. The world is moving very, very fast. The newer domains, newer skill zones are getting explored, and we need to be ready for it. That's what is my perspective on this.
Thanks. Thank you, Suresh. Neha, off-the-cuff question here, based on what he just responded and what you said earlier about Shell focusing on exploration, and very rightly, literally and figuratively, as well. How does adaptability become part of the ATLs, other things which you are working on, right? Because I think that is so critical to develop it right from the young age.
I think it will come back to, coming back to whether we are able to find the right solution. So quickly, it's not like everybody, I think, in the room knows that India entered the U dividend in 2005, will be at its peak in 2030, and eventually after 2055 onwards, we will get into that aging society curve also. So we have to prepare a society which is young right now, creating innovations. We have to be ready and prepare a society which is ready for the time which is to come, where the people stay in job for the longer time, the innovations are happening. Now there are few sectors, while there are new jobs coming in, there are certain sectors which will directly get impacted, which is anything related to automation where it will come in, digitization where it will come, and the energy transition. Now I think EV is a common sight in most of the places. I represent from the energy sector, so I will also talk a little more about, connecting, how that comes in. So if you see, again, as Suresh said, that 3.4 million jobs new green jobs will come in. Now, where are these jobs coming in? They're again coming in the green sector, which could be green construction. It could be your EVs. It could be, sustainable textiles. But linking back to what I said, it is happening at the school level, and where and how we are implementing. The good part about programs like Atal Tinkering is that, the location of this, and which ties back to what Manju said, that, let's move away from, the capitals. So while she didn't say this, but I'm coming to the tier 2 and tier 3, why it is important to go far off. And so there are a couple of things which is important right now. One is the same, which I think most of the colleagues have already said. One, that is, don't reinvent the wheel. I think our policies what we need to do is very clear now. It's very tempting for, I think, most of the entities, whether it is corporate, NGOs, other partners, to do something short-term which brings us a lot of visibility. Do not do that. Figure out that where in the larger scheme of things, which is already everything is well planned, where your scheme of things is fixing in. Second is, it is again, I think, and I can more boldly say in place like this that, we also hold a responsibility to do the right thing. At times you will see where the money is coming or the funding is coming to do projects or interventions which are closer to the capitals and not focusing in the location where it should be. I think that's where role of people who are in the room comes in, to give the pushback that, this is where the need is. So do the intervention in those areas. So, and that's where the whole thing about tying up, where exactly people who are not getting a natural access to the change which is happening is where we should be present, and these conversations should be happening. Third is, are the work which we are doing and the projects which we are, interventions we are doing, and the people who are coming in and learning, what are you leaving behind? So whether these are interventions with Atal Tinkering Labs, or it is intervention with any institutes which are in far off locations. What are your projects leaving behind? Is it building the capacity of the teachers? Is it building the capacity of the ecosystem? Are there infrastructure development which is happening, which is beyond what government is already doing and is adding value? That, and I think finally my last point will be hands-on skills. And that's where I think people who are representing here on the panel and other people who have spoken, the role comes in, and schemes like PM internship schemes and all, I think they should be welcomed with open hearts, because that's where I think the need is. Open your doors and open your spaces for people to come in and learn hands-on. And that's where the skilling will come. Skilling is not going to come through textbook, and that's where projects like N-Explorers, which are doing problem solving, critical thinking, that they are not just teaching you, they're just leaving you out there, that find the solution and we help you in structuring how the solution should come.
Thanks, Neha. Ravi, coming to you, and this is again off the cuff, question. Last night you mentioned that you're in the process of setting up a deemed university, right, and all that. So how does that work into the whole higher education reforms which are coming now? Quickly, we don't have much time, but I wanted to really, because that is something very interesting.
So thank you, Raj. Actually, the one question Manju was talking about is how corporates, various programs integrate into the, assessment of the student. And I think the reason why deemed university is of primary importance is because of ability to be flexible in designing your curriculum. And there is something called academic bank of credits. So everything will come into it. And fortunately, the government has been moving in that direction. But it's a double-edged sword. You want the best students, they will come only through the government system. People who have the hunger to learn. So if you go to a deemed university, you need to be a brand, and it takes you many years. So it kind of, there is a dilly-dallying. So that's why it's such an important question. But given all the facts, I think the responsibility of skilling comes only when you are able to have flexibility, and that's why you need to go there. And also, as Neha mentioned, the problem-solving abilities will come only when you have higher order thinking. And today, you're having GCCs, for example, they have come to India. Why have they come to India and not outsourced anything? Because the better part of their higher order thinking is what they want to bring into India and build that capability in the manpower. So, which means you cannot have the regular route learning in a schooling system, but start getting into problem solving. And I think that will drive the next change, because the corporates are already requiring that change. And that's how I would like to look at it.
Thanks, Ravi. And Manju, no off-the-cuff question for you. Any closing thoughts you have?
Well, I have 20 seconds, so as I can see the clock ticking. So again, as I said, I'm not an expert, so I can make any random comment, okay? One thing I would say is that almost all of us are working on skilling programs, and I visit a lot of centers. I get an opportunity to meet a lot of nonprofits. And I see that even as Microsoft employee, right? So learning and development is a key part of my KPI. I often don't do it, right, myself. And I try to think about why. I think one thing, Raj, I want to leave that as my last comment is, let's not take the fun and learning out of the whole process, right? Yes, we want to get into job. Yes, we want to put young people into jobs, but the whole idea of skills is for you to interact with new content, for you to use it to develop yourself. I remember, Sajeev is not here, many years back, almost a decade back, we used to do a skills program with them, which was about digital literacy. But we used to do something called a gossip circle of empowerment, where it was a debate between men and women, and these were from rural areas, where they were questioning what the gender positioning that they had in their villages or their household. I think the young people learned more from that session than all the digital skilling that we were giving them. So let's keep that at the core center. We want people to think it's fun learning, right? Then that would be my last comment. Let's keep that.
I think wonderful thought, to part with. We'll probably have a time for one question. So any burning question which somebody has, please raise your hand and we'll get it to you. I can't see. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, yes. Please get the video.
My question is, so there is, when you talk about skills, you talk about a plethora of skills, okay? And, and you would see this generation actually moving sectors very rapidly. So it's not as if they will kind of get into technology and they will stay with technology. That was the forte of our generation. I started with one organization and pretty much retired with that. Now, one of the worries I have when I actually, go to a lot of conferences, interact with a lot of people, is that not much discussion is happening around the foundational skills. And I think, if I was in your shoes, I would actually spend years in terms of inculcating foundation skills instead of trying to add layers of additional skills on top of that. This is a very smart generation. They, and the very fact that you've democratized, so much of information which is available online, these guys will find their way. I think we really don't need to spoon feed them. We still need to be spoon fed, not them. It's the fundamentals of, how things like logical reasoning. Now, look at our generation. We started with C, C++, and now, we're talking about, artificial intelligence and machine learning. But if you see people at the top, they still come from the C, C++ generation. How they have adapted? They've adapted because their foundation skills are very strong. So, any comments on that?
I can take that. So, a brilliant question, so two things on that, I think one is, as I said, like, let's not reinvent the wheel. So if you get into the national education policy, the pivot of national education policy is sitting on, like, let's strengthen what we have and then identify, like, so whether it's foundation skills and then adding STEM and other experiential learning and everything into it. So first is that part of it. Second is, let's also be cognizant that, India is not exactly what we see on social media and the students we interact with. So there is a larger group right now who's still struggling to understand, even to know that the world is changing. So that transition, the wave which is coming, they're so far away from it. So while I totally agree that, the current generation is hands down much smarter than us, but there are still a larger cohort of younger generation which requires more, if not, I think hand-holding is not the right word, but the right visibility of what's happening and the right assets and, access to the right tools that, this is there. And because their systems are so inadequate right now, when you see the infrastructure and everything else, that's where I think rest everything becomes very important, because everybody has to chip in to bring, the change which we are talking about.
So thank you, and I would like to also mention that, Manju in a closing remark mentioned about gender, and I think that's a perfect segue for a video clip I wanted to show, in that. So can we play the video clip 1, please?
It was said that only boys can do this because it is related to electrician field or architecture field or your other fields which are related to only boys. But it's not important that boys can do everything. It's only that we think this. It is our thought, not the fact. So I just want to say to all the parents to please have the girls also, support them. They are not just to marry and prepare the food for their family. They can do everything if you will support them or if you will help them.
So if we help them, what will happen? So can we play the second clip, please?
मेरा नाम वैशाली है, मैं ढाकना गांव की हूँ। मैं अमरावती में इंटरव्यू के लिए आई। पहले तो मुझे डर लगा क्योंकि पहली बार इंटरव्यू था मेरा, तो कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था इंटरव्यू कैसा देना है, सिलेक्ट होंगी या ना होंगी। तब इंटरव्यू में 2-3 इंटरव्यू हुआ, उसके बाद में एक से इंटरव्यू में मैं सिलेक्ट हो गई। तो अब हम औरंगाबाद जा रहे और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ, पहली बार मेरे को जॉब लग गया। आई एम सो हैप्पी।
Anyway, so on that note, you guys have been wonderful. Hopefully, I'll keep my job as a moderator for some other event as well. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Please don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for such a riveting discussion. From navigating challenges of a shifting job market to highlighting the most incredible opportunities for our youth. You've done a fantastic job today. Thank you so much. Everybody, let's give them a big round of applause. And to felicitate them, may I please call upon Mr. Gir Singhania to come up on stage. Thank you, Mr. Gilda. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you, Mr. Babu, for joining us. Thank you, Ms. Chauhan, for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Rajagopal, for your insights. It was great to have you. Thank you so much, Ms. Desmana. It was fantastic to have you here. Can we please come in the front for a group photo, everybody? Girish, can you also join us for the group photo, please? Dr. Reddy, can you join us for the picture as well? Do we have Dr. Amina here today? No? We do? Why don't you come in? You should come and sit right in the front so we could get you in some pictures. You should come. Come and sit in the front. It's easy for me to call you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. All right. And now we move on to our next session, Strengthening Ecosystems, the Power of Collaboration. In today's interconnected world, creating meaningful social impact requires partnerships that bring together the best of all sectors, both public, private, and non-profit. This panel will explore how multi-stakeholder approaches can drive CSR initiatives that are sustainable, scalable, and truly transformative. As Helen Keller once said, alone we can do so little. Now who can finish that one for me? Alone we can do so little, followed by together we can do so much. So this session is a testament to the power of working together for a greater cause. In this session, we will delve into how diverse stakeholders can come together to address complex societal challenges. From innovative CSR strategies to scalable impact models, this panel is sure to inspire you about the new ways of thinking about collaboration. We've been joined here. We're going to have an incredible lineup of speakers. So I'm going to start by first calling Ms. Garima Dutt, President of CSR at Yes Bank and CEO of Yes Foundation, to come and moderate this discussion for us. Please welcome her, everybody. A dynamic leader, Garima has been at the helm of initiatives that integrate CSR with sustainability and impact. Next, we're going to call Mr. Gir Singhania, founder and CEO of EduBridge Learning, whose work has redefined skill development and employability for the youth. My boss. Next, may I please call Ms. Sagarika Bose, CSR Head at SAP Labs India, who is a pioneer in designing programs that blend corporate expertise with grassroots development. Welcome, Ms. Bose. Oh, it's only 11 o'clock in the morning. See, we can do better. Next, may I please call Mr. Abhishek Gupta, COO of Yuva at UNICEF, a visionary leader who is empowering young people to be the change makers of tomorrow. Welcome, Mr. Gupta. May I please call Ms. Gauri Bure, CSR head at DXC Technology and co-founder of the Parenthesis India, who combines her passion for gender activism with impactful CSR strategies. I welcome the panel. Now let's find out how great minds and great organizations work together to build stronger ecosystems. Garma, the stage is all yours.
Hi, good morning. Okay, Suresh is the only one who's alive. So I think this is a good segue from the last discussion that we had, right? We are going to focus on what is the power of collaboration. And when we talk about collaboration, we're going to hear not just about government and NGOs collaborating and companies funding, but also between companies, how this collaboration looks like. Hopefully the panel is going to be quite candid on some of the challenges that we face, right? So we'll try and cover that. So let's start from my right. Girish, so how does collaboration between business, governments, NGOs, communities, what does it look like? Let's start with the context setting.
I think if we look at the entire ecosystem of skilling that we're looking at, I think all of them have a different role to play. Be it the government, where a lot of policy making, a lot of work at a very large volume, at a very large scale can potentially happen. With corporates, a lot of focus around building skills which could be relevant to the line of work that they do, or the visibility that they typically have on the future of jobs, which would probably be there. Then in terms of organizations who are actually providing the skilling, it's important for them to be ahead of the curve, be ready with whatever the requirements of the employers would be, the understanding the ecosystem which the government has created, if possible, to work alongside it, to be able to do impact and to create that impact at scale. So I think when we look at a partnership, when we're talking about government, we're talking about corporates, both from a CSR as well as an employer angle, and when we're talking about organizations that actually provide the skilling, I think it's important that there is collaboration where everybody's strength is getting leveraged, so that the most important stakeholder in all of this, the learner, gets the best end of the deal. And that's where I feel it's very, very important that everyone understands the focus to be the learner, which needs to be the central focus. And around that, all the other stakeholders need to bring their respective strengths, leverage others' strengths, so that the final outcome or the final journey for the learner is what we're all in it for. So I think it's important to leverage each other's strengths.
So, Sagrika, perhaps from where Girish is saying, when we're talking about identifying strengths of each of the stakeholders and partners that are coming in this collaboration, how does one go about that? Is there a roadmap? Is there like a preconceived that government is strong in this and corporate is strong in this? Or how do we go about identifying that strength?
Thank you for that. And thank you again to sorry, it's a bad day for me. I'm a little under the weather, so please bear with me. To respond to your question, see, I think we can't have stereotypes. That even within the government, it's not like the government is one uniform body, everyone behaves exactly the same. Different states, different ministries, different departments, different levels of government function differently. I think a lot...
Opinion, I state more than fact. When we talk about strengthening the ecosystem, I think it's fair to say that currently it isn't strengthened, it isn't strong. But I think for the first time, there is a lot of awareness of its potential to be. And because there's so much more CSR funding coming to the table, philanthropy has also, since we're using this word a lot, democratized. It isn't the same 5 like very wealthy people setting the agenda. All of us now have room to become part of the debate. So,
thank you. So, Abhishek, being from an organization which has a huge partnership with government in a lot of the initiatives that you take, what are some of the challenges, not just from a government partnership, but also collaborating with companies and even community, right? So what are some of the challenges that you face and how do you maneuver through that?
Thanks. Garima, before I go there, just a sort of a pretext to this. Collaboration by itself is, we got to acknowledge that it's a fairly complex and messy thing. It doesn't happen easily. Most of the time as managers in our organizations, when we speak about collaboration, there will be half the people on the table who would say, khud kar lete hain. Jaldi ho jayega, acha ho jayega. Because by design, collaboration requires a lot of people coming on board, a lot of people agreeing to each other. You have different, so it goes slow, it goes messy. Sometimes what you get is nowhere close to what you wanted to. And at that point in time, you got to keep in mind that, but as the MC was saying, there is no other way apart from collaboration to go far. You can go quick, but if you want to go far, you got to be collaborating, which would mean that it would be slow to begin with. And that's where my one request from funders always is that acknowledge that collaboration always requires a lot longer. So have that little bit of a span of time in front of you so that we can figure these things out. If you are looking for quarter-on-quarter results, initially it's going to be difficult. As Gauri was saying, largely it is the government that moves the mandates at a scale. So I think it's important that as CSR organizations, as non-profits, as private sectors, social enterprises, we figure out way to work and strengthen the government's work and then see what is it that's missing from government's work to support it. Now, for 5 years here in UNICEF and before that with government, we've been, at least I've been trying to figure out what are those specifics, or how does collaboration work really. So theoretically, first thing that you need is a shared theory of change and bringing everyone together to say, what is it that we really want to do? And do we all agree that this is the fastest path to getting there? Now, that might be that we want to do advocacy, we want to do some pilots, we want to figure out solutions, we want to raise funds, whatever it is, and then figure out roles for everyone else. Once you have a sort of a commitment from the people on the table coming from various places to say that this is the best path, a lot gets easier. And by the way, this is the most difficult thing as well, but it takes time, but it is possible because pretty much everyone really wants to get to impact and at scale. So there is no real disconnect between people. It's just that people have to come together. And then I think the biggest role that corporate sector, CSRs, nonprofits play is that of creating solutions that can then be scaled by the government. Trying to scale solutions ourselves without having government sometimes seems to me short-sighted. Because you would reach a few 100,000 at best, but when you are looking at few 100 million, that you are never going to get there. So the best, your energies are best spent on creating solutions that work for government. By the way, not the solutions that work the best, but the solutions that work for the government. The government it's easy for government to adopt. Raj had once shared with me this template from ex-education secretary, Anil Swaroopji, who had said that for a solution to work with the government, it has to be 6 parts to it: legally tenable, operationally viable, financially feasible, and easy to implement, so on and so forth, politically acceptable, so on and so forth. And I think that's a great filter for me to see if you eventually wanted to scale to a few 100 million, then start building your solution from day one to that. Find a solution by experimenting, spending your time in bringing that risk money that is required to find that solution, and then spend the rest of the time advocating with the government to adopt that solution. And around that is technology and many other things that you can support the government with. I'll just pause here in case.
So the moment you mention theory of change, I can already hear and see people smile, right? Especially the TISSians here. I also think that trust is an important part, right? So I recall that, whether it's Capgemini as an organization, the moment they come and they're like, okay, we've got this place, but we don't just want to skill in IT, right? Can you also take on BFSI course? There is so much trust in the organization and the way there is that, collaboration and partnership is easier. So I would go around and probably ask you quickly to talk about some examples where you feel that this collaboration has really worked, whether it is in terms of scale, whether it's in terms of sustainability of the project, or maintaining quality or deepening the impact. So over to you.
So we've actually been part of, we've been fortunate enough to be part of several projects where we've collaborated with corporate and government, with different parts of the government as well, with employer and corporate. So we've, CSR donor. So we've figured various collaborations, and like I said, the idea for us in these collaborations is to bring the strengths that each of them bring to the table, which would be different from each other. So for example, we did a project wherein we had Capgemini along with the government of Telangana and us. This is back in 2017, 2018, just prior to COVID, a couple of years prior to COVID, wherein we, like Abhishek mentioned, we had created a center in Hyderabad, a digital academy, where we were training youth. And we had been doing that for a year or so. And then we took that to the Telangana government. And the respective department and the IS officer at that time was took a liking to that. And we devised a program where over 3 years we trained close to 1,500 to 2,000 youth, which was partially funded by Capgemini and partially funded by the Telangana government. The good part about this was because there was a corporate as well as a government, there was immediate traction amongst learners, immediate traction even amongst employers locally in Hyderabad. But it also came with its own set of challenges with respect to processes which sort of had to be followed with the government. And it could not be something which over a discussion could be course corrected. It is something which took a long time to sort of course correct. So though those challenges which were more process related had to be sort of overcome over a period of time, and that probably took us a year and a half to overcome that. But once that happened, we were able to then deliver what the project objectives were set out and be able to actually skill the youth in the model, which would work both for the government as well as for a corporate like a Capgemini. So that's one example which comes to mind where a corporate and a government and a skilling organization that sort of work together to deliver those objectives.
Sagarika? So I have two thoughts to that. I think one, I'll sort of just build on and dwell on what Abhishek just talked about, that collaboration is a long-term game. To me, I mean, and I heard this somewhere, so it's not my own sort of phrase, but collaboration is like a muscle, right? So the more you use it, the more you work on it, the better it'll get. And it tied to that, the second thought, that it also doesn't stay the same, right? So you might start at the beginning of a, say, 3 to 4 year project or a longer term program, partnership, where you have similar ideas of what you want to do. But then we also know that a lot of things change, technology changes, corporates change, leadership changes. How do you still continue to partner despite some of the, maybe your core objectives have changed? And I know this is something that's ongoing in one of our projects, where we are discussing very openly with the other corporate partner that what they're looking for and what we're looking for is different. In some ways, even fundamentally different. But that's where the values bit comes in. And you say, yes, what you're looking for, your core output or outcome and how you're measuring success may be slightly different, but at the heart of it, we are still focusing on the learner. So as long as we've got that bit focused, you can focus on scale, we can focus on impact, no problem. But have something which is that fundamental piece that can't be different.
Abhishek, any examples of successful collaboration, if you could?
Yeah, yet to be there. It's only been 5 years trying to do that. No, just joking. A bunch of them, actually. You've seen lately in last few years that collaboratives have been coming up, right? You had a life skills collaborative that was sort of creating a shared theory of change for life skills. I know that Satwa has been anchoring Santosh is here somewhere, has been anchoring a few collaboratives. Some of the big funders have been supporting the collaborative piece, which is largely in the same space. But to give you an example of the path that I was talking about on the collaborative side, one is around career guidance, for example. A couple of years back, we were looking at career guidance being one of the key things for grade 9 to 12 students who were saying that the biggest challenge that we face is हमें पता नहीं है कि आगे क्या करना है. And so we started looking at that, and the process, so I'll cut it short to just say that this is how the collaborative piece went. You figure out a solution that something needs to be done at scale. Career guidance, so this was career guidance, quality career guidance needs to be provided to a large number, which is 20 crore students in the government schools, probably a fraction of that in grade 9 to 12, which probably is around 3 crore. And we need government excited to be able to provide career guidance services in the schools, which might not be the first few priorities. So first start a consultation, get the government on board, do some consultation around what can be done, work with the government then to try and see what will it take, build a sort of a scheme or a policy paper for them. And eventually this 1-year process led to Government of India coming up with the career guidance scheme for across the country for, to begin with 10,000 schools with a outlay of around 250 crores. And while this is around the advocacy, but what really worked was that everyone coming together to pitch in how this can be done well by the government. One agency, one organization wouldn't have helped here. So, yeah.
Sure. So Gauri, specifically asking you, you will bring a corporate lens and a CSR lens to this. How do you think NGOs and community-based organizations are bringing value to a project? And if you could give an example of, something that a corporation may miss, but that lens is brought in by the community-based organizations.
Thank you, Garima. And actually at DXC, we try and have as much convergence in our projects because honestly, that's the exit plan. And I think it's really important for us to go in with some sense of what it'll look like long-term to become sustainable. And I can actually think of several examples where, again, the second piece also is, I think CSR funds need to be really catalytic. Like we can't sort of aim to be the eternal stopgap. The idea is to then enable communities to carry on the work. So I think of an example of, and I'll specifically use this one because it's a very small organization that works in a very small part of Karnataka that works with career counseling of students from the 8th to 12th standard government schools. Worked consistently with the government, worked consistently with the teachers, was fairly slow moving, but the one thing they kept lobbying for was integration of the work they had done into curriculum. And now Karnataka government, municipal schools, the residential ones, all have guidance counseling as part of the 8th to 10th curriculum for all. And what it means is within sort of 3 years, with not a lot of funding from our side, but with a lot of effort on what isn't working, or the teachers are feeling overwhelmed at having to input this data on the system, for example. Not something I would have thought of immediately, maybe not even the government. So they were able to bring a lot of information that was, able to be, I also think of our women's entrepreneurship program, for example, where we're working with existing government schemes, which means you're really kind of just pushing them and helping people access it. But things that we hadn't thought of going in, training ho gaya hai now, and these women are quote unquote skilled and ready to start, but who's going to then find the 30,000 rupees they need to open the shop? So access to credit. And so I guess non-profit partners have really been able to bring to us information on the ground that, some of us who studied this or who've been in the sector very long sometimes just miss, because you need those people to relay that back to you.
Yes, please.
One thing that I sort of missed out talking about when I was talking about collaboration was that in more and more, we also realize that just asking the ecosystem partners to spend a lot of time doing the collaboration work is also asking too much from them. So there, at least it feels like that there is a need for an intermediary as well. Someone who can be almost like a secretariat for the ecosystem and hold this together as one focus area, that let's bring people together, let's create those opportunities to meet, to create that shared theory of change on a sustainable basis without losing, because there are going to be always here and now crisis issues that organizations will have, and collaboration sometimes takes a back seat when you are facing those crises. So having that intermediary trying to sort of continue to bring people together, snatch a little bit of time from everyone is critical to get this going.
So that's a good segue. Abhishek, let me ask. You were saying that in some cases, there is an intermediary that is required to bring the players together, right? Sagrika, I heard from you, investment in a long-term partnership is important, right? So perhaps in one word or maybe a sentence, you could talk about what really clicks collaboration in your experience. And I know a lot of us have been struggling with, at least some collaborations, and sometimes it's forced because you want to scale, but sometimes it comes naturally. So what is it that clicks?
I think it's trust. I think the first thing in collaboration, because these are 2 different or 3 different organizations coming together, aligning different processes, possibly different cultures, but with a similar outcome or a similar goal in mind. And I think in line with what Sagrika mentioned, I think the one word which really sort of ensures that the collaboration goes long is that trust. And I think if that trust is in place, a lot of those other things sort of get ironed out over a period of time. And like the example I gave on the Telangana government one as well, and that's exactly how it sort of played out. And even in some other work that we've done along with corporate and corporate sort of collaboration also, because every corporate has their own backgrounds and different sort of processes to be followed. But given time, I think those things tend to fall in place as long as trust is in place.
I think I'll just add definitely trust to, both of you have mentioned that, but also communication, right? And I think because Surbhi is here, and by the way, really missing Anurag, I'll cite an instance from the partnership that we have with Capgemini, that there was a small gap in understanding, which happened a few months ago. And we discovered it. It was not intentional, clearly, but because we discussed it openly, quickly, we were able to sort it out and find a solution which worked for everyone, including EduBridge, who's also the partner. So if we didn't have that open communication, that may not have happened.
if you will allow me, I'll pick up an issue with the trust point. See, of course, trust is a gold standard. If you had it, you would have collaboration. But it's not easy to have that. You are in a real world where there are competitions among organizations for that limited set of funding, for recognition, so on and so forth. Like there are a bunch of things. But what I really believe in is that everyone is here also for the larger cause. Pretty much, everyone sacrifices a lot to be doing what they are doing at the leadership level, and therefore creating platforms for having deeper conversations, I think, is the key to sort of melt down those discomforts that you might have, to be able to have those conversations to say, this is how we can work, and let's acknowledge that there are going to be these competitiveness there, but as long as we can deal with it in a fair way, figure out roles for ourselves, then we can solve that. Like asking for trust, Girish, with no disrespect, of course it's the most important thing, is like starting at a very, very difficult end, right? When it happens, it's magic. But largely it wouldn't happen to begin with. That's the point that I want to make.
And I don't know if I'm just making your point in different words, but I think people, will Yes Bank partner effectively with DXC? I don't know, but I know Gauri and Garima can. And I think sort of goes back again to the skilling at this level too, that people really matter and move these relationships forward. And I think of collaboration as sort of, being in a relationship or, being in a marriage, it's so much easier to do it on your own, but to be with another person or be in a partnership brings an inbuilt check and balance to your own behavior and your own agendas and your own sort of the standards you're setting for yourself. And I think that, again, sort of is, I actually think of collaboration as a deeply personal thing. I think organizationally, perhaps there isn't as much to offer rather than, outside of a theoretical perspective. But individually, I think we feel very rewarded to work with people. And sometimes, CSR can be a lonely job. So it's nice to have people who, sort of fit between silos like we do.
Super. So I hear a lot of, words on trust and communication, people, right? Perhaps if you could reflect on what is the role that transparency also plays, right? And I mean transparency not just in terms of reporting and numbers, but also in acknowledging where there may be a little bit of failure or underachievement, right? With the 31st March sword always hanging around our head, how does this really play, right?
I think that's a non-negotiable, I feel. I think there needs to be complete transparency, and I think the way to solve for that, like Sagarika mentioned, is communication. And I think in such cases, it's better to over-communicate than to have less communication. Be it through regular check-ins, be it through collaborative course corrections, be it through doing site visits together. It could be anything, but the idea is communication between the collaborating organizations on challenges, on things that are working, not working, and doing course correction is most critical, and that is what I think will lead to that transparency, which I feel is has to be a non-negotiable if two organizations have to collaborate in the longer run.
I think I should call out that this conference is a great collaboration, right? And maybe you guys should do a masterclass on how you brought it together. But having said that, I think what Gauri said, people, because let's face it, not everyone is transparent. So ultimately it comes down to the chemistry between the folks who are bringing it together, which is why collaboration often fails. I mean, sometimes even it doesn't get to the point of collaboration, just talks break down when you're initially having conversations with whether other corporates or the government or so on, because you're just not able to get on the same wavelength. So yes, ultimately, I would say people.
I think self-reflection, because I think not all lack of transparency is intentional. Some of it just is, what are the demands placed on me within my particular orbit? So I may miss things that are relevant. So, and not to say sort of, so I'm just building on that. I think the first two are critical, but somewhere there is like when I think of NGOs, I think it's really vital and important for them to speak truth to power, because that's a key role they play. I think for CSR, it's really important for us to really build patience and trust, because often we're sort of, run by sales-ruled environments, which think in scale and numbers. But people are happy to set up a plant and give it 3 years to make profit. We don't have the same kind of patience with our NGO partners. So in a lot of ways, we're demanding the lack of transparency. If I'm only going to ask you what you succeeded in, or tell me the number of beneficiaries, or tell us what worked, that is creating for them an environment where they feel compelled to do that. So I do think lack of transparency most often is not intentional. It is that we need to relook at the frameworks we are setting for success, and to allow more fluidity to, and this is personal, but I think numericizing sort of human experience is so reductive. And I think sometimes the lack of transparency also comes as a result of that.
So Sagrika, I can answer your question. What brought us all together is Suresh's selfies, yeah, and Girish's call. But jokes aside, I think what I'm hearing is also that there are definitely challenges, right? I can sense from each one of you that there are perhaps partnerships that have not been as long-term or as successful as one would want, right? So keeping track of time, I'm going to put you in spot, and nobody can pass the mic. And each one of you have to probably answer about what is it that went, and this could be a learning, right? Because the previous panel also talked about that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I think it is also important to talk about what sort of failures have we each faced, right? So perhaps if you could talk about what is the factor that led to a break in a collaboration, or the collaboration not achieving the milestones that were set. Yeah.
I think the one that comes first amongst many failures that I'd say we'd have over our 15-year journey in skilling is a few years back, we were in a project with another organization, and I think the understanding on the clarity on what was planned to be done versus what was to be done between the two organizations, I think was missing. And so what was actually being done was different from what one of the organizations were expecting. And as a result of, it's not that there was a 19-20 ka farak, it was diametrically opposite. Let's say if, the expectation was to do training in, let's say, tailoring, but training was happening in IT, something to that extent. And I think that was a huge sort of breakdown of sort of the collaboration due to, I think, complete lack of planning, complete lack of communication, which I think led to some amount of trust deficit, which led to the breakdown of the partnership. But that's the first one that comes to mind because of lack of planning and communication, I think.
I think no names here, but between a corporate and a non-profit, I think it has sometimes broken down because the non-profit has overextended itself or overcommitted, maybe gone into a thematic area that they're not really have the expertise or the proficiency in. Between corporates, it's been leadership changes, strategy changes, those happen. Between corporate and government, I think, and don't quote me on this, Chatham House rules, I'm saying, but when it is led by government affairs or marketing, MOUs are signed, which, well, sometimes lead to nothing.
I would respond it particularly for only multi-stakeholder collaborations. I mean, not bilaterals or so. So in the multi-stakeholder collaborations, every time we have failed, it's been because we underestimated the complexity when we didn't plan. So now the very clear path for us is if you got 8 hours to cut a tree, spend 6 hours sharpening your axe. You've got to plan and plan and plan and account for the complexities that come with humans on the other side, different different goals, not having, as I was talking about, not when you start, can you spend a lot of time creating that shared theory of change so people don't then midway say, ये तो हमारे goals में नहीं है, ये हमारे mission से aligned नहीं है. So I think those are key aspects, and whenever we haven't done them because of the pressures, work pressures, timeline pressures, 31st March, these have eventually led to some kind of a downfall or underperformance.
The only two things that I think in my experience I've seen is the unspoken power dynamics that exist sometimes, either between a funder and a grantee or two corporates of different sizes, and the unspoken assumptions of what role one will play. And sometimes those are hard to outline at the outset. You know, you don't even understand that you're carrying this baggage with you. And the second, I think, probably long-term vision. You know, you could start off at the same place, and I think you sort of touched on that a little bit, but whether you want to really grow in scale or in go at a slower pace and then perfect certain things. Again, not some things you often know at the outset. You know, you could say 5 million people in 5 years is one thing. Year 3, you realize that of those, whatever we've done, it's not the kind of training you wanted. You need to go back to the drawing board. The willingness to do that and to change together, probably is.
So I hear planning, I hear expectation setting, I hear you know, agility for the program to adapt as and when we move and we face realities in the community. So great. So we'll, before I open the house for questions, just one word on what is the power of collaboration in your mind. One word.
Thank you.
I think humility. I think it keeps you humble, it keeps you honest. And we need those mirrors.
I think it's a magic for me.
I'm totally blank, but I agree with both of you said.
I think success. I think that's what leads to success. Yeah.
So we can have 2-3 questions from the house. Yes, please.
Can I?
The lady in red.
Okay, so let me just go. Sorry, so I wrote the question little before. So I think I heard the discussion quite you know, very much in an attentive mood, and so what I wanted to understand, like, what do you, because there was a lot of discussion, and in a nutshell, if we have to understand, then what are the major factors for a long-term collaboration? No, because majorly, like, no, we heard the discussions around that, but in a nutshell, if we have to say that, what are the major factors that actually leads to you know, for long-term collaboration? And also, do you think collaboration every time should be symbiotic in nature, so that no, both or 3 or 4 parties, all of them are mutually benefited? Or like, do you think that if there are 10 organizations, or like all of them are moving towards a particular goal, but the inputs of all the organizations are exclusive in nature? So I think there are 2-3 questions in this. I'm sorry for that.
So I think it's a planted question, huh? Because it was in my radar on the long term, but I couldn't get to it because of the time.
Okay.
But go ahead. Anyone would like to answer?
I actually didn't follow the question completely, to be honest. Long term. I think that's some of the points that we covered, right? What it takes to sustain is the transparency, is the communication, which will help us to understand the challenges more freely, which will help us to really sort of see what is working, what is not working, take course correction, but at the same time ensure that the collaborating organizations are all working towards that one common goal. As long as that common goal and understanding of that goal is aligned, I think all of the things that we spoke about will work as inputs towards achieving that output.
And on your point on symbiotic, I think that's the dream. If you ask me whether it's, the CSR law encouraging corporates to come together, and corporates who are working in skilling, are they all working together? Organizations that are working in skilling, are they all working together? Answer as of now is no, and that's the dream. Yeah, we're getting there, small steps. Now, lady in red. We can hear you, but the video guys will not be very happy.
Well, thank you for this. I just wanted to understand. So we agree that the collaboration, is a very good effort. But we do face challenge. There are several organizations who keep telling us that we cannot work with this particular organization due to some, it could be, he could be a competitor, it could be an ego issue, or, some other issue that we come up with. How do we solve this particular challenge?
I can take the CSR. Secretary, you want to go first? Okay. You're right, and I do think CSR in its sort of conception is inherently vexed, because one might say you're trying to solve the issues capitalism has created, or at least exacerbated, if nothing else, and so it isn't enough to necessarily go and do something. I don't know, work in the environment if your company is producing large-scale plastic, for example. So, and I think at least for CSR, there needs to be a lot more autonomy given to CSR bodies to function as, if not independent entities, to really sort of be true to cause. And I think maybe something for us to reckon with is that sometimes CSR ends up being a soft PR machine for the company. And I think to move away from that. So I think all of this will come with the values-led lobbying conversations and people who are trying to drive the change. CSR is in its adolescence. It's not been around very long. It's now sort of, we're figuring out a lot of these things. And I do hope in the next 10 years that we will get there, where the why of coming together is more about the issue and the cause rather than can you work with this brand or can you be seen on stage together with this competitor.
I also just want to make a small comment. See, earlier, before the CSR law came in, CSR was quite a differentiator, right? And there I would say that there was definitely competition amongst corporates to sort of grab that visibility in the eyeballs. But once the CSR law has come, a lot of mindset has changed ki ye to karna hi hai, what's the big deal, right? So in that sense, as a person who's grown in this field, I'm telling you that there is a lot more collaboration happening, right? So, but a lot of times it is organization, it's the NGO or the community-based organization led, where they come and say that, why don't you take this part of the project and, another corporate is looking at the other part, right? And that's how sometimes collaborations start rather than the other way around. But it's not ideal, it's not completely symbiotic, but it's getting there. So thank you. And Lavina, I hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Garima. Thank you, panelists. Incredible. That was incredible. Thank you for showing us the magic that happens when brilliant minds and diverse organizations come together to create an impact. Thank you so much. To felicitate our panelists, may I please call Ms. Rani Birchmore to come on the stage. First, Ms. Garima Dutt. Thank you so much, Garima, for joining us. Thank you, Girish, for joining the panel. Thank you, Sagarika, for joining the panel. I know it's time for tea. Come on. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Sagarika, for joining the panel. Thank you, Abhishek, for joining the panel. Thank you, Gauri, for joining the panel. Fantastic. Could we please have a group picture with everybody in the front? A round of applause, everyone. Thank you. And now it's time to stretch your legs, refresh your minds, and refuel with some tea and snacks. The tea break is a perfect opportunity to not just indulge in some caffeine, obviously, but also continue to spark conversations, okay? I'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. Everyone, 10 minutes, okay? Tea and cookies shouldn't take more than 10. Come back, we have a fantastic panel set up for you. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we've got the first participant. Yeah, why don't you stand? What's your name? Buddy, what's your name?
Tausif.
Tausif. Hi, Tausif. Welcome to the conference. You want to read what's written on that chit?
Yeah, okay, fine. चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदी के चम्मच से चांदनी रात में चटनी चटाई.
So this is a tongue twister, bud. You have to be like super fast. And you got to say it 3 times like absolutely fast.
Yeah, fine.
Go for it.
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदनी.
Uh-oh. Oops.
Once again.
Oh, yes. Okay, one more time.
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदी के चमचे से चांदनी रात में चटनी चटाई.
बेटा पढ़ना नहीं है. You gotta race. You gotta run. Yeah, of course. Now, someone else.
Yeah.
Come on. One more. We'll give the opportunity to only one more. Can I please request ushers to please bring all of our guests in if the tea is done? Yes. One more. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sakshi.
Sakshi. Hi, Sakshi.
So, चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदी के चम्मच से चांदी रात में चटनी चटाई. चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदी के चम्मच से चांदनी रात में चटनी चटाई. चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदनी चौक में चांदी के चम्मच से चांदनी रात में चटनी चटाई.
Oh my God. Okay, that was fantastic. Which institute are you from?
I'm from Vivekanand Education Society.
That's fantastic. Please tell them they're doing a fantastic job teaching you guys how to do tongue twisters. Love it.
Thank you so much.
Love it. Round of applause. See, she did it. It's tough. It's not an easy one to do. Well done, Sakshi. You just became a celebrity on YouTube. Do we have all our guests in? I'd like to start the next session. All right, so welcome back from the tea break, everybody. I hope you all are feeling refreshed, you all have stretched, all good to go, because we're going to get into the next panel discussion now. So our next discussion focuses on a very critical issue. It's how can we bridge the gap between education and employment? And that too by empowering the youth through internships and structured learning pathways. That's going to be our next topic. Now, I have this very interesting phrase that I heard, almost like a proverb that I heard a few days ago, and I thought this is the perfect time to use it. So, they say, give someone a fish and you feed them for a day. Does anyone know what comes after that? Y'all really need to catch up on your phrases and your proverbs. Sorry, who is that? Yes. Give someone a fish and you feed them for a day. Fabulous! Round of applause, everybody. But if you teach someone to fish, you can feed them for a lifetime. So this panel, okay, it's about teaching young people not just to fish, but also how to navigate the ever-changing waters of today's job market. And so, with this particular session, we will explore how internships, mentorships, and skill-based training can become game changers for the workforce of tomorrow. From creating structured pathways to fostering industry academia, the collaboration, our panelists will dive into solutions that not only educate, but also empower. And so I would love to introduce this incredible panel, the leaders that are going to be driving this discussion. May I please call upon stage Mr. Santosh Abraham, Principal and Lead for Government Engagement at Sattva Consulting. He will be moderating this session. With years of experience in the strategic collaboration and public policy, I promise you he's going to be the perfect guide for this conversation. Welcome. There we go. Next, may I please call Ms. Neha Raghav, Director at WWF, whose work at the intersection of education and sustainability is creating pathways for impact. Please welcome Ms. Neha Raghav. Welcome to the podium. Next, may I please call Mr. Pratyush Panda, CEO of OneStage. He brings a wealth of experience in shaping learning solutions that prepare students for real-world challenges. Welcome to the podium, Pratyush. You all just had tea. Come on, you can do better. Next, I'd like to call upon Dr. Rani Birchmore, Regional Leader for AWS Restart Program at APJC, whose innovative programs are empowering the youth with cloud skills and career readiness. If she's going to share even 1% of what she told me yesterday, I can promise you this panel is going to be fantastic. All right, let's see how we can turn students into skilled professionals with the power of internships and learning pathways. And in that same journey, who knows, maybe some of us could learn a thing or two about brushing up our own skills along the way. So over to you, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And I think I can't match her energy, but I'll try. Hope you guys had good sessions yesterday and today. And we've been talking and deliberating a lot about what skilling means and how the ecosystem can come together to help people. Today, the topic is a mouthful, but I'm going to keep it as internship and apprenticeship as pathways to career progressions, right? So this is what we wanted to debate about. And when I saw this panel, great balance. I have somebody from the corporate sector, I have somebody from the development sector, and I have somebody who was corporate sector, now has gone into helping philanthropies work better. So what a great panel to have to talk about this. So I hope you are all familiar with the alphabets in the apprenticeship world, right? Do you have guys heard of NAPS? NAPS? NATS? Have you heard of the PM internship scheme? Great. So that's a great way to start. And throwing some statistics around, the NAPS scheme caters to about 33 lakh apprentices every, the time it was started in 2016. And the very contrasting factor of NAPS is also, can you guess the amount of women who take apprenticeship out of the 33 lakhs? How many? Yeah? Anybody else? Okay, the number is closer to 5.5 lakhs, right? So that's the amount of participation that apprenticeship has from women. Is it a question of are they not enough? Are they not motivated enough to take this up, or do they not see this as an opportunity as a career path? So that's one, right? And again, another number is that the inclusion of persons with disabilities. While it can be argued that it's a very difficult place to work, in the 33 lakhs, there are about 58,000 odd people who are persons with disabilities who have been part of this apprenticeship scheme. We are a country of about 54% of our people being young, and about 62% between 19 and 59, which is your working age. Now, there is a ton of opportunities that needs to be created. And while we've heard that, the skills are developing, the now is today, the next is tomorrow, and things so on. So there is no gap between sitting down and learning a new skill, then the next set of skills need to happen for you to get employed. So that is what we are trying to see if we can get through to this panel. And first, I would like to go to the corporate, and would like to ask Rani the first question here. Rani, you've been working with AWS and you've been doing a ton of programs in the internship space. How do you see the gap between education and the industry? And also, what has been your insights into how this whole internship space is changing or evolving? Can you throw some light on that?
Thanks for having me here today. Excellent question, right? AWS recently did a study by country in Asia Pacific. And the study showed that employers are finding it difficult to hire talent, but specific talent around cloud skills and tech skills. But at the same time, I hear through my programs that there's lots and lots of students who have got the basic skills, who are finding it hard to get jobs. So there's always a tension and conflict, and I don't think that is going to go away. But to answer your question about internships, I think it is about providing not just work experience, but also skilling, and I think that's a very important point. In the past, when we talk about internships, they come in, they do some role-based tasks, and they get proficient at it, and then they decide whether, the employer decides whether they will hire them. But I know there's lots of students here now, that has changed. It is no longer about the employer evaluating, but it's also the students evaluating. So I think internships are there for anybody to come into an organization and find out if this is what they want to do, and for an organization to decide whether the roles that they brought their interns are what the interns are skewed towards or have a preference towards. So the whole idea of internship is evolving as we see, right? It is not, in the days of apprenticeship, it was very straightforward. Somebody wanted to be a mechanic, they would go and under the guidance of a master, learn the mechanics of being a mechanic. Internships are much more skewed towards innovation, creation, culture, adapting, and having a career pathway from where you start. So I think internships are evolving. What is also evolving as tech roles, specifically talking about tech roles, you are able to do these tech roles from many locations. That wasn't in the past. So I think some of the advances we are seeing also is if tech can be done, if roles can be done remotely, then the internship should also be able to be done remotely. So there's a huge evolution that I'm seeing in that component. If I might take one moment to explain, AWS Restart, which is a program that has been coined specifically for this, but it's not called an internship. So 7 years ago, the program was created when AWS customers and partners were saying they couldn't find talent. So we decided, we've got talent coming from the universities, we have talent upskilling in the workforce. There's a huge talent pool that is not in these two, so we decided to bring net new talent. And as a result, the program was created to facilitate unemployed and underemployed individuals to come into cloud. And it has evolved a lot over the last 6 years. Structured program, but that structure could be called internships because it has live practice, real life scenarios. So I think there are many different programs that exist there that could also compete with internships.
Great, I think, what would be the kind of numbers you're looking at because you work across the globe?
Yeah. So we introduced this program in Asia Pacific 3 years ago. And as of last month, we would have skilled 22,000 graduates. And the number doesn't seem like a very big number when we talk about training, but this is a workplace skilling component. And each student goes through 450 hours of skilling bootcamp. And they have to also do employability skills and soft skills and real-life lab work for them to graduate. So many people have come into the program, but we have been able to skill about 20,000+.
Great. Those are great numbers, right? You're looking at cloud and future technologies. So I have Neha with me. Neha, you're with WWF. And can you tell me how your journey has been in, say, this whole internship place? And also, as an environment organization, you're seeing shifts in how jobs are being created and green jobs becoming one of those key areas. So new area, people don't have too much information. So how are you using this as an opportunity to get people into the workforce?
Thank you, Santosh, for the question. And a few things before I answer that question. One, I'd really like to compliment Dr. Reddy, SRF Foundation, EduBridge, Capgemini, and of course, TISS for putting together this beautiful conference. And I would also take this opportunity to recognize the energy infused by the master of ceremony today. Sitting right over there, I was feeling so excited by the way she was kind of conducting the whole audience. And yeah, that itself is a skill, I think so most young people need. I think so it has already been said in the panel discussion before this. Communication is one of the most important skills. And when we bring young people into a work environment, it cannot be a specific skill. It cannot be all technical focused. In my experience, when they are, fresh graduates brought into a work environment, they get an opportunity to develop a lot more holistically than what they do when they are in the colleges. They encounter challenges, they learn problem solving, they learn to communicate. They also learn a lot of project management, a lot of challenges are thrown at them. Being from the development sector, countering these challenges are everyday business. And they get a taste of all of that. Internship is a very serious business for us. We plan, we make sure that when a young person joins us, goes back enriched with skills to counter the real world when they actually enter the workforce. So internship definitely has to be designed, structured. It should not be something which just happens by chance. You are reached out by a young person and he wants to, just understand how your organization works and just wants to have a brief stint with you. So it's a very serious business for us. We interview lots of candidates, find people with the right attitude. Aptitude definitely, it gets built over time. And it's a very planned thing, If we have time, space, and bandwidth to train this young person to get into the real work environment, we take up that challenge. Of course, we have our limitations to cater to the numbers, the kind of numbers that Rani does. But what we also do along with internships is create tons of volunteering opportunities. Many a times, and we kind of fail to acknowledge that volunteering opportunities can give you same kind of exposure. And it will also, an environment again, and nature is a field that, if it touches you once, it's with you for the rest of your life. I think so most of you will agree. So we have had young people volunteering with us, joining us as intern. This is what their journey has been like. They joined us as interns, became consultants, took up projects, and then they are full-time staff with us. So that's the kind of journey that we have to look at for any young person who is willing to work in the space, in the industry with you. I think so it's extremely important that we track their entire journey, have it mapped out. It may still kind of take a different path and course, but when they are beginning at that point, their journeys should be charted. They should know what they should be looking up to, what kind of development, what are the opportunities that they have. It has to be done very deliberately and in a conscious manner. So that's what we kind of do. I'd like to share one example with you. There was a group of college students who joined us for a project on setting up camera traps in a reserve forest. And this is so exciting, and I know that 5 of those interns who joined us for this particular project continued their journey. They went ahead, did their masters in environmental sciences, and then they came back. So this is how internship and volunteering can actually set you on a path, chart your whole professional journey going forward. So of course, I'm extremely passionate about nature and environment. So I think it's important that we put more and more people onto this path. When it comes to employment and green jobs, I don't isolate green with jobs. I think so every job needs greening. Whether you're an architect, you can be a green architect. Whether you're a journalist, you can definitely be a nature journalist. So I think so we should now start, looking at every job with the lens of nature and environment. So that's something to kind of conclude my answer.
Great. I think that's a good understanding of how people take up and find a passion after an internship. A segue into my next question. There was a survey done by a couple of folks, and they said 60% of all the college students that they had interviewed said that they would like to do an internship. But unfortunately, they felt that only 25% of them were able to get internships. And also we see that the numbers of, so let's say there are about 203 lakh companies that are registered on the apprenticeship portal. And they open out opportunities. And about 47,000 have been active because some of them have not been able to get folks, and then they've dropped out. So my question to you, Mr. Pratyush, you've traversed the corporate world and now in the philanthropy space. What is the role of educational institutions and also other organizations to ensure that there is awareness, or what is that role to improve these numbers of people either getting accepted or taking up internships as an opportunity?
Hello. Thank you for that question. Before I answer your question, let me give you some data for the sector. So I got fascinated by a GNU PhD scholar who completed his PhD in 2011-12, which says in India by 2025, means by next year, 25 crores unemployed youth will be there. Those will be 12th, pass, fail and below. So it is educated, uneducated youth, and they are also unemployed. And he concluded that might create a big, huge unrestlessness in our country in different shape and size, which we could see today. That motivated me to go further deep dive on that. And I completed my PhD on climate change and public policy in India. And one of the parameters was this. So I must tell you one findings of my thesis is, by 2040, 40 crores unemployed youth will be in India if not proper care has been taken by this through public policy. And more interestingly, these 40 crores will be highly educated one. Situation could be more alarming because until 25 they were uneducated and unemployed. Now they will be educated and unemployed. Probably all those things might have led to Prime Minister's apprentice scheme, which was initiated in India. Top 5% companies are participating in that. By the way, how many of you are here between age 21 and 24? If you can raise your hands. 21 to 24? Roughly maybe 20% kind of thing, 15-20%. And this is especially for that. Coming to the role that education institution, the civil society, corporate can play on these things is, education institution, why this apprenticeship program or internship programs are being designed now. We have seen those were today of like 40 plus kind of age group, the kind of education we have gone through. There are a bit of vocational training was inbuilt into all those processes by virtue of we are coming. I came from a pure government school, from a village background of Orissa, pretty interior space. So for us, every day it's like a vocational was inbuilt. I have to go through bicycle to 5 kilometers or come back twice to the school. And on the way to explore a lot of other things. You have to write down your own notebooks. Going tuition, coaching was never thought of. In anyone from our government school used to go to coachings, it is understood that ye bachcha thoda weak hai. We came from those backgrounds. Now, these days it's just reverse kind of things. So today's education is more has gone theoretical. A second space to our new age Gen Z kind of students, for them, getting closer to vocational internship is, there is hardly any space left by the parents, by the school colleges, by the education institution, or even by the larger society and government. There is hardly any space for them. So their education institution can play a role by creating these kind of activities within the school where people start learning even during, new age NEP says standard 6 onwards can start play. I'll give you one more example. Two of the friends from Europe, they came back to India, started PWD schools. They left Europe after working 14 years and started their own school in close to my home place in Orissa. So they were teaching geometry to the student while brick work was going on. The very next day, a local journal made a big news. Dr. Sibais is making child labor of this student. So imagine if you student going through internship, and even if government teacher cannot dictate, can request the student to do sweeping in the classroom. Forget about rest. Again, those kind. So we are seeing our student different way. That is one reason why the internship is going away from the present student. Coming to civil society organizations, I must tell, this PM internship program will be such a big one. I think even 5 to 6 lakh NGO need to work for next 5 years around this to help corporate or government to get it realized. There is enough space on those lines. So we all has to show agility on those lines. Design, screen, create these students readily available for the corporate to get those sponsorships. Else, there might be money, there might be student, nobody will there to bridge the gap. That gap can be easily be bridged by civil society. Coming to corporate, government has given a list of 500 who are supposed to do. Good thing is, there are corporate, those are below 500 list also, are now jumping into this space for internships. So internships is mandatory, has to be done. It was there earlier, and now it is more formalized through government, and it will have a long way to go in India. Back to you.
Great, yeah. I think the latest numbers about there are 125,000 openings, and I think there are 625,000.
They've opened for 5 days from 21st of this month to 25th for 1.25 lakh students. Number of applications reached 6.84 as on in 5 days time. In 5 days time.
Right. So that brings us to another problem. No? How do you do internship at scale? Right. You cannot. So let's say, for example, even if you have to realize the dream, top 500 companies, each of them have to take 4,000 people every year for 5 years to be able to complete that entire internship, which, very strict guidelines saying you have to stay for a year. The training component cannot be more than 6 months of the total internship program. So again, coming back to Rani, so one of the things that we see is this scaling. Any of you can answer. How do you see the scaling happening? Because let's say, for example, I might be wrong on this. So if I'm a IT company that is very strict on my internal policies of security device, and I have like 2,000 students coming every year to do internships. How do I do that? How do you get that? How do I cross that line? That's one of these questions. I think there is a question: are we putting the cart before the horse? That kind of questions. But I know there are answers, but I'd like to hear some of the things that you guys are doing to do. Yeah, any one of you can answer. Yeah.
No, just to answer in one line, maybe India with 140 crores, you are right. Anything and everything has to be done in a scale. Otherwise, it has no value. I was just talking to our friend. Your island of prosperity will never survive in the ocean of poverty. So if anything which is not scalable, I request everyone, academics, NGOs, corporate, don't spend time, energy, money there. It will scale because government is directly being the backbone for this project. Now they have started with few cities, and it has to go to all states, and especially to tier 3 kind of township and rural areas. Third, if you see last 20-25 years, there enough new industry has came up. Earlier in our childhood, we used to see 3 names: Tata, Birla, Dalmia. now people can talk about at least 300 names and excluding startups. So there is no doubt how to get it done. Only thing is to, again, previous session we heard about the collaboration and how we can do in a team efforts. I think challenges will be there, how we join hand between the civil society, the corporates and the government to get it realized in that 12 months time, humanly possible.
I can talk about an experience, a recent experience. So we have students from, I'll just talk about in 18 countries in Asia. So we have students, and during the last couple of years where there has been an assault in all of the IT companies with layoffs and redundancies and all kinds of madness. So one of the things we found that if we couldn't give, because the program's outcome, program AWS Restart's outcome is to actually place students, right? And there was a challenge. So this challenge allowed us to evaluate how do we provide at scale an equivalent of an internship, but virtually. And so this experiment involved 11 countries, and it was orchestrated by several organizations that we collaborated with. So the students who completed the Restart program were then put through an 8-week virtual internship. So we had to build it, right? At first go, we did it for about 100 students. And what we realized is for an internship to work, you need to have the candidates. You need to have employers who are willing to put their students through, and an organization that can manage a capstone project with them, because when you're thinking at scale, you need a leveling field, a project that brings everybody together. And whether it is in green energy, whether it's for the gig economy, whatever, right? So we brought that together and we put a pilot in place. And I'm very happy to say the result of the pilot then led to, in less than 6 months, to run internships for 1,800 candidates. And what that actually meant is, I think Girish mentioned this in his panel, let those organizations use what they specialize at and they're good at, bring them together for a solution. So we had content, we had the ability to build a very fast platform to manage these students across countries. We needed to think about language, the different languages, and I'm talking completely different languages from 18 countries. How do we help them level before they go into an internship? Who is going to build that employer-driven capstone projects that could make sense for many different kinds of employers, and also the vertical experience that Neha talked about. Because when you are talking about capstone project and scenarios to give people real life experience, they are mostly entrenched in vertical needs, right? So it was a green energy project, there was a climate action project, there was an AI project. So those projects and capstones were then briefed to the employers who wanted to participate, and we did it. And I think at the very beginning, we had a lot of learnings, and very quickly getting that feedback loop to ensure that we are twigging it as we go. As of 2 nights ago, that number had gone up to 2,800 virtual internships. Now that's not the important part, to be honest. It's important, but the outcome is out of that 2,500+ people, 1,500 of them got gainful employment following the internship from various people. So some of the employers who are on the internship program actually hired the students, and those who were not able to hire, we gave them a resume that was so highly built to build their portfolio of what they could do, and they got jobs. So I think scaling is super important to be able to get to the areas that we normally would not get to for internship projects.
Just to add to that, I think so I would really be concerned about the quality of internships that can be offered to these children, who join us as interns. So to be able to engage youth who do not have the ability and skills to work in that setting, it's a huge challenge. It has to be structured very well. Something that, we are beginning to experiment with, and I'd love to share that with all of you, is pre-internship skilling program. And I'll share one example with you, something that we will now be, initiating, is a naturalist training program where we are identifying youth, who are working in the landscapes where there's a lot of tourism, there are the national parks and the reserve forests. We are identifying youth who have had some exposure to this domain. We identify them. For 2 weeks, we do intensive training for them to be naturalists, build their capacity, provide them with resources, and then put them, partner with community-based organization to create these internship opportunities for them, and also track their journey over the next 2 years to see that following this internship, whether they have built the skills to be a part of the ecotourism industry or not. So I think so it's extremely, paramount that we track their journeys right from, this pre-internship skilling program till they find employment and they are able to earn their livelihoods through that. So I think so we need to look at it from end to end rather than just focusing on that 6 months of internship that we have to offer. Thank you.
Great. I think, a LinkedIn survey that was done in 2003 with corporate said 70% of them recognized, internship as a very critical thing to have. And I think about 50% of them were being absorbed by the company itself. So I think it's creating that workforce that they require, the now and the just-in-time hire. So you brought a very important factor to the conversation. Is how do you measure this? How do you measure the outcome? How do you measure the success? We do internships at scale. Now, how do you tell that somebody's done something with the internship? So that's, I think, a challenge to a lot of these skilling organizations as well, because when it shows outcome, then what do we show as, what is the show and tell when it comes to internship? So any thoughts on that?
2-3 things very clearly. The present generation Gen Z, again, previous session we were discussing about CTC part. So immediately post 1 year of internships, the placement salary, annual salary will be for sure in their mind, will be first parameter in their mind. Having said that, that should not be the only one thing. It is also about the the psychosomatic support that has been given, the personality that's been built up, the leadership, team building quality has been built up in those interns, will take these interns in the long run. Otherwise, I always say to new generation boys and girls, don't look at your salary in the first month or first year. Try to envisage how much you'll be drawing 20 years down the line. Even if you are highly materialistic, imagine 20 years down the line. Even if you only say with Than Gopal kind of thing, try to see 20 years down the line. If you see only first year, you may be cheated by your employer. But if you want to go on those lines, you have to learn a lot while working today to achieve that goal. So that should be in mind first always. Other thing is, I'll give you one example. I was for 12 years, I was with SEC. 1958, SMTI came out. It is called Suman Mulgaonkar Technical Institute in Kaimur. Imagine a vocational internship training center. The center is the border of the cement factory on the boundary. It's a 5 acres of land. They do select only student with ITI pass out, same 20 to 25 age group max. And there's a pan-India selection. If you get select, Everything is free inside. So they, from 61 onwards, they take care of English, your behavioral sciences of each candidate, your mathematics up to the level of calculus derivatives. And in 1 year, they complete everything. And for them, the moment there is a gate in the boundary, the moment the boundary is open, entire factory is the lab. When IT student doesn't get any job, they apply there. After 1 year, now they are drawing 60 to 70,000 every year. If you go with SMTS certificate today, anywhere, cement sector, nobody will take your interview. They'll ask, salary kya loge bolo. That's the, I know, for 70 years. So, and you have to build up all those along with your cities part.
Can I add just to that? So before we started this internship program, we actually asked our graduates, most of them from the ages of 18 to 30, what does success look like for you when you finish this internship? It was very interesting because a lot of the information was not, I'm old, so it's not what I would have said, right? It's a new generation. So firstly, it started with, I need to get a job, paying job. Then it was, I need flexible work environment, right? I need to be my authentic self, a company that gives me that. So there was 100 or so free flow text that came from the survey. But it was very interesting. There was one student who responded, to change my livelihood from where I am to the next level. But then we deduced all of those questions, and what they were prioritizing was getting a job. For them, it's that first step inside. So sometimes it gets lost in translation, and maybe we can bring that translation back with the students here. But yeah, it's very varied, right? As an employer, for me, success is that I find the right people with the right culture and the right innovation and the right skills and the lifelong learning methodology so they can be adaptable. That's important as an employer, right? And in AWS, that doesn't mean a cloud associate, an engineer. It also means a business analyst, a sales or marketing person, whoever, right? But for the students, it's very different.
Absolutely. I think there are different matrices that can be used, and I think it's about skill acquisition or salaries or opportunities that are coming new. So I think that is what we wanted to come. So we are talking about our perspective of what internship is. So I know you're from TISS and other colleges. You already have internship built into your program. Can one of you share your experience of what it was and how it felt doing the internship? Did it really change something in you? Anybody from the audience, any of the students? Yeah, come on. Public speaking is one of those things that you learn. And, don't be shy. None of you had any internship opportunities? No? Please go ahead. I think, can you pass a mic there? No, you can say if it is contrary to whatever we have spoken and such that you're glorifying this, nothing like this happens. That's fine.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to share my internship experience with TechnoServe India. It was Sustainable Gwar Initiative project in Bikaner, Rajasthan, and I was a part of impact assessment study. And this was very paid internship, and all the expenses were covered. And that's the reason I chose that internship, to be very frank. Then, because that was the first factor. Because I have to stay in Bikaner, Rajasthan, I have to manage my expenses. So that was the first factor. Then for the exposure, I would say I got exposure to from like initiate how to ideation of the project happens, and then what implementation, what is the agency that works on the ground, and how we take care of participatory approach, means views from the farmers we take into our action and reform our program. That all was exposed to me, and everything was told at the till the level of data analysis. Means after collection of data, how we analyze and how we recommend the practice, everything was told to me. That experience was very nice. Lastly, I want to ask a question to panel. My internship was very good, but when I compare with my friends, other fellow mates, so few did not have exposure to paid internships. So first, there was no motivation. Second thing, when it is not paid internship, sometimes it happened that companies are also not looking at employee, like they are just giving some work, make this report and something, and not that skills that which I had a exposure in my internship company. So at your company, when we are talking about a PM internship program and skilling at this level, so how do you think you would be able to manage this much crowd with the quality of internship? Because at the end of the day, I am not just politicizing this, but it might be that unemployment rate is very high and somewhere engage in the youth, so why not to internship? And that is also with very small amount. Thank you. So what, and I would also like to know, since you are a very big company giant, so what steps you would take to ensure this? Thank you.
Yeah, I think, anyway, the PM internship is a paid one, so you don't have to worry. The government is going to shell out money. It's like at least 5,000 rupees a month. So I think one of the challenges that it's been is unpaid versus paid internship. It's always been there. I think it's not going to go away. But, you know, the flip side is, again, you know, at least in a country like India, for us, internship is not means to get a job, but it's never a opportunity to pursue a passion. In most other places, you know, are you doing your master's, right, here? If you had an internship experience while doing your undergrad and you are passionate about environment, would you have done this or would I have done an environmental science course? The question is that, right? So I'm not belittling your question. The idea is that internship as a pathway to jobs at a time when you are looking at pursuing a passion, that becomes much more meaningful, and the motivation is not money there. The motivation is to learn. So that is one set of what we call as intrinsically motivated kind of people that pick up internships that relate to them, what they're doing in their lives, right? But completely hear you. You have any rebuttal on this?
Just one point I'd like to make here. I think so you've summed it up very well, the entire experience, and hence I mentioned the quality of internships would be my big concern when we are talking about scale. But I think so it's also about how we perceive internships to be, right? Whether you are looking at internship opportunity as, you know, as maybe an opportunity where you can get first-hand experience of what this, you know, work, the industry looks like. That could be, you know, one of the goals with which you can enter the internship space. I'll give you one quick example. So my son is a journalist. He went to a college in Bangalore, and they would not call the students, you know, as students. They said these are trainee journalists. They made them work exactly like interns, and you know, we paid a fee for that. So I think so for what, that's how you, I think so the perception needs to change how you are looking at those 6 months of, you know, your exposure to the real world and the work atmosphere. So with that, I think so it will be a lot easier, but I also understand you had the very right goal in mind at that point of time when you got into that internship. You needed to earn some money, and definitely a lot of children will look at paid internships. But I think so your focus should be on identifying the right organization to intern with and the right kind of exposure that you will get working at that organization, so that following that internship, you know, where you are going to land, you know, should be the larger focus. So those 6 months, whether paid, unpaid, or whatever, will be all worth it.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
In your son case, you paid or they paid?
I paid. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Seriously, I have a concern here. When 5 crores people in India go to their bed empty stomach, imagine how many of them will be having money to go for such paid internships. Does it mean that we should bar them? Coming back to his questions on heads up and more power to you what you did. And TechnoSub is a very structured organization. I know them pretty well. You must have learned. I'll give you an example of a boy, Niranjan, who came from XMB for internship with me when I was heading sustainability and CSR at SEC. I'm talking about 2018-19. He went back after 35 days and he called me, sir, can I join you for 5-7 days during Dasara ka chutti hai hamare yahan? Can I come? And I'm like, 7 दिन में क्या करोगे sir? I'll work 24/7. I only arranged his stay food at a plant at Chhattisgarh called Jamul near Bhelai steel plant. 7 days he worked like 12 to 14 hours. उसको क्या सीखना था? Query to customer. How can I put sustainability, corporate sustainability across each value chain? You know today he is EY senior consultant sitting in Gurgaon drawing as good as my salary in 5 years experience. And he always says कि sir ये मेरे को काम आया था. Seriously, and we all need to, and especially those who are in corporate, we all need to encourage those pre-passes to people, those who are, theoretically sound and also passionate for the same subject like you were talking.
Yeah,
sorry.
Absolutely. So thank you. I think we need to conclude here because time's up the last 3 minutes. So I think in summary, what we can look at it as there are 4 lenses of looking at this whole internship and apprenticeship scheme. I think the first lens is from the learner. What do you want to learn? Where do you want to go? The second is from the employer. What are you looking for? What are the skills that you need and how can you hone them, right? And third is for the society to say, what are the opportunities that I provide for this to happen? And fourth is the government. There's a clear mandate of how I want to work with young people. So I think more power to you and all the interns. Thank you so much for patient listening. Thanks once again, EduBridge, SRF, and Capgemini for making this happen.
A big thank you to our panelists for such a thoughtful and impactful discussion. Now, to felicitate our panelists, may I please call upon Mr. Puneet Kamra to come on stage. You know, from internships to learning pathways, you've shown us how truly, how we can empower the next generation to transition. Yes, Mr. Santosh Abraham, everybody. Thank you for joining our panel. Ms. Neha Raghav, thank you for joining our panel. Mr. Pratyush Panda, thank you so much for joining our panel. And Ms. Rani Birchmore, thank you for joining our panel. Thank you. May we please have a group picture in the front? Thank you. Round of applause, everybody. You know, the energy looks a little down. While we have the setup being put together for the next session, how about I ask you guys a quick question, okay? This one's a general knowledge question, and it's tough, okay? So this one is, which of the following, ABCD, KBC, remember, is considered to be one of the largest employers in India? Ready? Understood the question? Which of the options that I give you is going to be one of the largest employers in India? Ready? Option A, Reliance Industries. Option B, the Government of India. Option C, Tata Consultancy Services. Option D, Bollywood. Please raise your hands, and I will come to you and ask you the question. No, you got to raise your hand. I'm going to take it only when I can see your hand. Yes, ma'am, right there. Sorry? Oh, I thought no one was going to get it, and I thought I learned this, but you've got the right answer. It's the Government of India. Okay, so we had some goodies coming to you just in a short time. Well done. See, I can ask GK questions too. It's not just the tongue twisters. So now, as we move on, we're going to hit a pause button, not just on the agenda, but on stress itself, okay? Life is full of pressures, and we all need a moment to breathe, reset, and then recharge. And so this special session, Relax, Play, Thrive, which is managing stress in a stressful world, is here to help us do exactly that, okay? And as they say, you know, it's not stress that kills us. What is it? If it's not stress that kills us, then what is it? It's a reaction to it that kills us, you know? So today, we learn how to manage that reaction, take control, and thrive, whether it's at work or home or anywhere in between. And now this much-needed session will be led by Ms. Anuja Lunia, a stress strategist, physiotherapist, and a behavioral health coach. With her expertise in guiding people through the challenges of modern life, Anuja has helped countless individuals to find balance, resilience, and joy. And she's here to remind us that stress could be inevitable, but thriving it is always a choice that one can make. So over to you, Anuja. Love to learn from you.
Hello. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction, Lavina. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session. Before we begin, I have a small request. I'd like all of you to participate with me in this conversation so we can make our interaction more interesting and impactful. So shall we start with a quick poll? Okay, amazing. How many of you have ever felt stressed? Please raise your hand. Now, keeping your hand raised, look around the room. Just look around. You're not alone, right? Irrespective of what your job titles are, what you do, or your achievements, we all have experienced stress, right? So like you can see on the screen, our topic for today is Relax, Play, and Thrive, managing stress in a stressful world. So today, in the next 15 minutes, we're going to cover 3 focus areas. What is stress regulation, right? Why is it the need of the hour? 2 activities to experience stress regulation, and how is it different from stress management. So are we ready? Excellent. So the thing is, digital transformation is incredible. I'm sure you know that from the last 2 days, right? The opportunities and possibilities we have today, we couldn't even have imagined it a decade ago. We have AI today. We have endless connectivity today. But there is one downside to it. Can anyone tell me what's the downside of all this transformation? Less of human interaction, yes. Low productivity, okay. And? We are connected all the time. Yes. All of this causes only one thing. Stress, right? The overwhelm. So why is there overwhelm, right? So you do agree with me if I say that technology is evolving faster than ever before. But our nervous systems is still stuck in the Stone Age, right? Our biology hasn't evolved to match the pace of our modern lives today. Would you agree? Yes, excellent. So, when we talk about upskilling for tech, for work, for education, how many of us actually think about upskilling for managing stress? Do we think of stress as, oh, I love that, thank you so much. Okay, so we have one person here saying that they think about upskilling for managing for stress, but most of us, and from what I've seen in my professional experience, most people see stress as an inconvenience. It's something we push through or something that we ignore till we can't anymore, right? But does this strategy work? No. Yeah, from my experience, I can tell you it does not. For the last 20 years, I have experienced chronic health flares. I've struggled with chronic health issues, which made me realize that stress is not an inconvenience. It's a warning. It's your body telling you, pay attention or I will make you pay attention. Okay? And especially in the last 4 years, when I had intense back-to-back chronic health flares, I realized it's not about managing stress, but it's about understanding and regulating your stress. Right? There's a difference. So when I say that we're going to relax, play, and thrive today, what we're going to do is we're going to learn 2 activities. We're going to play 2 activities, basically. Because when you learn, when you play to relax, you actually truly begin to thrive. Right? So shall we start with a simple activity? Excellent. How many of us have experienced overthinking or non-stop racing thoughts? Maybe randomly in the day, maybe every morning before you sleep. Oh, a lot of us. Excellent. So shall we say hello to these thoughts today? Okay. What I'd like you to do is right now, focus on the constant chatter happening in your mind right now. You can close your eyes, you can keep your eyes open, both work. Just observe the voice in your head, the voice that's always talking, commenting, judging. Just pay attention, don't get caught up in it. Now make the voice say hello in your head. Can you hear yourself saying hello in your head? Yes, you can, because you're not that voice, you're not that thought, right? Now let's make that voice say hello 3 to 4 times. Can we do that? In your head, make that voice say hello 3 to 4 times. Now make it say hello one more time, but shout it out loudly in your head. As loud as you can go in your head. Can you feel the stillness in your mind after shouting it out loud? Or maybe the intensity of your thoughts have slowed down? If yes, please raise your hand. Oh, we have some hands. That's nice. Excellent. All right. Now the next activity is a simple visualization. Has anyone ever tried visualization? Okay. How many of us have daydreamed? When we are bored, we are sitting in class, and we have nothing to do, we daydream. So daydreams are visualizations, basically. So we all have daydreams, right? So let's try a very simple, quick visualization. I want all of you to close your eyes and imagine holding a small, deflated balloon. Now take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, imagine releasing all your stress, all your fears, worries, tension into the balloon, filling it up. Once you fill the balloon, tie the balloon up and watch it rise gently from your hands up into the air. Watch it rise higher and higher, taking all your stress with it. Watch it rise higher till it disappears from view. Open your eyes when you're ready. How are we feeling? Calmer? I can't hear anything. Lighter? Or stressed out? Sleepy? Excellent, you relaxed. Excellent, all right. So is anyone wondering how did these techniques work so quickly and were effective in such a short time? Anyone wondering? Yes, we have someone wondering. Thank you. Okay. So the reason these techniques work so well and so quickly is because they tap directly into your nervous system. Okay? Now, unlike stress management, where we get advice like do breathing exercises, meditate, or exercise, which is good advice, but it's incomplete because stress regulation basically starts by understanding your nervous system state and then using the appropriate tool to regulate your nervous system state, right? So what is this nervous system state? Does anyone know? What are nervous system states? Okay. So your nervous system basically is always moving between 3 primary states, okay? So let's take a simple example to understand what are these 3 states. So you yourself can tomorrow know which nervous system state you're in. Okay, let's say that you are driving your favorite car downhill. So when you're driving your car downhill, we always keep the brake engaged to maintain our speed, right? Now your nervous system has a similar brake called the vagus nerve. Now when your nervous system's brake is engaged, you're always going to feel grounded, balanced, and regulated. Okay? Now let's say that you have to increase the speed of your car while you're driving downhill. So you release the brake a little bit. When you release the brake, your nervous system is going to shift into something called as a sympathetic or the fight or flight response. How many of us have heard of fight or flight response? It's all over social media nowadays. Yes, we have, right? So what happens in this fight or flight response is that your body is making you ready by giving you the energy and focus to meet demands. So you can think about maybe you have to meet a deadline, or you have an upcoming exam which you're prepping for, or you're submitting a trek, or you are running away from danger. So all of these situations, your body is releasing energy and focus for you to meet that demand. But also in the fight or flight state, you're going to feel on edge, anxious, agitated, or reactive. You may experience a racing heart or a dry mouth, or you may have fast breathing, or you may feel so much energy in your body that you need to walk it off. All of these are signs that your nervous system is prepping you for danger. Now this danger can be real or perceived. Are we good till here? Okay. The third state of the nervous system happens. So let's say you're driving your car downhill. You can't control the speed even with the brake engaged, so you pull the handbrake. So when your nervous system pulls the handbrake, you move into a state called as freeze, right? So when you're in freeze, it is basically your body's protective mechanism. So think of it of when you procrastinate, right? You have to do the job, but you don't feel like doing it right now. Or you feel like everyone's going out for a party, but you don't feel like interacting with anyone at that moment. You don't feel like connecting socially. You may feel stuck. You may feel shut down. You may feel numb. All of these experiences happen when you're in the state of freeze. So the key here is that when you know your nervous system state, when you know which nervous system state you're in, you can choose the right tool to regulate your stress, recover completely from the stress response, and become more resilient. Does that make sense? Okay. So can we try a quick reflection activity where I'd like you to just look back to the last time you were stressed, or the last few times when you were stressed, and think about what was your nervous system state? Which nervous system state did you shift into most often when you were stressed out? Was it fight or flight? Was it freeze? Did you have a racing heart? Did you have stiff shoulders? Did you procrastinate? What was it? You don't have to tell me, just reflect for a second. Okay. Have you reflected? If yes, please raise your hand. Oh, excellent. All right. So now, why do we need to know about stress regulation? Why do we need to know which nervous system state we are in? And how does it play a role in the larger scheme of things, right? Now, stress doesn't just impact how you feel. It impacts how you think. It changes how you connect with others. It actually influences every decision that you take every single day. So stress, the impact of stress is not personal. It's not just to you. It is actually collective. So the thing here is that when we are democratizing digital, tech, education, we also must be democratizing emotional equity. When you're making stress regulation accessible to all, you're not going to just support yourself or the individuals who are getting that support, but you're actually bringing about a ripple effect of better decisions. which is going to drive the innovation, the inclusion, and the impact we are looking to create over here today. So what I would like you to do is just think of one thing that you would like to take back from this 15-minute talk that you feel that you can implement in your life. Just one thing. So do we have that one thing? Yes. Okay, excellent. So if you're still curious, if you still have questions, I would love to continue this conversation. You can, because it's nearly lunchtime and I'm sure everyone's hungry, I am. So you can meet me at my stall. You can ask me your questions there. You can maybe share your thoughts with me about today's talk. You can also experience a few other stress regulation activities. And you can also check out my upcoming book called Relax, Play, Thrive, which has 111 activities similar to what we have tried today. And the book helps you play your stress away. So I would love to see you at the stall, answer your questions, interact with you more. Thank you, everyone, for your energy and time today. And thank you, EduBridge, SRF Foundation, Capgemini, and ETIS for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuja. That was a much-needed session indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I please call Ms. Neha Raghav to felicitate Anuja?
Hello. So much.
Everybody, stress, no? She just eased you of your stress. A big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anuja. It was great to have you here. Now, see again, our volunteers are going to be busy setting up the stage for the next panel.
Thank you.
Yeah? So how about GK again? Or, yeah, I think GK is good, no? Because if I were to ask you another tongue twister, you'll not pay attention to the panel. You'll keep practicing the tongue twister till you get it. Isn't it? So we'll do GK now, okay? Now, there's a very interesting question that I have, which is, can you tell me, so again, KBC everyone, ready? Yeah, you got to raise your hands if you know the correct answer, okay? So the question is, which of these applications, and we spoke about this yesterday, so which of these applications, it's a tech-enabled application, is widely used for learning languages, okay? Now, option A, Spotify. Option B, Duolingo. Option 3, Netflix. Or option 4, my favorite, Book My Show. So we go where? There. Duolingo. She's right. Rupa got it. Well done. Well, and see, I told you we have a fabulous team of volunteers. They've done our setup for us. So we're going to shift gears to one of the most exciting conversations of the day, which is empowering India, the future of work, technology, and talent. Now, this particular session will explore the intersection of technology and talent and how advancements in AI, cloud computing, and other technologies are shaping the jobs of tomorrow. And how can we prepare India's workforce to seize these opportunities? I'd love to introduce the panel. It's a stellar lineup of experts. May I first please call upon Mr. Puneet Kamra, Vice President of Talent Acquisition at Capgemini India, who will be moderating the session for us. With his vast experience in shaping talent strategies, Puneet is a visionary leader in tech space, and who better than him to lead this session? Next, may I please call upon stage Mr. Revan De Silva, EVP and India leader for Cloud and Custom Business Line at Capgemini. He's at the forefront of cloud innovation and business transformation. Welcome, Mr. De Silva. We welcome you to stage. Next, may I please call Mr. Abhinash Mohapatra, Head of Campus Recruitment and Relations at KPIT Technologies, whose initiatives have redefined how organizations connect with young talent. Welcome, sir. Next in line, may I please call Mr. Girish Ramana, Group CEO of Test Yantra Software and QSpiders, who has been instrumental in skilling thousands of professionals in IT and software testing. Welcome to the stage. Next, may I please welcome Ms. Neeti Sharma, CEO of TeamLease Digital, a trailblazer in learning and staffing solutions, and they're shaping the future of employability in India. All right, everybody, let's dive into a session that's all about tech, talent, and transformation. And who knows, we might just leave here with a vision for the future that's brighter than your phone screens. Over to you, Mr. Puneet Kamra.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Hello? Yeah, all right, good, thank you. All right, it's a privilege to be here to moderate this panel discussion on a theme which is about shaping our country's future, about empowering India. I am Puneet Kumra, and I have a group of leaders with me, which will be sharing their invaluable insights upon this topic. That their collective expertise actually spans across technology, business, talent management, education, and we are fortunate to have them here to share their insights. So without further ado, I'll start and I'll set the stage, for our discussion. Let's begin with a bigger picture overall. And let me ask this first question to Neeti you. What do you envision as the future of work for India? And what emerging trends should individuals and organizations be mindful of?
Sure. Thanks, Puneet. Good afternoon, everyone. So the future of work, or the world of work, is actually changing extremely rapidly. Given the change in automation and digitalization in all our organizations, be it tech or the various non-tech industries, so every day there is something new happening at our world of work. There is constant shift in jobs that are coming in right now. Of course, there are some jobs that are going away. But the upside is there are lots of new jobs getting created every single day as we speak. What does that mean for organizations and for job seekers, right? What it means is there's a shift in skill set requirement. It means that organizations need to be agile, but so should the job seekers be, right? Every day is a new day. You cannot stay or rest on your past laurels. All of us here are learning every single day. Every new candidate coming into the labor market is required to learn every single day. So a lot of shifts happening on the skill set and the employment opportunity front, right? Having said that, we know that today we are living in a hybrid world, which means the world of work or the future of work is also going to be hybrid, right? Something that we've seen from our vantage point is that the first time we start interviewing any candidate, be it freshers or laterals, the first question that comes to us is, what's the model of working? Do I need to go to office every single day? And the moment you say yes, by the way, the job seeker backs off. Saying, hey, you know what, I need a hybrid model. Let me work maybe 2 days from office, but the rest 3 days from, if it means beaches of Goa, so be it. Right? So it's not work from home anymore, by the way, it's work from anywhere. It could be a movie theater, it could be a auditorium like this, it could be anywhere, right? Or a cafe. So I think that's the other shift that is happening. The another big shift that I am seeing is that today, while we do have a lot of job takers, the number of job creators are also continuously increasing, which means there are a lot of youngsters who are looking at becoming entrepreneurs, having their own startups. I come from Bangalore, which is the tech capital of the world, or the tech startup capital of the world. And there is this common saying, and I'll say it in Hindi, given that we are in Bombay today, is like, yahan pe startup nahi kiya to kya kiya? So you have to dabble, you have to do something of your own, you have to do something exciting, which also brings me to the next shift that's happening is a lot of people are actually looking at a model of the gig workforce, and gig is not really just entry level, but also even laterals and leadership people are looking at taking gig roles rather than full-time assignments. Right? And the last piece that I'll leave it here, because we said technology, is obviously with AI and Gen AI being the hot topic of our conversations today, as the youngsters probably would say, is I think we are going to stay in a collab mode. We have to work, so the technology and human intelligence have to work hand in hand. So these are a couple of shifts that we are saying, and I think that's what's going to define the future of work.
I think, good insights, Neeti. Thank you so much. With the shifts that we are seeing in the shaping the future, we also need to talk about the skills that the youngsters, the youth has to build and to basically to thrive in the ever-changing, ever-evolving world, right? So on that, Revon, I would request you to share your insights on which skills will hold the most value in the coming years, and how can India's workforce proactively prepare for these changes?
So skills are something that are changing every day. So whatever I mentioned today might be outdated tomorrow. But let's understand the context, right? I think Neeti mentioned some few things. If I look at it more from a technology standpoint, we are talking about building a lot of applications on the cloud, cloud migrations, new cloud developments. There's a lot of interoperability between applications, so API becomes key. Then you're talking about a lot of data flowing. There's too much of data flowing everywhere today. And finally, you have Gen AI, right? But from a skills perspective, as with every innovation with new technology, there are newer problems coming up. So the skill that is very clearly required today is algorithmic skills, skills for problem solving. If you talk specifically technology, you need full stack developers, but full stack with a blend of data. So you need to know how do I do Kafka, eventing, and all those different techniques. You need to understand integration. You need to understand prompt engineering. But more importantly, as I said, right now with Gen AI, a lot of your things are sorted out. A lot of our things are a lot more easier. But still, the problem solving, the algorithmic skills remains with the human. And that's where I would want everyone to focus on. We should all focus on problem solving. How do we solve higher complexity problems?
So Revon, when you say problem solving, not only just problem solving, but overall life skills, as we call it, right? The critical thinking, even financial literacy, for that matter, holds importance, because that's how you will then shape your future, keeping in mind how we move along, right? And while giving the example of all the technologies that you spoke about, obviously problem solving plays a key role there as well for anything that you want to kind of solve. Good, and while we're preparing the workforce, the role of technology in bridging skill gaps becomes very critical, right? And so on that, how do innovation and technology play a role in closing talent shortages, especially within sectors facing high demand for specialized skills? Abhinash, if you could probably throw some light on that.
Yeah, so I think before I jump into that, I think probably I'll take a moment to kind of piggyback on what Revon has been saying, the change, right? So I don't know, I mean, my friends, young friends at the back, how many of you have actually seen those huge phones that had a dialing thing that you dial, right? Or even the push button, that was the modern part of it. Anybody? And I do not count the red one in Hera Ferry. So, so waiting for that phone connection to come to us in 6 months to 1 year, to having something that we carry around with us, to me, that is the change, right? And then when we are talking about change, that's one massive change that I've seen over the past few years or for past couple of decades. But at the end of the day, that kind of translates into everything else. When I say everything else, we are talking about it from a standpoint of skilled resources and the gap of skilled resources in between the requirement and the availability, right? There are 2-3 things that I would probably want to break it up into. The first one, very small, not a small problem, it's actually a big problem, but it is something that can be easily sorted by an organization in terms of having the right kind of forecast, right? Ensuring that it is timely and it is a forecast. So that's a very small problem, and there are multiple tools nowadays that are available, innovative tools, which kind of use HR analytics, demand trend analysis to make sure that you are on track. Now, the more complex of it, and I'll probably break it into 2 parts, is one is, if there is something that comes up in a skill that's new or that skill that's niche, right? You have 2 options, and any organization has 2 options, right? One is go ahead and upskill or reskill the people who are there already in the organization, okay? And every organization invests in tools nowadays, I mean, be it the Coursera, be it Udemy, or there are 10,000 different things that the organization kind of invests in. So that is one way of kind of people getting upskilled. But the bigger challenge is the futuristic way of looking at it. So the futuristic way of looking at it for me is the people who are fresh out of college, because they are going to make an impact sometime down the line. Now, for that impact, I think there is a big, big gap. The big gap is because the industry, like Revan is saying, that it's changing every day, right? But at the same time, the curriculum in the colleges, it takes time. It gets changed every 6 months or 1 year. Maybe it's too late. We don't know. So having said that, that is one area that needs to be looked at with great care in terms of re-looking at it. And I think the previous session talked about internship. The previous session talked about hand-holding, right? All those things need to come into picture to ensure that the people who are studying right now, who are going to make an impact later, a few years down the line, they are guided in the right path, right? I mean, of course, I mean, you can point somebody towards the moon. It's up to the person whether that person sees where you are pointing your fingers and identifies the moon or keeps looking. But having said that, that's something that's not just a luxury right now, that's something that is needed. That's critical. Because, I mean, we are talking about a ready pool of skilled talent that is something that the organizations need. But it cannot happen and will not happen unless and until the organizations get their hands dirty. They go back into the colleges, ensuring that the people are trained in a way that the organizations want them to be. And I think we have Revan here, who his team kind of created a platform which would have been used by students to gear themselves up for success, right? Puneet and his team kind of got that across to the colleges. But at the end of the day, the need is to ensure that these people are set up for success. And I think Neeti and Girish kind of do it on a daily basis. Now that I'll just take one more point, and it was more in terms of what Neeti was talking about. From a standpoint of the proximity, I think one of the biggest challenges is the proximity. Organizations do want people to be there, available at the office locations, maybe some days in a week, right? But having said that, how does it limit the reach for the right kind of people? It's always a call between getting the right kind of people and having them available for your office, right? Before COVID, we had people who always thought that either you come to office or stay at home, right? But COVID changed everything, and we have an ecosystem right now which supports this kind of work, right? So maybe it's a little radical, but going forward, we don't know. That there could be the proximity is something that might have kind of go out of the equation. We might look at the right kind of people, maybe across the region, maybe even across countries. We don't know. So I think that is an ever-changing environment which probably has a lot and probably needs a lot of attention in terms of the organizations putting their right effort to invest and get what they want in return.
All right, thank you so much, Avinash. And you spoke about the gap between the academy and the industry. I know at least 10 to 15 people in this room itself which are leading the efforts to bridge that gap. A couple of them sitting on this stage on your left, right? And bridging that digital divide, to be honest, right? And then on that, there is technology which also brings opportunities to the undeserved areas. So Girish, the question to you is, in what ways can technology provide rural workers in India with access to quality job and opportunities, and what initiatives support them?
So basically, technology is, Puneet, just to answer your question, technology already has provided a lot of jobs. Just that many people in rural areas not aware that they can do these jobs. They're not aware. Example, I'll just give you one small example. There are a lot of marketplaces and e-commerce portals available today. A villager sitting in a remote place, he can become a seller there. And he can sell locally produced products, to the entire country. And if he becomes a seller, for example, I'll tell you, if he becomes a seller, if they're producing rice or something, they can sell it anywhere using the platforms. There are some platforms like Meesho and Flipkart is there, Amazon is there, many are there. And just to create awareness for all of them, what we should do is, one, we may have to train them on what are the platforms available wherein they can sell their local products. Second, what are the products they can sell in these platforms? Third, how to become a seller, how to sign up, how to really create your own profile, how to upload your product. Fourth, how to use logistics so that he can supply. And fourth, just basics of what is basics of accounting, what is a profit, what is a loss. If you can train these very basic things, each village, India has got 6 lakh, roughly around 6,60,000 villages. Each village having around 5 sellers. Each seller having a support system of 3 people, 15 people. 15 into, just for mathematics purpose, I'll make it 10. 10 into 6,60,000, so many jobs gets created. So many jobs get created. And a lot of, small entrepreneurs get created. So this is one thing that technology already brought in that many people are not aware. That's one. Second, one more, this is very interesting actually. Earlier, in all these farmlands, we used to use machines. These machines never had brain. Okay, but nowadays, because of AI coming into picture, these machines have got brains. Just to give you an example, there are a lot of robots which are going to come in future for doing farm work. And these robots needs a little skilled person to drive it and run it. One simple example I'll give you around this. Nowadays, there are many farmlands, they use drones for plucking the fruits from the trees and basically harvesting. Second one is they use drones for pesticiding. These pesticides, earlier, they used to pesticide entire ground and entire tree, entire plant, entire land, they used to pesticide. But because of this AI, with the drone coming in, they are pesticiding exact spot on which
to be channelized in the right way for us to get, if you are looking at becoming the focus of all the corporates to ensure that there is a change.
All right, and talking about the Amazon, during our days, we also had an Amazon, which is depleting these days, and the other one is growing at a fast pace, and I'm scared of the day when their data centers probably would be bigger than the actual natural Amazon we have, right? Okay, so ensuring that the channelizing part of it and the focus that we need to bring on the the efforts to kind of manage the hunger that is there. There is a strong focus on education and skill building which is needed, and I would want to go back to Girish, who has vast experience in skill building and training. What should be the top priorities for educational and training providers and to develop talent equipped for future job markets?
See, basically, as you mentioned, technology keeps changing. Technology keeps changing. By keeping all that in mind, I feel first priority is across the country we need, within training organizations, they have to concentrate more on. First priority is building experiential learning programs. Building experiential learning program is where we have to put more emphasis. Second one, I feel all our existing trainers and teachers must be either upskilled or must be moved out to different roles and bring in fresh, experienced, latest experienced people who got experience on latest technologies, bring them as teachers. Of course, it's very, very hard. All talented people don't want to become teachers. So and other one is if you are into technology training, adopt AI at all levels. Okay. So coming back to my first point, that is experiential learning program. I want to tell you, if you compare MBBS fresh grad with a BE fresh grad or a BCA fresh grad, you compare these three people, okay? I will bet and tell you 95% of the cases, MBBS fresh grads are better than our BE fresh grads or BCA fresh grad. Can you just tell me, think once, why? Why it is like that? Because every medical college has a hospital inside. They make them work there for a year. Or now certain states have a rule. Go to the village and go work there for 1 year. Otherwise, I'll not give you MBBS degree at all. Now, this guy literally goes and works for 1 year and gains a hands-on experience. So when this fresh grad comes out to any hospital and touches any of us, still we are confident that we are safe. So that is actually called as experiential learning program that we already brought into the system. That's the reason many of our parents or ourselves are all relatively safer. So that is what we have to bring into technology training. What I mean from that is every college or every institution or every university should have their own small-scale production unit. If they don't have their own small-scale production unit, okay, what I mean is, if you are a large university, you should have a small scale. If you're producing, 50,000 computer science engineers, you should have a small software company inside yours and having at least 500 employees working on certain software, technologies. If you don't have in-house such a facility, your own people will not upskill. So teachers will become outdated. So what I say is that's the most important thing that institutions should focus on. If we are a training organization, we should definitely have inside our own organization a small software wing to train people on software. Same thing is applied on all areas.
Yeah, I think you are living what you're saying, right? Test Yantra and Q Spiders.
I just want to add to what Girish just mentioned, right? Strongly agree. Experiential, immersive learning, hands-on is the must. And we always joke, with our friend circle, like how doctors always have rural service. Why do engineers and BSc not have a rural service? Go and electrify a village, go and install solar panels, write a code for the villages, write some mobile apps can help them. And that's where the true learning happens actually. Apart from all the learning that you can have in the lab, but that's where the actual immersive learning happens.
Very valid point. Neeti, your views on this?
I think the new education policy clearly defines that every learning institute actually necessarily have to integrate apprenticeship stroke internship as part of their curriculum. I think this is a first step for us to ensure that everyone gets experiential learning, right? And not to just the apprenticeship or internship for a tick mark. Unfortunately, even today, a lot of young kids come to us saying, I want to do it, I want to do a project. Help me, 6 months, it's a copy-paste of probably what the seniors have done. I mean, there are many engineers in the room here.
Library management system.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't want that, right? We actually want the kids to dirty their hands. I mean, for most of us who haven't gone through the internship process, our first jobs were our apprentice period, right? We learned that we had to come to work at a certain time every single day. Unfortunately, even today, education institutes don't teach even that across board, and I'm sure there's some of them who do that, but at large, we are a large country. We're talking of rural India, which is where our demographics are. We are not able to bring that across or put that across to our youngsters. I think that hand-holding is required. So the first step is really the new education policy. And the second step is the Pradhan Mantri internship scheme, which is mandating certain set of employers to bring in apprentices. I mean, today as we speak, from Team Lease's point of view, we have about 50,000 odd apprentices linked to certain degree programs. I'm not saying a degree learned to apprentice, but an apprentice linked to degree, which I think is how you view the program as saying, let me not just do probably 5 semesters and the 6th semester is internship. We're integrating it from Sem 1. Right? So I think these are steps that will need to ensure people get immersive, experiential and hands-on learning. And to your point about upscaling faculty members, bang on, because obviously we don't have, and I don't think you can churn them out overnight, but bringing in professors of practice, people like you and me, going to colleges and teaching the kids, I think that's going to be the next step of bringing the immersive learning and our experiences on board to the kids.
So experiential learning, hands-on, kind of get your hands dirty, learn by doing approach for the workforce. Faculty needs to get trained. We need to have the right faculty. About the organizations, one question to you. The organizations themselves face challenge in adapting the new technologies. So what obstacles do organizations face in adopting new technologies, and what strategies can support employees through these challenges?
I see 2 main challenges actually. One is the fear of adoption. I'm sure a lot of you all feel out here, okay, with Gen AI, do I even have a job later on? Specifically the ones in IT and all that. The other thing is resistance to change. I need someone to come and tell me, get up, go to the class, watch those slides and do something. Let us understand one thing, there is no shortage of learning material today. You have a lot of online things on Coursera, Udemy, etc. There is several on YouTube, several on Google, all free. Okay, so there is no shortage. Earlier we used to say, where we'll get that book, where we'll get those slides. Today those are not there. But it's just the inherent mindset, I believe. You know, with every S-curve of innovation, you will notice that there are some places where the jobs reduce, but there are other areas where the jobs multiply. So if we go with that mindset that, oh, I have to reskill and adapt myself, that's the main important thing. From an organization perspective, what they need to do, and I see it as two steps, right? One was just related to what the panel mentioned earlier, I think you mentioned, about quality of internship. And as they were speaking, I was thinking, I did my internship just behind at BRC 27 years ago. And it was there that I learned problem solving, not a language, but a problem solving type of thing, right? So quality of internship is very important. Secondly, I think in Capgemini, you know, we have learned this, launched this program, I Transform. The focus is on the word I. It is not the organization to create courses. I mean, of course, it is a part of their job to create courses, to build faculty, to create all those people. But it is I need to take that step to learn. I need to go and take that step to understand what's new out there, what's changing. And it is in our own interest. And this is applicable even at our levels, right? Even when I'm driving to work or something, I will always keep some YouTube short on or something like that, just to learn something new. GPT, or if you take Gen AI, is changing every 6 hours, right? I wouldn't be wrong if I said that. Now Meta GPT is coming and saying, hey, I don't even need an architect also, right? So how do we keep up to date with all of that? I think that's one strategy. Secondly, the organizations need to make it as a more active learning mechanism rather than a passive one. Passive one is where I'm going and saying there is a training today on, you know, Angular, please go and join this class for 4 hours. Passive is where I gamify it. Active is where I gamify it, where I have a couple of hackathons where people participate. I give them a world challenge, a real world challenge. Let's build something for the farmers in the village. And then let's say, but to do this, you need to learn Python. I think active learning has to be deployed more, wherein you have interest and a passion to learn.
Can I
Yeah,
just add
yeah,
to
please,
what
please,
Revon
Neeti,
is
please.
saying? Revon is being super nice by saying, I am creating it and I will ensure my employees learn. I differ slightly because I don't think learning or continuous learning is only an employer's problem. It's actually all stakeholder problem. And the question that we have on the table is, how do job seekers or employees make that investment on themselves? Because it's their initiative as well. They need to remain agile and skilled enough to stay relevant to today's job requirement and tomorrow's job need. Government of India is spending tons and tons of money on various learning schemes, right? But where does the money go? I mean, he mentioned rural jobs. Those skills have to be created. Employers need to participate as well. But I think it's an all stakeholder problem, not just the employer problem. And traditionally, that's what we've seen. It just becomes an employer problem. Once I've got a job, it's the employer who have to actually upskill me. So I'm putting this on the table because there are lots of youngsters here getting out of college. I think they need to make equal investments and equal initiatives to continue to learn and upskill themselves to stay relevant to today's requirement.
So lifelong learning is a cornerstone to success is what we're saying. And Neeti, you've partially answered my next question, kind of preempted it to be honest. Okay, why is lifelong learning essential in today's job market, and how can both individuals and companies adopt this mindset to stay competitive? I think Revon answered it a bit, you answered it a bit, but if in case both of you can probably add to it.
I think, it's not a new concept. It's been around. It's just that it's being talked about a lot more because of the rapidly changing skill sets that are in demand at the moment. We know that by 2030, about 60% of the jobs that will exist then do not exist today, which means we have to be prepared for the unknown. Right? And what is the unknown? We don't know. And I think, in a way, Abhinash and Revon both said this earlier, is that I don't think employers are asking for just the tech stacks that Revon Revan indicated, right? Or the the skills that you're indicating. I think employers are asking for job seekers to be prepared with basic skills. We're talking about the ability to communicate, the ability to be inquisitive, the ability to learn, right? I think we have to be prepared for jobs that don't exist today. The only way to do that is to be able to continuously learn, upskill. So maybe today it's, the Java FSD tech stack. Tomorrow it could be something else. Day after, like you said, probably we don't need architects, right? But given so much of technology and AI and clouds happening, the number of cloud security and data analysis jobs that are going up tremendously high, right? So we probably don't need coders per se, but the skill set is shifting in the tech world. So I think 2 years ago, we didn't know these volumes of jobs are going to be around. So it's about being prepared for the unknown. And how do we be prepared for the unknown is just understanding basics and learning the ability to continuously learn. The only two things that I'll put on the table.
Want anything from your side?
For me, lifelong is about continuous learning. It's not about learning for today. It's not about learning for tomorrow. It's about learning for day after tomorrow, right? Because that's the pace at which technology is getting changed. That's the rate at which we need to be ready. If I compare to when I started working, what I see the change is learning is always there, but the rate of learning that is demanded by the ecosystem is severely going up. Okay? You have to also unlearn at a very fast rate, give away some of the old things. One only word of caution is learning does not always mean learning the latest and the greatest and cutting edge, because many a times we see, oh, I only want to learn and work on Gen AI and Python. But remember, it's all the mainframe guy who's challenging or demanding the most money out there. Okay, because of the low skills. Okay, so, but learning is immaterial, right? It's not dependent on a skill. You learn one thing inside out, you know it very well, you can apply it to anything that comes in the future. But that one thing that you know, you need to know inside out. For us, generally, when we say, okay, I'm able to write the first program, okay, my learning stops. I write my first Hello World program, and that's it, that's the last one. But learning actually is to go more and more deeper, understand all dimensions of it. Tomorrow it is Java, .NET, Kafka, whatever it is, doesn't really matter. You can always apply those principles.
So basically, very well said. And it connects to what Sanjay in the keynote today morning said, that we need to be prepared for the now, new, and the next skills, right? And it's changing faster than what it was earlier. So we need to be, as Revan said, we need to be learning for not today, tomorrow, but day after, so that we can adopt the technology, we can adopt the changes faster. I have a couple of more questions, but keeping the check on time and that we stand between lunch and, So really quickly, I'll open it to the audience. Half of the audience is gone for lunch. Whoever is left, if there is any questions, please. Yes, please.
Very interesting discussions. I have, again, a concern to share with all of you. Some of you may know that, most of the frameworks that, we have all agreed upon at various COPs and, various conventions, the Sustainable Development Goals are all set to be achieved by 2030, and so is the decade of ecosystem restoration ending in 2030 and the Global Biodiversity Framework. We just have 5 years or 6 years in hand. What changes or shifts would you recommend, for the academia to kind of imbibe, to be able to address, this kind of, because it needs a lot of fast-paced, shifts in towards achieving all these goals. And of course, we are all committed to all the NDCs we have in front of us. So I would just want to hear, any one of you can answer that question. What are the key shifts that you will be looking at towards achieving these, most of the 2030 goals that we have set ourselves for?
Before they comment, I just wanted to say one thing. I thought we were sitting in the mecca of that, TISS. That's where everything gets driven from, the sustainability and everything. But yeah, open to you guys, please.
See, basically, as in previous panels, there was a discussion. Anything in India that you have to do it at scale. Nothing works otherwise. And time is very short, 5 years, and we have to do a lot of jobs. Money is also less that we have, And other funding that's happening is also very less that you know better than me. You know numbers actually. So recently rejected also. So keeping that in mind, I'll tell you, as a country, I'll tell you, we have to train our own people. Maybe I'm from training background. Sorry, I keep going on that one. Don't mind. We have to train our own people in terms of many basic things. Many basic things in terms of taking care of those aspects that you told, right? A lot of young guys, we have to train all of them in terms of how to avoid those, mistakes that we are doing. And if you can train those people on the aspects that you are talking, right, at a larger scale, I think we can reach, it may not be 100%, maybe a better percentage we can reach. That is what I feel. I think we have to really train our young workforce on all these. I hope I tried to answer your question, sir.
Yeah, you certainly did, yeah.
And I just want to add there, I think corporates and academia need to do this hand in hand. Today it's very isolated or siloed, if I may say. Organizations are doing quite a bit. I can speak on the basis of Capgemini. There's too much of travel controls that are in place. There are a lot of signages everywhere which educate people. There's a mandatory training. But how do we extend this into campus, right? We are shifting a lot of our technology trainings, but maybe we also need to shift some of these other aspects. We are focusing a lot on softer skills also right now, communications and all that. But you are right, sustainability is really not at a focus, and why not sow the seeds much earlier in the minds rather than when they come to a corporate world. And I think maybe we should focus a lot on that.
Good. Thank you so much. I think the time is up. So thanks a lot. Thank you so much to the panel for an engaging session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for setting the roadmap for us. Thank you so much, panelists. May I please call upon Ms. Rupa Bora on stage to help us felicitate our panelists. Round of applause, everybody. Yes, can we please start with Mr. Kamra? Thank you so much for leading the discussion. Next, we'd like to felicitate Mr. De Silva. Thank you for being a part of the panel. Next, Mr. Mohapatra. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramana, for choosing to be a part of the panel. Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for participating in our panel. Thank you. May I please call all our panelists right in the front so we can take a picture, please? Thank you so much for a wonderful session, dear panelists. And now it's time to take a break and refuel. So, quick announcement for all the speakers and the panelists. Lunch has been served on my left in the green room. So I request you to please make your way to the green room right here. We should be back by 2:45, everybody, so that we can continue with the next set of sessions that we have. Remember, our stalls are showcasing some groundbreaking projects from NGOs, institutes, and private organizations. Please don't miss the opportunity to explore, connect, and get inspired. And now, go ahead, feed your bodies, eat some good food, and will see you guys back at 2:45. Thank you, everybody. Our dignitaries and our guests back to the seats. Yes, let's go. Let's see, what have you got, buddy? What have you got in the chip? Oh, look at his face. Looks like a difficult one. Tension.
Hello.
There's tension in the room. Yes.
Salman Khan went larger than life in Wanted. And a lot of it was because of this line. एक बार जब मैं कोई कमिटमेंट कर लेता हूँ,
हाँ.
ऑप्शन इज तो फिर मैं अपने भी नहीं सुनता.
हाँ.
सेकंड ऑप्शन तो उससे पूरा करने तक सोता नहीं हूँ.
Very good.
थर्ड ऑप्शन फिर मैं भूल जाता हूँ. फोर्थ ऑप्शन तो मैं कमिटमेंट कर लेता हूँ.
हाँ. What's the right answer, buddy? सो जाता हूँ. एक बार मैं कमिटमेंट कर लेता हूँ, उसके बाद मैं सो जाता हूँ. हैं? Oh my God! See there, she's answered it for you. That's a chocolate. Yes. चलो तुम्हारे को भी chocolate. एक इधर और एक इधर. Let's go ahead and give them a chocolate right
तो
there.
फिर मैं अपने आप की भी नहीं सुनता.
Yeah. See now, third. Okay.
Thank
And
you.
finally, he got the answer. So now 3 people have given us the answer for this one, yeah? And then we have a chocolate for the gentleman in green, dressed like a Christmas tree, exactly like me. Okay, so we do one more. We have time for one more. Who would like to do one? Raise your hand. You'd like to do it, sir? Rahul, right here. This gentleman in pink, he would like to do one, and then we'll do one with you also, okay? Yeah? You have to say that 3 times without stopping, okay? Ready? Let's go for it. Okay, practice, practice. I need to do push-ups, pull-ups. I have to practice.
Hello.
Yes.
Bailey bought some butter, but the butter Bailey bought was bitter. So Betty bought some butter to make the butter better.
Sir, padna nahi tha, sir. Tongue twister hai. You have to go like at it. 3 bari fatafat.
Okay. Bailey bought some butter, but the butter Betty bought was bitter. So Betty bought some butter but to make the bitter better.
क्या क्या सुन लिया मैंने उतने में एक लाइन में इतनी सारी चीजें सुनाई दे दी. And would anyone else like to try this one? This is a tongue twister we use a lot in training. Anyone wants to try this one? Oh, there, the gentleman in green wants another chocolate. We have lots. You can take.
Belly bought some butter, but the butter Betty bought was bitter. So Betty bought some butter, butter to make the bitter butter better.
Oh, you were almost there. Almost, but not there yet.
Betty bought some butter, but the butter Betty bought was bitter. So Betty bought some butter, butter to make the bitter butter better.
Yes, butter and butter and butter, and all of it was bitter. Please go ahead and give it to her. Yeah, and we'll do another question for the gentleman in green, Raul. Let's do another one. We have just 1 more minute, and we also have to the lady in pink has been raising her hand. Ushers, could you please guide everybody to come back to the auditorium? Yes. The lucky gentleman. Let's see what you've got.
What is the name of Shah Rukh Khan character in the movie Jawan?
Phase.
A.
अब तो फंसे.
राहुल नाम तो सुना ही होगा. A. B. पठान. C. विजय दीनानाथ चौहान. D. विक्रम राठौड़.
Hey, don't. यहाँ तक सुनाई दे दिया, उनको तो सुनाई दे दिया होगा. राहुल नाम तो सुना ही होगा.
राहुल नाम तो सुना ही होगा.
गलत जवाब. आप खो देते हैं 5 करोड़ रुपए. Anyone from this? Vikram Rathod, the gentleman in pink, gets a chocolate roll. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
We're going now. Okay? I hope you guys had fun. I'm going to remember you. We're going to start with the panel, and then as soon as we get a break, I'm going to come to you. Are we good? Yeah? Okay, awesome. Enjoy. Share it with me later, because I saw you. All right, so now we turn our focus to the future. A future shaped by innovation, adaptability, and the most important, skilling. Our next panel, India 2030. The future of skilling is an ever-evolving world. This is our discussion for the next session. This explores how we can prepare for a world where the only thing that is constant is change. As Alvin Toffler, the futurist and author, said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those people who cannot read and write, but who will it be? Those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And so this session is all about equipping India's workforce to thrive in this ever-changing landscape. This session will dive into strategies, innovations, and policies that are needed to ensure that India's workforce is not just prepared for 2030, but it's leading the charge. So from AI and automation to the human skills that machines cannot replicate, our panelists will explore all of this. So then why wait? Let us welcome our panelists for this session. We start with Ms. Rupa Bora, Managing Director of the TNS Foundation, who will be moderating this session for us. With her deep understanding of skilling and education, Rupa brings a wealth of expertise to this particular conversation. Welcome, Ms. Bora. Next, I'd like to call on stage Ms. Monisha Banerjee, CEO and Chief Mentor of the Anudeep Foundation, who is transforming lives through her innovative skilling programs for the undeserved communities. Welcome, Ms. Banerjee. Next, may I please invite on stage Mr. Ram Kolavenu, COO of Foundation for Excellence, whose initiatives bridge the gap between education and employment for the young talents. Welcome, Mr. Kolavenu. Next, may I please call upon stage Mr. Shravan Kadvekar, the Director of Symbiosis Center for Corporate and Professional Learning, who has been a driving force in creating skilling programs for the future. Welcome, Mr. Kadvekar. Next, may I please call Ms. Vandana Goyal, Managing Trustee and Co-CEO of Avanti Fellows, whose work is empowering students with tools they need to succeed in higher education and beyond. You remember, we launched the application yesterday, right? On her way? Okay. We'll wait for her. Bade deshon mein aisi choti baatein hoti rehti hai. It's cool. So next, I'd like to call upon the stage Ms. Archana Pillai, Resident Mentor at NSRCL IMB, whose insights into entrepreneurship and skilling are inspiring a new generation of innovators. Welcome, Ms. Pillai. So glad to have you. So let's get ready to discuss how we can turn skilling into our greatest competitive advantage and maybe even make India the skilling capital of the world. What do you say, Ms. Bora? Good? Okay.
Hi, thank you everyone. Before we get into the panel, I just want to set some context here. Since we are talking of India in 2030, skilling, how is that going to change? I think what we need to understand how demographics of India are going to change, right? So when you look at 2030, that decade definitely promise a lot of opportunities for our youth. Plus also understand India will become the youngest nation of the world. We'll have the maximum youth population at that point of time. Just to give you a perspective in terms of demographics, we will be close to 69% of people in the age group of 18 to 64, as in people who can earn, right? And among that 68, 69%, 50% will be in the age group of 18 to 35. And similarly, in 2030, you will also see the dependence ratio, as in the number of young people or elderly we need to take care of, would also reduce. So imagine a world where we have a young force who's well-trained, well-skilled. The growth potential of India doubles and triples, right? Like what we used to say, kisi zamane mein India sone ki chidiya hua karta tha. Maybe in 2030, that decade, that is where we would move. But before we move, I think we have to fix a lot. So to begin with, and I straight away moving into discussing with my panelists, and I'll start with Vandana. Vandana, because you deal with probably the youngest beneficiary in this group, 11th and 12th standard students. What do you think would be the critical skills that be required in 2030 for these students to probably have a great career and great livelihood? Plus, how is Avanti Fellows really preparing for it?
Thank you. So we work with students across rural India. These are amongst the brightest students across our country. We prepare them for competitive exams like the JEE and NEET. So academically, I think they could test any of us under the table. And we don't worry about their ability in math and science. What we do observe, I spend a lot of my time in the field going into classrooms. We work extensively with 9 government school systems, but our physical centers are in the Navodaya Vidyalaya school system, which are residential schools in every district in the country, about 600 of them. And when we go into those schools, the thing that strikes us the most is the silence of the students. So we walk into a classroom, we want to engage with the students, we want to understand what they're thinking, and they do not have the confidence to ask us a question. They're intimidated by our presence. They are not able to form the question. Usually after an hour of poking and prodding, they will start to open up. And the most insightful conversations happen when they rush up to you after you leave the classroom setting. And in every one of these classrooms, the boys are sitting on one side and the girls are sitting on the other. So you are not learning how to function in the world. You are not learning how to communicate. You are not learning how to solve problems. So despite being so academically capable, These students are at great disadvantage when they go into the world and try to apply for a job, right? They're not confident enough to sit in an interview. They've never had to apply their knowledge in any real world setting. And I think the challenge here today is that it's very easy to teach some of these hard skills through technology. How do you teach things like communication? How do you teach things like teamwork? How do you teach things like critical thinking and problem solving when you're trying to reach the large-scale interventions? And that's where I think some of the innovation around AI, there's this tool one of our supporters shared with me called Synthesia, where you can record a video of yourself, and you can clone yourself, and that video will speak back to you in a language that you understand, in an accent that you understand, using your avatar. So he was telling me this is a private equity fund based in New York. They use it for their teams to develop their communication skills. So is that a tool that we can use to develop independently their ability to communicate and develop the confidence? So there are innovations like this that I think we are set to try. We're trying many different things to develop this ability. Our experience so far is that it always requires some sort of facilitation still.
Thank you, and Vandana very rightly said. Basically, we are again talking about human skills, right? Your confidence, articulation, public speaking. But all we do is we leverage technology to build these skills. Moving on from Vandana to you, Ram, because you work with students who are in their 4 years of engineering. And with 2030, we also see a lot of digital classrooms, inclusive, kind of education. How do you think your student fit in this space? And what do you think the 2030 digital classroom will look like for you?
One thing which we realized, and I think we take students who crack this NEET and JEEs and all get into, and great work, Avanti Fellows, Dakshina Foundation, all of them are doing. In addition to that, I've seen we have thousands of applicants who apply for scholarships every year. In the last few years, I've seen the number of students who are cracking this examination through the YouTube learning, through physics wall learning. I mean, the numbers are staggering, and that really democratizes this entire learning process. And so they do still come from that kind of a background. They've done the soft skills which are required for them to be able to cope up with the world of work have not been built in there. So we've sort of put in the program, a device in the program after they get into the scholarship program for the 3 years and 3.5 years, where the learning is happening in all different areas. We do a baseline assessment of their employability skills and put them through English, communication, aptitude, technical training programs not taught in the college, but the employers are looking for. And all these things are digitalized. Now we have students from about 350 colleges and 16,000 of them. All of them are going through this kind of a training program, which has been driven. And in addition to that, I think the human element, Rupa, what we've heard in the previous panels as well, is very, very important to bring the human element into it. One is the soft skills, and to be able to develop the soft skills, we also require someone who's sitting on the other side to be able to guide them. And that's where the entire mentoring program, which the students go through, it's again one-on-one mentoring program. Someone who's sitting in probably Mizoram in the college, being guided and coached by someone who's sitting in the World Trade Center in Bangalore, Amazon. So that's something which really brings in. These are the kind of skills which are very, very important for them to get into the world of work. And what we have seen is the collaboration is started to get better, where we have things like internship also, which we had a panel in the morning. So it were all been silos in terms of someone is saying that we need so many internships have to be there. Then the industry is talking about they're not ready for doing anything. And then the academic curriculum there is probably a little dated. So I think the academic curriculum is the core pillar, but there are a lot of layers which need to be built in around that. And that layering can happen only if you're doing it in the digital way. And that's where we've been successful in actually helping the students to crack this. And we probably talk about an Amazon model where we are looking at the industry coming closer and then imparting these kind of skills. We started this program for girl students called Amazon Future Engineering Program, which globally exists, where the students come from background where their family income is about 1.5, 1.6 lakhs. Farmers, daily wage laborers, things of those nature. So, and then consciously with Amazon, we put in a plan saying that, we need to inculcate some of these trainings and learnings early in their stage. That's where we do a boot camp. I mean, in addition to the communications, English and all, there are boot camps which are virtually done in the second year, and there's a short internship which is done between second and third year. And that sort of really makes them really ready for the world of work. And they don't need to, traditionally organizations used to go and get people trained for 6 months to 1 year after they get into the job. I think that actually is getting closer into the system now.
This is interesting. One of the things which I want to clarify again, though you're saying digital, but like how Vandana mentioned, facilitation becomes key, right? For these students across the layer we're working, facilitation is key. From there on, I'll pick it up with you, Manisha, because like they said, no child is same, right? Everybody is different. There's a huge work that's happening around personalization, you know, education. And then there was a discussion about scale. Now, when you look at personalization, how do you scale? Do you have a view on that?
So it's a very interesting question, because I think the kind of students we deal with, and I'm sure Avanti's seeing, all of us see, are students who've gone through an education system where they've associated learning with rote learning, right? There's no thinking around it, no application. So, and I also think it's the exam centricity of our systems which focuses on exams. Learning should become a skill which is inherent in our students, and that is what is missing, right? So in this world where everything is changing so rapidly, I think bringing in the ability to learn constantly is key. And learning constantly is not going to happen. It's not probably, the classroom is probably not the best setting where you have, again, the central pivot in the classroom has to be transferred from the teacher to the student. How do you make the student own the learning, right? Until the student is motivated and wants to learn, the learning isn't going to be, it's going to be the teacher pushing, driving, and there's, we all know that there's just 20% absorption in a classroom setting. So given that this is one of the key problems that we face in India today with young people in schools as well as out of schools, digital will play a key role in sort of being able to facilitate. Now, I think we're all talking about our experiences with digital. We've tried that as well. So we developed this whole platform called Future Pro some time back. The whole point was to sort of provide them with content which is engaging, visual, there's gamification. So it's used to sort of, used as, to learn for sure, but more importantly, to trigger curiosity, to trigger ability to synthesize information, ability to sort of connect the dots between different things that they've learned, and so on and so forth. The experience, again, has been, while the platform's great and people use it, even that needs facilitation. You need somebody behind them to goad them to go on, use the platform, because it's so hardwired in them to sort of be pushed into, it's almost like saying you read chapter 1 and read chapter 2 after that. The ability to explore content is something that students must learn today. So I think there's potential, immense potential in terms of how we can use AI to personalize learning. The co-pilot model or an AI assistant is a great option. And as long as we are able to sort of start early, and I think it's really important to start develop these skills early on, I think they'll come out much better equipped to be able to navigate a constantly and fast changing world. I think the kind of change we're seeing in this decade sort of far outpasses, what we saw even in the previous 20 years, and forget the last 100 years of industrialization and all of that. So something that the previous generation hasn't seen, and our students come from those generations where the parents have sort of been in a single occupation all their lives. So if they're driving an auto, that's the skill that they have. Or if they're an artisan, then that's the skill that they have. But these are skills who have kids who have aspiration, who want to do something different, who like digital as a tool because they're on social media, they're seeing, they're exposed to the world. But occupations with that will require these enhanced skills. I think we're all talking about it. And digital really, and tools, AI particularly, has the potential of changing things for the students. But we have to look at how we can integrate and build systems which enable students to find interest in being able to explore and use digital. I think that remains.
I think, one of the key themes that's coming out of our conversation is very clearly, have AI, even if we have tech, there's still huge need for building human skills. And what you just mentioned, Monisha, I would call ILO defines as learning to learn, which itself is a skill and a key skill. And a lot of our TNS students and trainers are here, and we use LMS, and same issue, right? Absolutely same issue. They don't want to, they want the trainer to support them. I think that's one skill. I don't think I've cracked it as yet at TNS, but that's something we need to really look at. How do we build the skill of learning to learn and maybe start early to do it? Now, since we are talking of 2030 and, coming back to our topic, Shravan, the next question's for you because, you run centers, skill development centers. How do you visualize a digital center or a digital academy in 2030? How will it look like? What will be the key tools that will be used to train students there?
So I'm sure it will have, it deserves another panel discussion to think about, how the center will look like 5-6 years down the line. But let me take some cues from, the panelists who have already talked about some hashtags, if I may call them. One is mass personalization. So we will see the centers, and I'm trying to bring the perspective of not only the skill center where we do the short-term skill training, but I'm also, since we're sitting in TISS, I'm also talking from the perspective of the overall education sector and how the skilling or the training or the education is going to look like in probably next 5-6 years. Some of it is already happening. Some of it is going to happen very aggressively in coming couple of years. So the one is mass personalization. Mass personalization is creating my own learning pathways, creating my kind of adaptive learning, everything put together. I also foresee personalization in the sense of personalization for the industry requirements. So you will see a lot of skill centers who will personalize training for specific companies. It's going to be like that also because companies are, of course, they are into business, they are for profit, and they have to think of their profits. So they will be more and more selfish. They will come up with the training, they will co-design the training program with the skill centers where it becomes more and more personalized from the company's viewpoint. The third is definitely digital, but digital, we're not talking about LMS, we are not talking about, generic e-learning content that we are seeing today. It's going to be more and more use of probably, mixed reality, probably the headgears, VRs, probably more use of OERs, open educational resources. Very popular outside India. It's going to be kind of the norm in coming days, probably in the skill centers that we see here. Another, of course, important factor is going to be the creditization of learning. With the new credit framework, with the new education policy, what is happening is the moment I spend an hour of learning, the moment a student spends an hour of learning into anything, it should convert it into a credit so that I can accumulate credits. I put it in my DigiLocker, and I end up getting probably another qualification. It could be in the form of diploma, it could be in the form of degree. So every learning, every training tomorrow in the new skill centers are going to be creditized, and that's also a major change we are going to see, I foresee happening in coming years.
You've anyway touched upon a little bit on ecosystem, and Archana, that question's for you now, since you come from academia. I feel there's a huge scope. I know NAP is already designed, but in 2 years we've already seen AI, we've seen so much of revolution in digital world. I feel that it would automatically go through another change. So what do you think is crucial for policymakers to ensure future readiness when it comes to skilling ecosystem?
Thanks for the question. If you may also put in perspective what I heard through the day, also where skilling comes in. So I've been in the sector for close to 2 decades now. We were talking about education in the, like probably in the 90s and 2000s. So it was, let's make education more accessible, let's introduce technology. And then we had industries saying, well, people are not employable. So, why is it that they're not employable? They don't have the skills. So what was education doing? Education was, there's so much of money and resources, and not to be critical, but there is more than enough of education, nonprofits and foundations in the country. So everybody together was educating, right? So then why the skill gap? And then we said, okay, now let's get into skilling. So if you look at the evolution of the National Skill Development Corporation, it's not that skilling was not there. I'm sure some of you come from a generation where you've seen employment agencies. So there was, so is policy there? Yes, policy has always been there. Education and skill policies were always in place. The key word on this panel's title, if you see, is ever evolving. So the point is not that these things are not there, they're there. And so having worked in, and I come from IIM Bangalore, where the Center for Entrepreneurship Excellence that we work at, we work with education entrepreneurs. So we're not necessarily working with students, but we work with people who work with students. And education, and our CEO is here as well, we get more than enough of education enterprises who want to come and start and continue doing the work. So there's still that skilling piece. So much of conversation on, I think the first question Rupa asked was about what skills. When the World Economic Forum report came on the future of skills, the future of work, everybody used the 3 Cs, the framework. Are we saying the generations before this did not critically think? We did. It's just that they didn't call out. So for example, and I want to say this more like a joke, somebody, one of the ventures that we were incubating said, we're going to teach peer learning. I'm like, but it was very natural for us to peer learn. Like we had kids coming over for group studies at home, and if you were a good student, you were assigned to students. How many people have gone through that in schooling? I went to school in Bombay, that was part of my upbringing. I never thought of it as a pure learning exercise, which is tech-enabled to make it happen. So I think there's a little bit of pushback that I want to put in focus here. Like, it's great. We should definitely work on what is evolutionary, which is where technology, and I love the idea of custom-made learning. You're learning math, you have your private tutor. You're learning math to pass the CBSE or ICSE examination. How much of that math are you going to take and do something with? That requires you to have discussed that math with either a teacher or a colleague or someone else to give you perspective of what is the possibility. You might even have, and I work with sufficient education ecosystem partners to say, you can have career guidance online. That's great, but my career counselor was a human being whom I could meet, whom I could go and say, oh, this doesn't work for me, I don't like this. I don't like physics, I did well, right? But doesn't mean I want to have a career in it. So we heard that, personalizing, it's a great learning curve. So do you think learning will go digital? Yes, it should. Learning should be able to use it again, but what we're not solving for, if we didn't solve for employability in the 90s and the first half of the 2000, 2010, you're still not solving for it. One more example, and I will stop with that, is when corporates complain of inability of young people to work in teams. Where in your education system are you working on teams? You're always working for a score, a mark, a cutoff, which is very individual, which has nothing to do with another person, even in my classroom. You are embedding for the first 15 years of their life, probably 18, 19 years of their life, the value of individual brilliance. And then you tell them when they come to the company, work together. And they're like, no, I don't want to work. I'm at a B school where kids don't like groups because this guy's not as smart as me. Well, you taught them that, right? So if you want to change, I'm not saying policy can change that. I agree that education policy, NEP is looking at bringing in some of these perspectives. We're looking at liberal arts education coming in. I have worked across the Shiksha Lokam platforms, the Shiksha Graha platforms. Okay, this is what classrooms should look like, make classrooms inclusive, teach teacher sensitivity training. Teachers are sensitive in nature, otherwise they wouldn't be teachers. I'm sorry to say that. You can't do sensitivity. The moment you do that, they get conscious of what they're going to say. And you've heard them more than it. I'm sorry to pull this in that direction, but the question I was asked is what policy? Policy has always been there. There is no dearth of policy. And I'm not going to sit in critique of implementation of policy either, because I've worked across the ecosystem with bureaucrats. I think they're brilliant people who really, really care about the work they do. They put in 100% sincere effort to make things move. But the job of what we are doing in skilling is a community job. It is not the job of a government, an NGO, one organization. So, I mean, let's get together to do this, right? So you can influence policy. Let's get more policy in. But let's not, again, solve for small parts of the problem. Sorry for that longish one.
No, I think this is interesting and gives a totally... See, one thing very clear, because we are, again, talking of ever-evolving world, and you did mention teamwork, collaboration are key. So that theme is definitely there. On the policy side, you're right, but it also talks about an internal collaboration, a lot of collaboration of civil society, of government, of academia, to bring it together, right? But technology is here. It's just right up here. We have to work with it. And with that, we continue to train on human skills becomes extremely critical. Now, coming back and circling back to you, Vandana, and I know, question which I asked Ram, same question to you. We are also looking again, digital classrooms, inclusion for your student backgrounds and the students where they come from in your setup. How do you see that happening? And with keeping the whole human aspect, then the peer learning example which Archana gave, how are you managing that with Avanti?
We're not. I think I don't think it's, I think we have to stop also fooling ourselves that it's like, there's some magic solutions out there. First of all, I just want to appreciate, everything you said. And, just to build on what she was saying a little bit, right? I think, maybe some of us who grew up in very privileged environments, we learned these skills naturally. We were put into environments where, we had teachers who cared, we had peers who we could relate to, right? Like these were very natural experiences where no one was maybe consciously thinking about, as a teacher, what am I doing? It just, it happened, right? And we developed those abilities. So you're absolutely right. But I think in order to actually change the way that kids learn and the set of skills that you develop, you're absolutely right. It has to happen in the process of growing up. You cannot just raise kids in the same environment, where they're sitting separately from boys and girls and, then you say work together. I've never talked to a boy before. How am I supposed to even, have a conversation with them? I don't even feel comfortable sitting next to them, right? So what is the pedagogy that we need to change? What is the way? And this, I don't think, can be left up to it. We grew up that way, so it's going to happen. And I think that's where I would push back, is that we have to actually create those experiences for young people. You have to expand the set of experiences that you have, whether it's in a skilling center, whether it's in their school, whether it's when they go back home, right? But who is going to do that, right? And I think all we can do is from our own individual places as citizens and through the work that we do is actually think consciously about how we do that. What we've experienced in our online programs, we reach 77,000 kids today. Only 5,000 of them are reached through physical centers. The rest of them are learning online. But what is the efficacy of that, right? The biggest thing that we struggle online, and I would push people to think about how well do you learn online before you ask a kid to learn online, right? When you switch on a video, when you're forced to set up, like in a training course, your company says you have to take this training class online, you have to do this online. How well do you engage with that? Do you switch off your video and then space out, right, and do some other work while someone's talking at you? Probably, right? So why would we expect the kids to do anything else? We're human beings and we are attuned to learn naturally in a certain way. So how do we understand the way that we learn, right? And create those experiences, and that's the challenge. The challenge is not that the tech doesn't exist or that we understand how to create those experiences, right? The challenge is how do you actually put those things together in a way that kids will actually engage with it, right? And our experience has been that unless there is a facilitator who knows them, who understands them, they do not, and they will not, right? Now, how do you leverage that facilitator over large swaths of population, right, who are underserved, in hard-to-reach areas? How do you find facilitators who have the ability to do that, right? That's the challenge in front of us. Yeah, so sorry,
It's
my
an
own rant.
amazing conversation. Imagine here we were talking about 2030 tech and doing everything with tech, and we are ourselves questioning, is tech enough, right? Tech is just probably a means to enable, to learn, but that's not all. We still need teachers, we need facilitators. So making sure that our trainers have jobs, a lot of our teachers have jobs. I think that becomes imperative with the discussion, the line we're taking now. Ram, I just want to pivot a bit differently to you because, there's so much news, right? Saying that AI will take jobs, take away almost all fresher jobs, right? Because, and then you're training these engineering students, freshers, getting into like technology jobs. Do you see a change in way you need to look at how job market would be or how and what skills you need to give? Is simple technology is important, or you need to start focusing on critical thinking, problem solving? Have you thought about?
Absolutely. I think,
yeah.
if you look at it, the Foundation for Excellence, thankfully we named it Foundation for Excellence, even though the flavor is changing, the name will still resonate there. So it was a scholarship providing organization, okay? Then, 7-8 years back, thanks to Capgemini, we started off with a program where we said, the education is good, but a lot of skills which need to be provided. And these are all not just, tech is everywhere. If you go and Google, you'll probably find so many of that. So that we have a problem of plenty in that sense, but not have someone to guide you on what are the way to start and how to maneuver through. So that's where this program which we've put in, which is beyond scholarship, though they're from IITs, NITs, and top engineering colleges, when they go and sit in the interviews, they're not getting those top jobs which probably they aspire for. And that's where, after we put this program, where we're really literally in the first year and a half, focusing on the software elements of them, the learning elements of them. And then in the third year, there is a mentor who's assigned to them. Again, Capgemini, last year when we rolled out the mentoring program, within 48 hours, there were 500 volunteers, employees volunteered as mentors. So they are actually hand-holding them for about 6 months. And 3 to 4 hours in a month they're spending with them. So those are the ones which are making a huge difference. And they are bringing in the latest contemporary knowledge as well. When you sit in an interview and we talk about things which are happening as we speak, gives a totally different perspective for the interviewer as well. So, and we've seen a third cohort who are actually graduating after they've gone through this software and the skilling programs, the digital and everything. The results are startling. If the salary was X before that, and same cohort of students from similar colleges, it is 2.8X. And that's consistent over the last 3 cohorts. So that's the difference. Education is very important, but what we are layering around it, and then the software elements of it, the human element of it, that really makes a transformational change in their lives. And I really can't relate to that person who's just got the scholarship when he or she is graduating, totally transformed personality and the confidence level that sorted. They actually know what kind of a job they want to apply as well. So we need to start layering that. That's why I see even when industry also starts helping us, and because we are not an institute, it makes that much more easier for them to sit anywhere in the world and then actually impart that knowledge and skills, or what's happening in the latest. It's not just for engineering; it's for the medical as well. The other day we're having a webinar from someone in the US talking about robotics in surgery and actually demonstrating certain aspects which no medical college probably would be able to help them with. So that's the kind of a learning which, if you bring in human and various different layering of software elements, that really becomes a transformational change.
Fantastic. This is going in a very interesting way. Shravan, the next question is for you, and I want to take one step up on this, right? So we were just talking AI, right? Now people are talking of AI agents. AI agents, I want to describe them as robots to some extent, where you can automate your entire workflow. They can actually replace teachers, as what they say, right? Considering this, I'm sure it's not happening in 2030, or maybe it can, but I'm assuming if it is not, and if that's the direction, maybe in the decade of 2030, this may happen. How do you see the whole process of skilling change with AI agents coming into the system?
let me try and interpret the question first. So, basically, yes. I mean, we talked about AI and the way AI is changing everything. We have two countries, I think, where AI is officially announced as the assistant to the head of the state, if I'm not wrong.
Yes,
So,
that's correct.
that is where the AI is going. I think you talked about World Education Forum, some figures I think you mentioned. Two of very startling figures. In fact, one of them that caught my mind was, can you guess like how much of the work today worldwide, all locations, all job roles together is automated already? So as per 2023 report, it's about 37%, which is automated. There is another figure by Niti Aayog which says that the percentage of teachers' work today in India that AI can do. How much is that figure? Any idea? 40%. So we are talking about, as you said, whether 2030 is like today or it is in 2030. So certainly, yeah, I mean, AI certainly is not going to replace the flesh, replace the teacher, certainly. But I think I interpret the question, coming back to the question, what is it that probably teachers need to do? What is it that, trainers need to do to stay relevant and to make sure that, they are obviously not replaced? Maybe a couple of things. I think we have to keep on grooming the teachers and trainers. See, I mean, typically trainers or teachers, since I am the trainer of teachers myself, I keep on teaching teachers. A teacher is a very tough nut to crack. We all agree, disagree. I don't know how many teachers are there. But obviously, but they need grooming, they need training, considering the advances of AI and technology. Certainly not only on the technology domain, but also on the pedagogical domain. I think one of you mentioned about peer learning, one of you mentioned about flipped classrooms. I mean, these are certain pedagogical training, the grooming that probably we need to bring in a more organized way when it comes to teacher training. One more probably aspect that we need to again think about is, as I think you mentioned about whether teachers are aware of what students are going through when it comes to online training and teaching. So one of the things that we started at our organization was the internships for teachers. So it's a mandate for our teachers to undergo internship at whatever sector he or she is teaching, at least for a month every year. Make sure that the teachers earn the credits, and we have tried to connect those earning of credits, those learning, with their tenures and their progress. So something like this probably we need to bring in a more organized way, probably for keeping teachers more relevant in the age of AI is what I feel. Thanks.
Interesting.
Whether I interpreted it correctly.
That's okay. Monisha, I want to go back with the same question to you. And this time I'm going to ask you, do you see AI agents playing a role in your organization? I'm not even talking about the beneficiary. I'm just talking of us as organization. How do you see AI agents can change the way we work?
So it certainly can simplify a lot of tasks. So one of the ways that we're using an AI app is to help students prepare for interviews, for example. Now, earlier, a teacher would be taking these mock interviews with students, and the time was limited. So maybe a student got one turn or two turns at most with a teacher to prepare for an interview. Today, the AI assistant can actually open up that one or two rounds to any number of rounds where the AI is able to give feedback. So we've created that. So, so the questions being asked, there's a response that's coming in from the student, and the agent is able to sort of critique the answer, say that, oh, this was very well done, but this part could have been answered differently, etc. So that is that is clearly something that is going to drive scale, it's going to drive efficiency, it'll reduce the man-hours that a teacher will put into class. Again, it's the adoption, right? So we have these tools, and we have, we're working on learning assistance as well in terms of when we talk about personalized learning. you open up what is it that you would like to start learning with, right? And then you start from there and you sort of create those paths. But the ability to use that and use the agent productively is where we all struggle. I think we're all struggling there, right? Do the teachers or the students have the skills to be able to use these agents well? So a couple of applications, like I said, the interview prep application is working. We also have an application that can help with teamwork. Yeah, but it's about, again, the adoption, and the adoption falls right at the teacher itself before it goes into the, goes to the student. So there is that whole layer. It's an ecosystem build-up. We understand, and we have all agreed that just creating technology isn't enough. Everybody needs to know how to use technology in their lives. I think that's a skill our teachers need, and students, of course. So I think, and the other, you're talking about AI agents, I think we've also got to teach. Our curriculum has to change, for sure, with time. There's no doubt about it. Getting people to know that you will be required to work with agents wherever you go is an important one. It's a transition that we're making right now, which means that that is embedded in the curriculum, but it's the, we have to sort of start, we have to brainstorm and really arrive at ways in which we can really get that adoption happening and the use of that AI agent. It's not just awareness, it's the ability to be able to use an AI agent that is, I think, the bigger barrier that we see right now.
Interesting. So this is one thing very clear. We need AI. We need technology to scale, but we need layering of human skills. We need facilitation support. Before we conclude, I have one last question to you, Dr. Archana. And I think this is more around research, right? India, if you look at it, today has around 50,000 patents, out of which 35,000 patents are of international companies who have presence in India, right? And when I see India in 2030, research becomes key. With 140 billion people, I think we haven't focused on that. How do you think, now you come from NSRCL and this huge incubation for entrepreneurs, how do you see research playing a big role in what India would be in 2030?
Thank you for the question. My PhD thesis is on the area of knowledge spillovers and research, and I did not know that, but I did it probably 20 years back. We do believe that research is an important piece of the evolution of a nation's presence, its ability to control resources, its ability to call in command shots, and traditionally measured as military superpower, computing ability and all that. It has changed, right? We use the word soft skill, soft power and all that now. What has changed, and I think what's helping India, and I think I'm pretty hopeful as I see it, one, is the idea of research has moved away from being something that one or two students in your class did because they wanted to stay home and do a PhD and things like that, versus STEM careers now. So we're talking about STEM and research. Like Ram said, I work with multiple STEM organizations where we are funneling women in STEM research. So one, research has become mainstay. Research is seen as a career option. So you can go to the North Pole, South Pole is not impossible anymore. You could do social science research extensively within the Indian ecosystem. Capgemini itself supports a lot of research work. I think there's a lot of understanding of that. The research landscape is definitely great. What has changed has also been that there is interest in Indian thought or Indian original thinking. Earlier, I mean, when I was a PhD student in the US, one of the things we are taught to say is pick a problem which will go into publishing in a US journal, because you can just say, take India data set. I studied economics, so take the Indian data set, study it in a US context, and you'll get published. Today, it's not the case. So fortunately for us today, we are of interest. I don't know why. The world thinks that, oh, you're still here, right? I mean, after all the mess and chaos that you're in. So there is a lot of interest in Indian science, Indian social science. I mean, when I say Indian social science, I mean understanding social science in Indian context. There's a lot of research from foundations outside the world who want to come in and study India from a social context. So, there are, for example, you will see community-centric initiatives now being studied as research problems. CETE is, I mean, I work in the space of impact measurement. Randomized control trials are a very standard application of measurement, which now in the social space is kind of interesting because a lot of universities want to study India. So if you have an organization and you have a data set, they will come and fund it and study it for you, if that's what interests you. So research is there. As a career, research is there. I think we just have to create that ground of funneling where we're using technology as we've been hearing here, like whether it's for the teacher, the learner, to also help them create the space for some bit of innovation and original thinking, which if I remember growing up and like if you look at 20, 25 years back, was not something that was celebrated. You could not have a problem which is not in the literature review of the world. Today you can have a problem like that, and and you have takers. So the hope is that yes, research is great. At NSR Cell also, we work with our entrepreneurs. We study the entrepreneurial portfolio and understand what makes our entrepreneurs work. Because we always ask the question, how do you make the next big unicorn? And I don't think that's our agenda. We're not making unicorns. But we really work on research. Definitely is going to be the landscape to be in. There's a lot of support. There's also, and I will close with saying this, there's a lot of CSR interest in funding research, in understanding the problem better. And I can say that because I've also guided a couple of CSR policy pieces where the CSR is not interested in implementing a program, but in understanding, if this is a program that we've been doing for the last 20 years, why have we not solved for it? So there is a need to deep dive into problems. So I'm going to fund 2 years of research in problem solving, but I want to be part of the design. So there is a second generation of CSR leadership from family foundations, others, which is what we call engaged donors. People who are part of the design. So that's another space in the social sector where I think a lot of research, money, and support is there. So I see a lot of hope and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And to end this, I'm just going to say a few words. The youth of 2030, bold and wise, their vision stretches beyond the skies. From tech to art, from earth to space, they carve the future with steadfast grace. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow, how awesome was that? Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for such an insightful and forward-looking discussion. May I please call Mr. Ketan Deshpande to come on stage and felicitate our guests, our panelists? Please. We'll start with Ms. Rupa Bora. Thank you for joining our panel. Thank you so much, Ms. Banerjee. Thank you so much, Mr. Kolavenu. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kadvekar. Thank you very much for joining the panel, Ms. Goyal. It was a pleasure having you here, Ms. Pillai. Thank you. Thank you so much. Panelists, Mr. Deshpande, could you please stay on stage? May I please call the guests to come forward so we could take a group picture? Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you for joining us. And now for our next session, which is Data for Better Intervention Design, which focuses on using data not just to measure impact, but also to make better decisions and design interventions that actually work. As Peter Drucker, the father of modern management, said, now many of us have gone to college. Peter Drucker, read the book? Yeah? Okay. So he said that what gets measured gets managed. Very good. It gets done. Very, very good. So today we're going to learn about how we can measure smarter, manage better, and multiply our impact. To help us unlock the full potential of data in designing impactful interventions, we have two brilliant speakers from ISDM. First, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Satendra Rana. He's a senior research fellow whose expertise in turning raw numbers into transformative solutions has made him a sought-after expert in his field. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Rana. Next, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Malika Luthra, a research associate whose innovative use of data is paving the way for a smarter, more effective social development programs. So if you've ever wondered how to make data your best friend and not just an intimidating guest who comes over at a party, then this session is for you. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Rana and Ms. Luthra to take us through this exciting journey of insights and impact. Over to you.
Hello. Is this working? Sorry, Hello. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today for our session on data for better intervention design. The objective today really, is to help somebody that we probably might have been at some point in our life or our careers to, use cutting-edge technology to create better interventions. So, let me introduce you to Aman. He's a NGO professional who's, trying to study how the status of educational infrastructure really, affects the status of infrastructure in India really affects the enrollment rate of students across the Indian states. So, he really wants to see which are the states that are doing well, what aspect is working, and possibly replicate those models for states where, enrollment rate is low or the infrastructure is lacking. So, I want to ask the audience here to let me know, how do you think that Aman should really be approaching this problem of gathering and analyzing secondary data, and any possible challenges that you might think that he might face? Yeah. Anyone? Just like, what are the steps that he should be doing to sort of gather secondary evidence, and how would he analyze it? What would be the possible steps? Is anybody speaking? No? Okay. So, what...
So, generally what happens, right, in such a situation, when we look at the data sets, particularly secondary data sets, generally we find these data sets fragmented, right? So, for example, if Aman is searching for educational data sets, right? So, one of the sources for getting the data set is UDI's Plus website, from where he can fetch these data sets. And there are other government portals as well, like NDEP, which is National Data and Analytics Portal, and also data.gov.in, where a big repository of data set is hosted. But the problem with these data sets is, these are very difficult to use. Number one, the way they are being hosted on this platform, it makes it very difficult for an NGO professional, particularly those who are working at grassroots level, don't have that, data analytics capacities to fetch these data sets going to different platforms. So let me give you one example. Say if Aman starts looking at educational statistics, right? So maybe he can go to UDI's website and find it. But what happens if he wants to connect some dots? If he wants to see like how women's education affect her participation in the labor force, or how male's education affect women's participation in the labor force, or how that affects the healthcare indicators. For example, how women's education affect infant mortality rates, right? So for that purpose, then what this person needs to do is they have to go to different websites. They have to go to UDIs to collect the educational data set. Maybe then they will have to go to NDEP or data.gov.in to fetch the healthcare data sets. And the problem doesn't solve there, right? Because now you also need to have the capacity to merge these data sets. Only then you will be able to look at the intersectionalities, right? So these are some of the challenges. The data is fragmented. It is hosted on different platforms. There are multiple platforms. I have given an example to you. And then it also requires certain degree of knowledge of data and data analytics. Over to you, Malika.
So, recognizing these challenges, ISDM in collaboration with Capgemini and our technical partner Dhwani have created a platform which is called DataSites. So the objective of the platform is to get, as Satyendra mentioned, disparate data sets onto a single platform, so that the users can, analyze their data effectively. And now I'm actually going to show you a brief demo of how we can utilize the platform.
So before we switch to that demo, right, there was a lots of discussion that was happening on how cutting edge technologies like AI can be used to build the capacity, for example, right? The case that we are showing here, right, it is not to build the capacity of a teacher, basically. It is building the capacity of those people who are designing intervention to build capacities of these teachers. So for example, any NGO who wants to work in educational space and they want to identify where the gaps exist. Because you can only work on these gaps when you know where these gaps exist, right? And they don't exist everywhere. So first thing is the person should be informed, like, where their target groups are, what are the geographies they should focus on. Only that would allow us to make informed decision and create these interventions which are based on data and evidence. Yes, Malika.
So as you can see on the screen, this is the homepage of DataSites. We have very much like ChatGPT interface. We have the quick find and the advanced search. I'm going to start with showing quick find as an option. So, in quick find, it is more like you have to put in the quick keywords. For example, here we have education. So Aman wanted to see infrastructure and what's the status of infrastructure across different Indian states. So, whatever indicators that would be relevant to Aman's study has been sort of added. Sorry. So the indicators that we put on was education, washing hands, computer, library, and availability of toilets, playgrounds, to really see how all of these factors really affect enrollment rates in school. So once you find those keywords, this is the data visualization screen that the platform brings you to. Then we go to the data overview. What here happens is that on the left, you can see that all the indicators that might be relevant to the keywords that you've put in would be shown here. There's granularity where you can change. So we have country level, state level, district level, village level data as well. I'll be showing that later. And then we would have all the years that the data would be available for. You could select them, deselect them. For these specific indicators, we have data from 2022. What the platform then really does is it will create a table for you already, as you can see on the screen. All the states' name.
So what you are seeing here is we have used ChatGPT behind this platform. So it is not at the stage where there is a human and machine interaction is happening, but it is at a level where you just have to put in a query that you have. You don't have to fetch the entire data exist in the universe, because you have a very specific question that you want to target, right? The question that you want to address, the problem that you want to solve. So for example, hand washing in this case, right? Or for example, infrastructure in schools. So what you need to do on this platform is, you just have to put in a query. What is the status of school infrastructure? And once you put in this query, all the data sets that are available on this platform, which are taken from all these different public data set repositories, UDIs, NFHS, HMIS, or any survey or census data. So that is there. And if the question that you are asking, if that variable exists, you will get list of all those variables. You don't have to go to data.gov.in, fetch 4 different data sets, download these data sets, because it's not only that you download these data sets and do the analysis. Data management again is a big challenge, right? You downloaded 10 files, then out of those 10 files, you curated, for example, 4 or 5 variables, did the analysis on that. And sometimes it also happens then you lost the track, like these 5 variables from which data sets I have taken, right? So here what we have done, once you have created these tables, which are auto-generated, you have the list of variables, then you can work around with all these variables, create the visualization, look at the trend, look at the intersectionality. And also there are functionalities, if you don't want to go by the query, maybe you are interested in a certain geography. So for example, a particular village, right? So there is an advanced search option also where you can just simply select this particular geography, going to district or even lower level of geographical hierarchy, and fetch all the data set for that particular village. Yes, Malika.
So you can, the table is created, you can download the data. We also have an option to, show you the source of the data set, the metadata that we have, and also the option to go to the source link and sort of download it, look at other variables. We also give a data set preview, which again is downloadable. So, So then you really cut down on the effort of going to different websites, downloading it, cleaning the data, putting it together, and we save, the data site saves on that for the users.
Also not limited only to providing you those 4 or 5 variables. Once you have those 4 or 5 variables, you are also getting details of all those data sets from which these are taken, with all the metadata shown there, the source link as well. And if you want to look at the entire data sets, you can do that as well. Or if you want to download and work with those big data sets, you can work with those data sets as well.
So once the data table is created, now we can, we have an option to visualize and plot that data. So we have different options here. You can create a bar chart, group chart, different types of charts depending on what suits your data. So for Aman's problem, we had particularly creating a group chart with all the variables and the queries that we had put in the beginning. So as you can see that, the platform automatically picks up on what should come on which label. So if you click on x-axis, it will automatically show you the variables that can come on the x-axis and the variables that need to come on the y-axis. So here we are doing it by state and the indicators. So we've added, and the platform will automatically create a chart for you. Now, there are various options for you to be able to customize the chart. For example, we have state-wise data. So you can possibly select all, or you can also edit the axis label here. We also have options to customize the, the font size, to the right audience, the right stakeholders and their funders. So this basically also helps you create visualizations that can, attractive visualizations that can, be presented to your stakeholders. If you scroll down, we see that there's an option to see, get data again from the visualization screen and view the sources. Now you can directly download the chart from the platform. We have different options to sort of download the chart as JPEG, JPEG, and it gives you, so when you create the chart and you download it, it is going to...
Also, Malika, if you can see in this particular chart, if you look at the source, you just tap and talk about the source on the chart.
Sorry. So you can view the sources here. For example, this data has been taken from UDICE 2022, and when you download the chart, the source of the data is going to also be visible on the downloaded image. So so this is a download chart, as you can see. Yeah, you can see it down below. Unfortunately, I don't know why it's not visible here. It says data source as UDICE 2022, and it also gives credit to generated on ISDM data sites. You also get credit for whoever creates the chart. So if it's created, if it's created by you and logged in as a user, your name will be coming on top. Yeah.
Beside this, if you look at most of these data portals, right, one cannot be made solely based on one type of evidence. So these data sets also allow you to look at these different reports as well. So that's another big advantage of this particular platform. And as you have seen, you are working with the data, but you don't have to worry about what are my sources. Once any chart or table is created, automatically you'll know what are my sources from which I am using these data sets.
So once you've created your charts, we assume that users would be coming back to create different charts. So you can give a title to your report, and you can give your detailed analysis. The benefit with this is that you can create your charts and write your analysis, and we also have an option where we can the option for you to publish your queries onto the platform, where other users can also sort of look at it and utilize it for their own research. Anything that is published on the platform is given due credit to the user and the creator of it. So once you submit the save the report, it is going to come down in my list, where all your saved queries are going to come like here. So these are the queries that would come. Now, what Satendra was talking about, in addition to structured data, we also have unstructured data on the platforms, like various reports. So in the beginning, the indicators that we had put, the platform will show you reports, journal articles, that might be relevant to them, for example, here. So this really, helps you build insights and, further nuance your work.
And because we are doing it TISS, so let me tell you, this is also very useful for the students. Because there is one section that you have seen what others are building. So just like Malika has shown you how to create a report, you can also create such a report. You will be getting the credit for it, and if your content is good, that will be reviewed by, just like peer review happens for journal publication, your query will be reviewed, and if it is good to be published on the platform, then it will be published, and you can also make it part of your CV as well, to show your data skills, that handling public data sets. So that is another advantage that it gives gives to the students who are the learners right now, and some of you might be interested looking at the how this ecosystem of development space is also changing after coming of ChatGPT, AI, data science. So you also might want to dirty your hand with the data.
So, back to once you save your reports, there's also the option to sort of, when you're studying multiple indicators, it might be required for you to not always create a group chart, but you might want to create a line chart followed by a bar chart. So there's also an option on the platform to be doing that. Here again, we'll study the relationship between, number of schools with CWS and toilets, and how does it affects enrollments per school. And then you can save the chart, and then you'll have multiple charts, and you'll be able to further refine your analysis.
Suppose if you want to know what CWSN is, I think most of us know in this room they are children with special needs, right? But if you hover around the variable, you will find all these details also with them. It's not that now you have to go to Google and search for what CSWN means. So you'll find all those details as the data description as well.
Co-creating the platform together and, helping each other sort of leverage knowledge. This is a use case that somebody from Gandhi from Pradhan had done for us, and he really talks about how data sites has helped him, get disparate data sets onto one platform, and how he was able to customize the visualizations, and how it just made the whole process easier for him, because he necessarily does not have had the skills to, go to R or Excel and possibly sort of create visualizations and charts. So you can look up that. We also have media articles and blogs. Again, this is by the KI team and our colleagues that have created this. This is one such example. The next one.
Yeah, so this is quite interesting feature here, right? Because most of these platforms trying to say is, if you are getting data from data sites, you're not only getting the data, but you're also getting the context about it, right? Before you pitch in a project based on certain data, and somebody sitting there has good understanding of it, the first question they will ask you is, can you respond to this? Why you have used HMIS? Why haven't you used NFHS? Or vice versa, right? So this is another advantage that, and I can talk about not only NFHS or HMIS data, there is debate around indicators related to UDIs. Even one state government has raised question on the UDIs data set. Government of Odisha, you can go and read the article also online, right? Which was then clarified by Ministry of Education, but there is debate on educational data sets also. There are articles in Economic and Political Weekly which talks about debate around malnutrition data. The data provided by one state on malnutrition indicators, and the same year report released by UNDP on malnutrition, right? So before we jump into data, start doing analytics, and then say, okay, this is the evidence here, right? So we should be very well informed what we are talking about, right? We should have that context and the reason why we are using one, not the another one. So that's another advantage of data sites that you get here under the supplementary documents, right? Second advantage is that so far we have talked about the public data sets, right? But we are also coming into partnership with many think tanks also. So one of our partnership is with PRICE, which is People's Research on India's Consumer Economy. And they conduct these periodic survey across India, consumer survey. And they have given access to us of their 2021 data set. And let me tell you, the same data set has been used by none other than Thomas Piketty. If anybody of you have read about poverty and inequality, he is considered authority in inequality studies, right? So in his recent report on inequality in India, he has used that particular data sets. Then we are now also building a crowdsourcing layer. What is crowdsourcing layer? Because we know that government also has, different rounds of data sets. They conduct, these census, but for last, 14, 15 years, we are waiting for next census to happen. And there is a delay also, right? But we know in this room as well as you student or as professional, when we go to the ground, we work in certain geography, right? Be it village or if it is a city in a ward, right? And we collect lots of data. And so this is basically about co-creation. So through that crowdsourcing layer, you can also do what we call data philanthropy, can provide access to these data set to other people as well. So we are also trying to enrich this data space on the data sites. That's another big advantage here. Any questions? We would like to take questions now. Anything related to data or data sites? Yeah, please. Can anyone please give mic to the lady? Yeah. Yes. So far, we have organized 8 workshops. And on 21st of November, we had our flagship event, Dialogues on Development Management. There also we conducted one master class on the data sites. So we do that.
Okay, and who are your major partners in organizing?
Yeah, so this particular project is being supported by Capgemini, and our developer is Dhwani Rural Information System, which is based out in Gurgaon. So we are 3 partners who are working on it. ISDM, Indian School of Development Management, who conceptualized the idea, supported by Capgemini, and the product is being developed by Dhwani.
Are there any international organizations who are interested in the data?
Sorry?
Are there any international organizations, those who are interested in data?
So we are launching this platform in January, right? So that's also one of the ideas to reach out to researchers across globe. If they can also, use some of these data sets, that also give us, credit into their work as well. So that is also part of the plan, but not right now because it is still under the beta version, you can see. So we are launching it in January, 23rd of January. Afterwards, we will be going out to researchers across the globe, yes. But presently, we are working with some people. So there is one professor at Carnegie Mellon University, Dr. Anand Rao. He was earlier the global head of AI at PwC. So he is our mentor in this particular project. And there are other people also, Dr. Rajesh Shukla, who is heading the prize, which is based out in IIM Udaipur. So we are already working with researchers and academia. Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I would like to conclude the session by urging you to please use this platform. And I said, so we strongly believe in co-creation. So more and more you use the platform, more and more you publish your queries, it will be helpful to those people who are then coming with the similar questions on the platform. So those queries will already be available there. And it has no cost. It's open source. You can use it freely. You have to pay nothing. What you need is a laptop.
Would really encourage if we could hear back from you and really create a platform that is beneficial to all of us who are working here. And if there are any questions, we're happy to sort of take them.
No more question. I think we can close the session. Thank you so much for listening
Thank you.
patiently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rana and Ms. Luthra. Your insights into leveraging data for better intervention and design were nothing short of inspiring. Thank you so much. You've shown us how data isn't just numbers. It's a tool for creating meaningful and measurable impact. Thank you so much. May I please call Mr. PB Sajeev to felicitate Mr. Rana and Ms. Luthra. Please, sir, it'd be great if you could come on stage. Please come, join us. Yes, please come to the center. A round of applause, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Lutra. We'll take a group picture. Please hang on. Yes, Mr. Rana, thank you so much for this amazing session. Yes, can we take a group picture? 3 of you together. A round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you. Now, while our volunteers, our fantastic volunteers, set up the stage for us, I'm going to introduce you to the next panel. Our next panel takes us into critical intersections, SkillTech and EdTech. Are they willing to serve the underserved? Do you think they're willing to serve the underserved? The SkillTech and the EdTech? Well, that's a question that they're going to help us answer. Now, before we dive in, let me ask you, how many of you have ever struggled with technology? Raise your hands. Struggled with technology. My Wi-Fi stopped working just before a meeting. Just before a meeting. Ask our Epic team. They've been struggling with internet all day, haven't they? Or let's say when you are going to do a presentation and suddenly your computer decides to install its updates. How many of you have witnessed that? Yeah, me too. Me too. So technology can actually be a double-edged sword, isn't it? But it's powerful, but only if everyone can access it. And that's what this session is all about. So if you've ever yelled out there, why is this app so complicated? You'll definitely relate to some of the challenges that we'll be discussing here. The good news is that our amazing panelists have solutions. So don't you worry, there is no troubleshooting required. This session will explore whether SkillTech and EdTech are truly living up to their promise of inclusivity. Or are they just buzzwords, or are they actually transforming lives? How can we ensure that these technologies work for everyone, especially the underserved communities? So I'd like to go ahead and introduce you to this fantastic panel, brilliant minds that are going to be leading this discussion. First, to start with, may I please call upon stage Mr. Ketan Deshpande, Chairman of Fuel, who will be moderating this session for us. A visionary leader, Ketan has dedicated his entire career to ensuring technology and skilling programs reach those who need them the most. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Deshpande. Next, I'd like to call upon stage Ms. Swati Vasudevan, Country Director at Khan Academy, whose mission is to provide free, high-quality education to anyone, anywhere. And that's the game changer for undeserved communities. Underserved, undeserved. Almost the same, isn't it? Yeah? Next, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Pooja Gyanchandani. I got it right. And she is the advisor on skills for GIG from GIZ Germany, who combines a passion for inclusion with expertise in shaping impactful programs. Welcome, Pooja. May I please call upon stage next Dr. Anil Verghese, Professor of Practice at CETE-TISS, whose work bridges education, technology, and community empowerment. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Verghese. And last but not the least, I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Anand Ganesh, CEO of NSRCEL IIM Bangalore, who's pioneering innovative solutions to make skilling accessible and inclusive. Welcome to the panel. Now let's get ready to answer this big question. Can technology be both kind and smart? So over to you, Mr. Deshpande, to lead us through what promises can be enlightening and an entertaining discussion. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I think you set the context, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion on a very pertinent topic, SkillTech and EdTech. Are they willing to serve the underserved community? And we are witnessing the rapid evolution of SkillTech and EdTech platforms, but the question remains, how inclusive are these platforms? Are we truly reaching the underserved population in rural, economically disadvantaged, and linguistically diverse areas? We have a very distinguished panelist. We have Swati, Country Director of Khan Academy, a leading platform making education free and accessible to millions globally. We have Pooja, who is from the GIZ, Germany, and she's an economic advisor, a renowned expert in gig economy and its intersection with skilling initiatives. Welcome. We have Professor Anand. We are in TISS, and we have Professor of Practice from TISS. So a thought leader in education and social impact. Welcome. And Anand Ganesh, CEO of NSRCEL of IIM Bangalore, a pioneer in entrepreneurship and skilling at scale. So ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause, because we have a very distinguished panel and we are at the last flag end. So we really need your energy, passion, hunger, and discipline. That's what we call in PhD. So we need you that. Questions. So my first question to Swati, to you is, let's start with you. What does it mean to serve the underserved in the context of SkillTech and EdTech? And why is this focus so important today?
You know, in India, we talk about delivering on the demographic dividend. And frankly, we can't really do that until we bring quality education to the generation of students today. And we're talking about, out of the 216 odd million students, 85% are underserved. So we can't really even begin to talk about that demographic dividend until we bring about quality education at that scale to that larger group of students, and do it fast enough so that this generation doesn't pass us by. So that's where you realize that it has to be tech-enabled, because that's the only way to do it at that scale and fast enough. So that's one. Secondly, tech is everywhere in today's day and age. It is playing a very large role in the GDP growth of the country. And millions have to be taken out of poverty. And to do that, no matter which human development indices related vertical you talk about, whether it's education, healthcare, agriculture reforms, financial inclusion, etc., we have to do this with quality, and again, it has to be tech-enabled. So no matter how we look at it, technology is here to stay and going to be a large contributor to the GDP growth of the country. So what we need to do is prepare the current generation for playing a significant contributory role to this tech economy of tomorrow, so that they're not just interacting and consuming, but actually producing in the tech economy. So for all of that, it is very important that we bring about tech-led or tech-enabled, I should say, education to the underserved student population in the country. But that's at the macro level. Let me bring it down to the micro level a little bit and speak from the perspective of the student herself or himself. Coming out of COVID, there are a lot of learning gaps, as we all know, and students are really struggling with not being at their grade level. They're sometimes grades level behind. So how do you tackle that? That student needs access to quality education that they can use at their own pace and at their own learning level. Again, that kind of personalization and adaptability is only possible with tech. So that's the other piece where it becomes important. to use this. And let's talk about teachers. For a teacher, they're using a lot more of their time on non-teaching activities. And tech can really help the teacher to make their lives easier and start spending more time on what really matters, which is their student, and use that time instead to providing personalized coaching to their students, inspiring them and motivating them. So that's kind of the macro and the micro view on why this is so important to provide education at quality or access to quality education for the underserved at that scale and fast enough.
Thanks so much. I think, Swati, on one hand, we had a very large edtech which did a very miserable in our country. And on other side, we have a edtech company like Khan Academy. So a lot to choose between what's right in the edtech and what's wrong. Pooja, going with you next. SkillTech and education tech solutions often struggle to reach the rural areas. And based on your work with GIZ, what has been your experience? How can companies adopt to overcome these barriers?
Thank you so much, Ketan, for this question. And before I start answering, I want to appreciate everyone who's in the room right now, because it's very hard to compete with tea and coffee. So first of all, I want you all to give a round of applause to yourselves, because you are the ones who are interested in solutions and you are the ones who want to take things forward. So I appreciate you and I thank you for being here. And I think this is one of the biggest challenge that we have is when we start talking about issues and challenges, we are mostly talking at the meta level, or we are talking about things that should be, but not about things that we could do. So for example, in the last 2 days, we heard a lot about how digitalization is transforming education in schools, how skilling is transforming vocational education, how we are looking at technology as an enabler. And most of the conversations I was observing were all about white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, or anybody who's going to be working in a formal or an informal setup. But there is a full mass of individuals, of people who are working under the radar. And who are they? Let me ask you to close your eyes for 10 seconds and think of a gig worker. What image appeared in your minds? Raise your hand if the first image that came to you was that of a rider or a courier. Exactly. So all of you are raising your hands that the first image that came was a rider and a courier who you see zamming around the city, making sure you are getting things in less than 8 minutes. But there are a whole bunch of other professionals who are finding work via digital economy, who are finding work via what we call the digital labor platforms, who are not necessarily your high-tech or low-tech workers, but they are the ones who are making things happen for you on a daily basis. So who are these two people? And I'll tell you why I'm trying to get into this is because somehow we are only viewing it from a formal, organized system. When you talk of rural or even economically disadvantaged students, we first need to understand who are these people and what is the skill tech or ed tech solution we want to design. So gig economy is defined differently in different countries, and I'm trying to bring the global perspective here. But in India, the NITI Aayog says any kind of work which is transacted on a short-term basis is gig work. But we at GIZ for our work are saying that any work which is transacted via a digital labor platform is gig work. Fine. Now, gig work has two types. One is geographically tethered, location-based work, so the typical images that you have in your mind. And then there are online freelancers and cloud workers who you don't see on a day-to-day basis. These could be your the people who you hire to make your websites, the people who do your graphic designing, somebody who will do some kind of web designing for you, the Java stack developers that you all are training. So these are the people who will go and become the gig workers. So your learner of today is a gig worker of tomorrow. And why I'm trying to highlight this is because when we are designing all these fantastic trainings and programs, we are not thinking about their needs, their abilities, and their demands. Because we heard something very interesting yesterday. We want to learn and earn. The gentleman this afternoon, he asked this question. He shared his internship experience. उन्होंने बोला कि मैं वहाँ पे गया, मैंने ये सीखा, मेरा internship हुआ, मेरे को salary भी मिला, मुझे internship में वो भी मिला, fees एक stipend भी मिला. For him, it's about learn and earn. But for a gig worker, it is about learn or earn. And that is the shift we as EdTech and SkillTech need to make, that can we design a program which can compete with a person's need to earn? And I can also answer and talk about this a little bit more when we come to the solutions part. But for a gig worker, upskilling is a luxury. For us, it is an opportunity. For them, it is a luxury. And again, when I'm saying gig worker, I'm 100% sure in your image, there's only, in your mind, there is one image that is coming. But somebody who's doing elderly care, health care, child care is also a gig worker. Somebody who offers you, do you know Tesla? All of you know of Tesla, right? All of you have heard of this company. Do you think this company is only a car manufacturing company? The Tesla is one of the world's biggest data mining company, because every time you're driving a Tesla from point A to point B in the city, the car is measuring and capturing the data, and this data is being transferred back to the company, and then now they're hiring content moderators to sort out the data, and the kind of conditions that these workers are engaged in is another conversation. We need another full conference to discuss that. But I'll wrap up here, Ketan, and hand it over back to you by saying that when we are designing any skill tech or edtech solutions, we are simply missing out on the biggest captive audience in India, which is the person who already has digital access, has a mobile phone, he or she or they are working on a platform, but we are not designing learning solutions for them.
Interesting, Pooja, and I think to reflect that we are not designing the solution. And I think just connecting the dots, Professor Anil, since you are a design professional and working with Tata Institute of Social Science, what are some of the key barriers from a design angle, of course, these communities face in accessing EdTech or SkillTech platforms?
Sure. Thanks, Ketan, for asking that question. So if I'm to answer that question from a design angle, one, of course, I'll start with the assumption that we are talking about schools where there's already access to some kind of technology, even if it's limited. And still, despite the fact that they have access to technology, the adoption is on the lower side. What could be the reason? One, we need to look at what's the decision-making that happens when it comes to procuring technology. What kind of devices do the schools procure? With what kind of objectives in mind? Okay? So that's very important, because if that is not participatory, then adoption could be doubtful. Second is in terms of teacher confidence, teacher ability, and teacher agency in using technology. So what role did teachers have in the selection of technology for that school? And are they being forced to use certain kinds of education technology, or did they have a choice in at least in selecting, if not in creating that? Because that's very important in any profession. Nobody would like an invasion of their space from outside, right? Third is, if given the kind of technology devices that you have in a school, does the design work well on those devices? So if somebody else, if it's an external agency that's designing the solution for the schools, then that's the question that they need to answer. These are three critical ones. In addition to that, when you look at the world of education technology in India today, you see the industry mostly catering to three aspects of education, which is categorized as teach, practice, and test. When you talk about teach, it's mostly things like videos and animations, which are more explanatory in nature. So there's the explanatory content. Then in addition to that, there may be quizzes and other kind of interactives to enable students to practice. And there are these question banks and so on. And in some cases, these question banks are laid on an adaptive platform. And so you have personalized assessments and so on. So this is mostly the way in which I have seen many of the solutions in the industry. So when you do that, what really happens is, and when you're using this kind of a technology in the classroom, sometimes you tend to miss what really is classroom interaction supposed to be, because this is a very self-directed learning model, right? That I go through certain videos, I try and understand some of the concepts, and I practice it on a quiz, and maybe I take an assessment and I get a certain grade or marks or whatever. But what is technology expected to do in a classroom? So, for example, there are two, you can look at it in two ways. One is the explanatory part, the other is the exploratory part. So technology allows certain kinds of explorations that are not possible otherwise in a classroom. Like, for example, building digital models, yeah? And manipulating variables which are not accessible to you otherwise outside of the classroom or even in your natural surroundings, right? So one of the things, so learning is not just about, so when I talk about the teach, practice, test model, it's a very acquisition-oriented model. Right. So you have to move away from the acquisition-oriented model and move towards explanatory things and look at what kind of affordances technology provides you and get children to articulate questions and best explorations that they have here.
And right now that's not happening, is it?
Doubtful.
Doubtful.
Yeah.
If professor says he's doubtful, then I think everyone will be in doubt, right? So moving from one academic institution to the next, which is one of the highest known in our country, Ganesh, affordability remains one of the biggest challenge for the underserved students. And how can SkillTech and EdTech providers address these issues while maintaining the sustainability?
I think on the question of affordability, I'll probably share experiences of the way some of the startups we work with grapple with this. And it's probably to look at the problem at 3 different levels. Very often we translate affordability into how we price the product. What has been interesting experience for us, and you mentioned what happened to the EdTech over the last few years, actually interestingly has been that we've learned that the entire sector of education and skilling can not just deliver value, but can also deliver valuation. And that is an important perspective, because we always believed education and skilling have positive externalities, therefore require policy intervention or pricing underwriting or grant and philanthropic support and so on. And for a long time, econometrically, we've believed that to be the nature of the education and skilling sector. I think the past 3-4 years have taught us alternative models. A lot of our startups are imagining this, which is the ability to drive affordability can happen at multiple nodes. One is the way you cost and price a product, and the way you either embed digital tech or hybrid tech that can bring down costs, drive repeatability, drive reliability. The other is the way you look at routes to market, might drive costs down. Are you able to piggyback on, for example, large digital infrastructures that exist in the country today? Larger networks of educational systems, educational nodes, government systems, distribution infrastructure on top of which you can piggyback. That the sheer routes to market and routes to your beneficiary, which is a child or a teacher or school, brings down the cost to deliver, the cost to manufacture, the cost to deliver, the cost to serve. The third is interesting business models itself. We are seeing very exciting business models that startups are developing, which embed hybrid pricing, blended financing, some form of revenue discounting that are able to create multidimensional paths to fund an education infrastructure, which doesn't have to rely purely on philanthropic ability. Not that philanthropic ability to raise funds is wrong or insufficient or not scalable, but the more there is multidimensionality, the more there is opportunity to sustain and scale. And I think that excitement of that business model innovation that I'm seeing in startups is driving the affordability question. The more they're able to innovate on how I can construct a product and a business that can deliver affordably, the more it's possible for it to sustain and scale.
No, I was tempted to ask you about the startups. Are they feeling motivated? Because what happened to a very large EdTech partner here in India? Are they still wanting to do EdTech startups?
We shouldn't get carried away by page 3. Page 3 is important. I mean, it's glamorous and pretty and all those funny things. But I'd like to believe that the three different, it's nice if this conversation is not getting recorded. There are three different dimensions to this, right? As with any venture, there is an obligation to your shareholder that drives a certain cadence to business. That is reality. Investors, funders are not necessarily in it for any other externality other than to deliver value to their investors, their LPs and GPs who invested in them. That may drive a certain kind of venture behavior. Any hyperscale business intrinsically needs very strong governance to be able to sustain that. And we've realized those hurdles in multiple industries in the past 4 or 5 years, unfortunately in education as well. I don't think that discourages or should discourage us in any form. I think the one pattern which was unfortunate was probably for the last year and a half, 2 years or so, we did see a decline in for-profit business models in education. The number of new ventures looking at for-profit business models in EdTech came down quite significantly. Last 6 months, I think we are seeing an upswing in that, which is very motivating. We consistently have seen an attraction and momentum in not-for-profit business models in education, but the decline in for-profit models was somewhat worrying. I'm seeing that swing back. We need far more of that. I mean, I think in the earlier panel, there was a conversation on there are a number of innovators and startups and ventures operating in the EdTech space. I'd like to believe for all of that volume, we are still underserved. Our upside of what we need to do and the rigor with which we need to do it is far greater than our supply side right now. I think the more we have innovators, the better.
Great. I think you're positive on that, and thank you so much. I think moving to Khan Academy, and of course, you've been into the non-profit education space, that's what we call. Considering India as being so diverse country, how do you integrate local languages and references of local context? And that is something which we wanted to know about from Khan Academy.
Oh, thank you for asking that. And we are operating at a very large scale while we're trying to bring the quality education to the underserved market in the country. So just to give you a little bit of a context on that, we are working with, there are about 19 lakh students from just government schools in the country that we are actively working with to get them to use the platform for learning. And it's a teacher-directed model that we're using in the government space. And these 19 lakh students are across 22,000 schools in 10 different school systems across 4 states in the country. And these are all through active MOUs with the government partners. So we work very closely with the state governments. And that's a point I wanted to just highlight, that if anyone wants to work at a large scale, you have to work with the state governments. That's the only way. I really don't know of any other way of doing it at that larger scale. So I just wanted to kind of underscore that importance. And we realize that, which is why our model is in collaboration with the government. And when I say collaboration, it works at different levels. To your point, Ketan, the offering that we bring to the states, and we have focused on maths and science for now for a variety of reasons, which we don't have to get to at this point. But and we are providing it in vernacular. And that localization of the same world-class content that Khan Academy otherwise is known for in the rest of the world, that happens in collaboration with the state governments. So the state teachers are involved, state administration is involved in that localization process. And it's not just dubbing or translating of, let's say, an example. I'll give you an example of a video, right? So everybody knows Sal Khan's videos are very famous. Let's take a math video, right? So it's not just that we are dubbing it or translating it as is. We are actually re-recording that entire video to make it contextualized. And it is being recorded in the voice of and diction of and the accent of local, let's say a Punjabi or a Hindi or a Marathi or a Odia teacher. So that's the extent of localization that we are doing. So, and we're talking about videos, exercises, unit tests, etc. So that's the localization piece. But there is another piece of localization which, people don't really think about when they talk about localization. It's not just about providing access to the content for the child in that language, which is important because, studies have shown that the reason why underserved students are dropping out of at least STEM courses at a very rapid rate is not because they don't have the absorptive capacity or cognitive ability. That could be farther from the reality. It is because of double cognitive load on them. Then having to understand maths and science, which are difficult concepts at a foundational level, and they're having to grapple with trying to understand an entirely new language. So I think that piece is there. But there's another piece. To really work with the state governments at scale, you can't just localize the content and give it to them and say, okay, now use it. It's not going to get used. You have to integrate it with the existing system of working. We can't change the existing systems overnight. If we think we can do that, or if anybody's trying to set out to do that as a mission, I would say good luck to them. These changes, massive changes at systems level, don't happen overnight. So you kind of have to, the best you can do is to work with the system and integrate within it. The classic example I'll give you is of hybrid cars, right? You move to hybrid first before you move to fully electric. There is that way that happens, but same thing for energy as well. So coming back, there's an alignment piece. So to integrate it, you have to align it to the state curriculum as well. So we do align it exactly to the state boards, and as you know, education is a state subject, so SCERT governs the state boards and curriculums, and we align it to the state boards as well.
Since we are in Mumbai, are you working with Maharashtra state government?
We are, and actually, if anybody over here is interested, please go and check out mr.khanacademy.org. That is the equivalent of what you've seen at khanacademy.org English website, which is the NCERT aligned website or curriculum. There is a Marathi equivalent Khan Academy website, which has Marathi, maths and science, math at this point in time, science is being added, but math in Marathi aligned to the state Maharashtra board curriculum.
Interesting. Still, we don't have a government, but we have a Khan Academy presence here. That's interesting. So let's move from here to Pooja. And Pooja, you mentioned about how relevant the content has to be for gig workers. And how can we ensure that content and curriculum is right? That is what, because when you mentioned about tea and coffee, I was thinking the Blinkit can come and give the tea and coffee, but you said that's wrong. We only have a picture of Blinkit probably as gig workers. So how we can ensure the content and curriculum of gig workers?
I think first, what Swati was saying about working with the state governments or the local government, it is true worldwide. And we've seen this in every part of the world where we've implemented projects. So we, as a global program, the GIZ Global Program on Digital Transformation and the Gig Economy flagship, we are implementing programs in now almost 14 countries. So what we do is we prototype. We try to understand the needs of the target group. We design solutions, we prototype and we pilot them. And in this process, we've gained immense understanding of who is our target group and what makes them tick. So let me give you a few examples. So we have a website also, a learning website just like Khan Academy called the atingi.org. And I would invite all of you to go check out the courses on it. And we've put together a bunch of courses which are targeting gig workers. They are in very simple English, they are global in nature, and they are addressing very, very simple questions that the workers were asking us. For example,
and just can you spell that website for the viewers?
Atingi, atingi.org. And the courses are so simple that they are answering a simple question that how do I get started on a platform? मैं कहाँ जाके register करूँ? What do I need to do to make a profile? What is it that I need to be aware of? What are the challenges and how do I prepare myself for that? Then the second bundle is about the basic essential digital skills, financial skills, and the soft skills that any worker or anybody who wants to work on a digital platform needs to have. Example, when we talk about digital skills, we talk about very fancy coding, ChatGPT, prompting, but for a worker, he needs to know or she needs to know, how do I read a map? Every time Google is updating its maps interface, they are lost. How do I find the place and the location where I have to deliver the stuff? How do I use digital wallets? Imagine a person who's non-digital native, somebody who's an adult who has never used an app or phone does not understand anything about cybersecurity is suddenly thrown into trying to understand how this whole thing is working. उसे उसी पे ही पेमेंट लेनी है, पेमेंट देनी है, रेटिंग मांगनी है, algorithm को समझना है. Even the best of us who understand this technology will find it very hard to use it. And then, this is the third part that we found out was very important, is soft skills. Because we all talk about soft skills, but what about soft skills for a person who's working via a platform? You, me, as a customer are never ever going to meet a person who's designing our website. So how do you do communication online with a person who you're never going to meet with? How do you do conflict resolution, problem solving? What is the mechanism you need to install, especially if you're a woman? Because when you're a woman and you're working online, there is a whole layer of cybersecurity issues that you have to deal with. Are you prepared for it? Do you know how to tackle it? So that's the second bundle we've created. Then the last, then we have a lot of other things and I can share with you separately also. But one of the common questions that workers from all over the world asked us is, how do I calculate the wages? How do I know how much should be my wage? Now, we can't prescribe that this is a wage for a worker in Mumbai and this is how you should do it. That's not what we are trying to do. But what we could do is use the living wages database. And we just heard about the role that data is playing. So we worked with Wage Indicator Foundation, which is a global organization, to develop something called the Living Tariff Calculator. So and we launched it in India, by the way. So there is a living tariff calculator for India for some professions because the data was not available for everything. But for most common online freelancing professions like online tutoring, like translation, transcribing, even writing, courier, there is now a tool which helps you understand, अरे इतना मिल रहा है तो enough. मिल रहा है कि मेरे को बहुत ही कम मिल रहा है. So you can at least start to think about what is it that you deserve. So this is the question, like, how do you prepare those who deserve and make sure that they are getting their right? And the last thing, this calculator is, I will really invite you all to search and look it up because it helps a worker calculate and customize their cost. Because what is the difference between an employee and a worker? You all get a salary, but they are independent. So every single day they have to get up and think, how much will I earn today? What will be the cost? And every time if there is a price fluctuation on any small thing, from a laptop to a internet to petrol, it affects them because it affects their earning. So we've given them a possibility to add some of those factors in it and calculate how much they should be actually getting as per the living wages of the country and not by something that is designed globally. And these are some of the solutions that now we've implemented in about 14 plus countries. We've impacted 20,000 workers. We've reached 20,000 workers. And I must say that we've gone through this intense 18-month process, which I know is very unusual for India, 18-month process to design a tool. But we have 80% completion rates for all these courses that I'm talking about.
So interesting, we were knowing EMI calculator till date, but you also have a wage calculator for the gig workers. That's interesting to know. Professor, the calculator is there, but you need to know the platforms for doing this. How effective we can incorporate feedback from underserved communities to improve this kind of offerings of EdTech?
Yeah, so to begin with, I mean, personally, I don't believe in, designing solutions separately for underserved communities and separately for urban communities. I think that's a way of differentiating between classes when it comes to even design. In terms of feedback, it's the same process that you need to follow. Well, one, I think we need to first identify why have we used a platform, or why have we used technology in the classroom? Because interacting with technology is a way of knowing. It is not necessarily a medium of instruction. Because it's like asking what kind of feedback will you take about the textbook that you implemented. Textbook affords a certain kind of affordances. It's not, we don't expect students to just learn from a textbook, but they use textbook for certain purposes. Teachers use textbook for certain purposes. Same way, you need to understand, probably we need to relook at the way in which technology is being even interpreted, or the objective of technology is being interpreted in the classroom scenario. Because as I said, if it's a way of knowing, what is that way of knowing, right? It is not about acquisition of content all the time. I'm not saying that it cannot be about acquisition of content, but there are many uses of technology. So how do we get, so when we collect feedback, we need to be very sure about whether what we're collecting is mapped or aligned to the objective that we're seeking, right? The other one is essentially more than about just collecting feedback. It's also about how are we designing something for anyone? What is the participation of a target user when it comes to design? Are we co-creating with them? How participatory is the design process? These are also questions which are fairly critical.
Very aptly mentioned, and we have the time clock running in. I thank all the panelists for sharing your valuable insights. And what I think is clear that collaboration, innovation, and community-centric approaches are critical for making this vision a reality. Before we wrap up this panel, a final recommendation of 30 seconds from each one of you would really, the key takeaways or a key recommendation which you have. We have close to 2-3 minutes, so go ahead. Maybe we can start with you, Anandji.
I think for me, the recommendation, and I talk from an ecosystem provider, is our ability to bring in more and more players together. If there is a way to bring in corporate, academia, entrepreneurs together to solve for the priorities of education and skilling, our ability to generate the momentum much faster than we are doing it right now just might happen. So the more we are able to convene the ecosystem, and that's onus on people like us, I think we're better served.
So convene the ecosystem, bring them all together. Over to you, Swati.
It's a very interesting one. +1 to that, by the way. I started with demographic dividend. Let me close with the same thing. It also requires a country to have the youth be employable. So skilling has to be done when they hit the job market. The good news is there is a lot of emphasis today in the country from the government side, PPP partnerships, private enterprises, CSR. Everyone is engaged in skilling our youth once we catch them after the schooling. The problem is that's just a Band-Aid. We have to solve the problem upstream during the school years. The good news there is that there is emphasis on foundational literacy and numeracy as well. So there is FLN happening, and the government is putting a lot of push towards it, a lot of good mechanisms and programs that are being rolled out. So there is FLN on one end, there is skilling initiatives on the other end. We have a missing middle. Yes. And 12 to 18 years of age, especially 14 to 18 years of age is when, we have the most amount of enrollment falling off. So that's the one we really need to find a way of also looking at and not forget about them. And I think it's time that we come with, that we embrace digital personalized tutors that bring that schooling to these students who are not coming to the school.
Sure. So from Swati's side, it's 12 to 15 is critical. Ecosystem. Over to you, Pooja. Oh, Professor, you want to go? I think I was thinking last as the professor of practice.
When I think about this discussion, I'm almost reminded of water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. And there is so much content that we have. So I want to give 2 key messages. One for all the institutional partners who are in the room. By design, our skilling systems are there to complement placements. Yes. Our entire skilling ecosystem is designed around placements and jobs. But the jobs have moved into the digital economy, and the jobs will be on demand. So for all our institutional partners, this is a gap that CSR and philanthropy has to urgently fill. Otherwise, there will be a whole ecosystem that will be hired for their skills, but fired for not being able to upskill.
That's interesting. Hired for skills, fired for?
Not being able to upskill. Because the government programming is not designed for the gig economy. And for all the youngers and the aspirants who perhaps will be in my position in a few years, go sign up on a digital labor platform. Any digital labor platform that you think matches and suits your skills, and try to see how you can market yourself and learn while you don't have the pressure to earn. Get that experience, and that is when tomorrow when you will be working at NGOs or philanthropic organizations or CSR organizations, you will have a completely different perspective of what working in digital economy means.
Thank you so much. So jobs on demand and register on labor platform. These are key takeaways. We are out of the time. Professor, as usual, the class ends, but the lecture is still pending. So I request you to sum up.
I wouldn't take even 30 seconds. So fundamentally, I don't see design as a top-down process. So if you're designing a learning solution, it's not about designing for a community, it's actually designing with the community. So participation is key from all segments.
Thank you. Last word you had, Pooja?
Sorry, Professor, I didn't want to come in after you had already spoken, but I got so excited, I forgot to say, the next time whenever you order anything on a platform, if you like the service, please give them a 5-star, because it is linked to the next job they are going to get, and it is directly linked to how much they are going to earn that day. Thank you.
Excellent. And taking that clue, please give a 5-star for yourself for attending this conference, and also to all the organizers and powered by Capgemini. So give a huge round of applause to all of them. Once again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you.
5-star, 5-star, and 5 stars is what this panel deserves. So from serving the underserved, to the wage calculator, to breaking the divide, I mean, what an amazing discussion that was. Thank you so much. We've just witnessed really, really amazing, the kind of ideas and the platform and the digital labor. I had no clue about the digital labor platform, and such an eye-opener. Thank you so much. May I please call upon Dr. Reddy to come on the stage and felicitate our panelists who've just got a 5-star review from all of us. Haven't they? Now we can prove that with a round of applause. Can we not? Thank you so much for joining our panel. Thank you, Ms. Vasudevan, for joining our panel. Thank you, Mr. Deshpande. That was really fantastic moderation. Thank you so much for joining our panel. Thank you, Pooja, for joining our panel. We're going to take just one quick moment to take a group picture right in the front. May I please request all the panelists to join us? Front of the tables, please. Thank you so much. Y'all were fantastic. Thank you. Well, folks, here we are. The grand finale of an incredible 2-day journey at the Democratizing Digital Creating Pathways for Impact conference. I said it one more time, one last time for today. So as we wrap up, it's time to reflect, celebrate, and most importantly, express our heartfelt gratitude. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank our brilliant speakers, our panelists, our moderators. I have to tell you, your knowledge, your passion, and your insights have made these 2 days unforgettable. Am I right? Raise your hands if you think I'm right. There we go. So give all of them a big round of applause, everyone. From tackling dropout challenges to reimagining digital spaces, you've not just shared ideas, you've truly sparked action. Now, to our partners, thank you so much, and I'm going to include Capgemini, SRF Foundation, EduBridge Learning, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to this mission. Your collaboration has made this conference a reality. Another shout out, a huge shout out to the EPIC event management team for the fantastic job in organizing this conference. From seamless logistics to ensuring that every detail was handled with precision, your professionalism and creativity made this event not just successful, but truly, truly exceptional. Thank you so much. So everybody, a big round of applause for the EPIC team for their outstanding work. Y'all can say hi to everybody. Y'all have been hiding behind. There you go. That's the EPIC team. Now, to this amazing audience, whether you joined us in person or you've joined us online, thank you for your energy, your engagement, your curiosity. It's been amazing to see you guys at the stalls. You are the heartbeat of this conference, and it's your passion for change that keep these conversations alive. And a special shout out to every one of you who stayed till the end, because you deserve a very big round of applause just for your stamina. Come on. To everybody who stayed all the way till the end. Now, as we say goodbye and we carry forward this spirit of collaboration, innovation, and inclusion, I want to tell you that we thank you for being a part of this journey. Travel safe, stay inspired, and let's continue democratizing digital for a better tomorrow. Goodbye, and we will see you next year. Also, may I please request our organizers and our volunteers to please stay back right here, if y'all could just come here. And I did miss out on one very important thank you. A big thank you to the security team and the hospitality team at TISS. None of this would have been possible without all of you. So thank you so much. Thank you for everything that you've contributed to this event. Thank you, everybody. Have a very good evening. Thank you so much. May I please request the organizers and the volunteers to come right in front of the stage? Our jobs are not over yet, so come on. Organizers and volunteers, please stay back. Y'all can come right.